der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur ADAC Ravenol Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben.
The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
It is a most beautiful, sunny, bright, crisp and cold morning at the Nürburgring. We had the teaser last weekend when snow overnight meant we didn't get to start the season, but we are most definitely going racing today, and the Nürburgring in all its finest. This is NLS 2, it's the Barbarossa Prize, the 58th running of this particular race, and there is no greater circuit in the world. My name is Bruce Jones, all set for 4 hours of action with Peter Snowden right alongside, ready to play.
It's good to be back again. This is our 7th year of doing this, Bruce. Can you believe that?
God, I must have been just a boy at the time.
You were. Yes, you brought me in as the elder statesman, I know.
But isn't it glorious when you look at this field? We have 136 cars on the entry list. Yeah, I'm not kidding. And that is good. But I just look down the names at the top of the grid in the top class, the SP9 class. A certain Max Verstappen's popped in for the weekend. Certainly after racing Mario Kart in Australia and China, as he described it, he'll be back here just enjoying everything. Of course, he had that winning debut, the first time in the top class in September last year. But the field of cars is astonishing. I just want to run you down the manufacturers at the top of the grid. Mercedes, Audi, BMW, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Aston Martin, BMW, Ferrari, Ford, Porsche, Lamborghini. It's epic.
And those all driven by names like Verstappen, Haase, Marciello, Drudy, Pittard, Harper, Stippler, Muller. Shall we continue? It's just, I mean...
Yeah, go all the way down to 136th place on the grid.
Lovely segue there. 136 cars in the field. Quite incredible. We've got 26 GT3 cars, 13 of which are pro entries, full pro entries. 13. It's going to be absolutely epic. It is also going to be very slightly delayed by about 20 minutes to start, apparently.
Okay, yeah, just seeing that message come in at we started the show. Give us more a chance to look at the cars. And also, for a lot of us around the globe, and certainly the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, always covered by Radio Show Limited, you can understand why people look, listen, watch and absorb. But for so many people, it's the first time they've seen the cars, the new liveries this year. You know, it's always a different twist. And we know, we've talked about this many times over the years. You get one car shape, but you have it in 3 different colours and they look like 3 different cars. And it's always a treat just to see what people have thought about what they want to paint. And one car that's really standing out to me is the Red Bull team Abt. You automatically expect their Lamborghini would be, their Huracan would be in the traditional colours of Red Bull, but it's green and white this year. It's actually sponsored by Schaeffler, long-time German engineering company. But again, it's just a twist and a turn. But the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie isn't only about cars at the very front of the field. As we said, multi-class, down to production class cars, running their own races. And you look at the list of champions over the years, and it's never anybody from the top class, because it tends to be someone who competes in one of the minor classes, and what their job is, they have to win their class or place very well in their class and hope it's a large, well-occupied class, because the more cars that start your class, the more points you get for victory. But anyhow, right now, there was a frustration of the first weekend, which was last weekend, because people wanted to go racing, get their season underway. However, what we know with the NLS is it starts in spring and ends in autumn, and often the front of the season and the end can lead to interesting weather that makes racing difficult. Last weekend, it made it impossible. Too cold, snow overnight, not thick, but the temperature wasn't going to go above about 1 degree. And we've had races, we think it was about 4 years ago when one of them, they were making little snowmen on the pit wall when they should have been racing. And we sort of got the hint that may not be competition coming our way that particular Saturday. But it is the mix, weather, and even in summer, you know, you could have heavy rain and stuff, but then there is the one core element, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. If someone has never heard of this, describe the circuit.
Well, as you said a few years ago, Bruce, that when we had in COVID times and everything stopped, and we had digital NLS, DNLS, which still runs, and there's a generation of people, I'm not belittling at all, that saw this on NLS on digital and thought it was a made-up circuit, and it wasn't. It's real. And then people found out. I mean, they say art imitates life, etc., etc. You're just like.
It is real, and looking at highlights of qualifying, there's something that really made people sit up and pay attention. We thought you've described it as the April Fool car, BMW Touring, yes, an estate model. But qualifying was super. The drivers loved it, crisp, cold, and who was going to go to the very front of the field? Car number 16, one of the Audis in the field. That's Shearer Sport PHX, always so strong. Christopher Haase went immensely when that actually ended up being second quickest overall. One of the Fords was right at the sharp end, but a car covered with Red Bull livery and a certain Max Verstappen at the wheel. Mercedes this time. Last time he came racing here, he was in a Ferrari 296 GT3, but now he's in an AMG GT3 Mercedes, and he put it on pole by 1.8 seconds. He doesn't just come to play. He plays because he loves the circuit, but he's here to win, and he's certainly got a very, very strong driver lineup in the number 3 entry. He's got Danny Juncadella and Jules Gounod alongside. Again, we talked about the calibre of drivers, but Max was determined to go into qualifying, and also, at least this qualifying, he didn't have to be off the throttle coming onto the straight to start a flying lap. Actually, how would that work? But anyhow, eventually he put it on pole by 1.9 seconds, beg your pardon. Then Christopher Haase second in Shearer PHX Audi, and Raffaele Marciello. Talk about the superstars. He's got a BMW in third place. He's another 0.8 of a second back. But just go through those top positions: Mercedes, Audis, BMW, and then Aston Martin with Walkenhorst Motorsport, 4th overall. Could we just touch back, like they sort of cut across your nose there, the BMW Touring, something very different, and certainly puts a smile on everyone's face.
Well, it does. I mean, it's I'm always drawn to the quirky and things a little bit different. We see it at all different events and whatever, but great at top level racing. Things even like in Formula 1 where we saw it, where the rear wing on the Ferrari rotates, a different view. I'm always drawn to things like that, a bit of vision. And BMW this time last year had this great idea to put out an April Fool's joke of a M4 Touring, estate version, what it's called in Germany, the Touring, with a big wing on the back and whatever, bit of fun. Now, April Fool's, great, it's fine. None of us fell for it. Oh, but we did, because the world fell for it, and it just went, what an extraordinary idea, so-and-so. So, a year later, this is the product now, in between, BMW said, well, it's had such a massive response. I mean, it's been the best bit of marketing you could ever imagine. They've built it. What does it say down the side? You dreamt it, we built it. If you look at the car's livery, here it is in this first race. It's going to be in the 24-hour, by the way, in the SPX category, so it'll be as an experimental car. It is the M4, all the front end, all the engine, the front end, subframe, all that comes out of the M4, as does the transaxle. They did have to make one thing for it, though, a longer prop shaft, because it's 200mm longer, the whole car. But the livery is black with little white stripes. Look closely if you can, or listen in, because we'll talk to you about it over the radio. All those little white stripes and blocks are the Twitter X comments about the car. People like you and I, the public, going, love it, build it, yes, bring it on. That's what the car's livery is. It is a marketing department's absolute dream for this car. Incredible like that. And it's got a strong driver lineup, and it will be quick.
Yeah, no, well, let's just go through the driver lineup. Jens Klingman and young Ugo de Vilde. And Jens is BMW. If you cut him in half, you'd have the BMW blue and white rondelle in the middle. But again, you're quite right, it's something different. But BMW have always been very, very clever with their marketing, going back generations. And they've, of course, had all the art cars and things in years gone by as well. But what a fantastic thing, because the fans they throng to every round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and today in the bright spring sunshine, it's chilly, you need your race jacket on for sure. It's the diversity, and that's what this field brings. Of course, you have the production class cars that look, tiny, skinny next to the bewinged and spoilered cars that you see at the front end of the field. But everyone, they might have one on the road. And that's why it's such a rich appeal, plus the very wonderful element of the circuit itself. And that is something that just never fades in time. It comes with the vagaries of the weather sometimes, and certainly we've had races in the past, including a couple of years ago, the Nürburgring 24, when fog is not anyone's friend and leads to abated racing. But right now, these are the conditions that are so fantastic. We've got 4 hours of racing lining up ahead of us, and that's what's special. The slight delay for the start, but again, it gives the drivers and the fans a little more time on the grid to look at matters.
I think that may be, there was an incident at Hegviksheim just at the end of qualifying, and I think, I may be wrong, but it may just be some barrier repairs there that's just causing that 20-minute delay. That's not entirely, it's not official from race director, but I think that may well be what it is.
Yeah, we did see in the highlights there was a Porsche that was slightly shorter at the front than it ought to be. It had clearly got it slightly wrong, and one would presume that would be not having enough heat in the tyres.
Well, they're doing the opposite of BMW. They've gone for a longer car, that one's gone for a shorter one. It's Porsche, they're thinking differently.
Yeah, all to be played for. But again, let's just appraise what's ahead of us. We have 130 plus cars out to play. We've got 23, did you say, in the top class? It was 25. But it's the array of manufacturers. But for a lot of people, you know, the championship runs across the course of the season from March through till October. We've got a double-header weekend in the middle of the year for this as well. But traditionally, the races happen on a Saturday, not a Sunday, Saturday, so you can enjoy your Sundays at home. But it's about, for a lot of the drivers, they want to play in something that's not part of this series, but this is the best preparation. It's the Nürburgring 24 Hours, a race that has grown and grown and grown. It's a race with huge amount of history, but it's riding as high as it ever has done with global manufacturer interest. So a lot of these works drivers are coming to get a feel of the circuit, but don't forget, this is cold, this is crisp, this is March, whereas the course of 24 Hours is a couple of months away in May, and you'd hope it'd be rather warmer by then. But I tell you what, in conditions like this, on a circuit as majestic as the Nürburgring Nordschleife, this is something special, and you can absolutely understand why drivers want to do it. Why Max Verstappen, who was down to do 24 Grand Prix in his Formula One, that's enough for most drivers in a season. Of course, we've had a couple of those curtailed this year, the ones on the Arabian Peninsula, losing the Bahrain and Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, but still, he doesn't have many weekends off, but he chooses to come and do this, and I have huge respect for him wanting to race on the great circuits and just get more experience. And so that will have added some thousands to the crowd here, I'm sure, but in its own right, the field is simply astonishing. I say this year on year, the level of preparation of the cars, and I'm not just talking about the pro cars at the front of the field, at the front of the grid. I'm talking about that trickles down through the categories. The cars in the Cup 3 class for Porsche Caymans, the Cup 2 class for 911 GT3 Porsches, they are almost at the same level. It's astonishing. And even the production class cars, the ones that look almost bog standard, they are something very, very much better in terms of presentation, of livery, of preparation than they were even a handful of years ago. So, you know, you play with the big guns. That's the way to improve. That's the way to go forward. It's tiny little bits of attention to detail. And we all know, Snowy, from your racing career, anybody's racing career, one bit of inattention to detail and the whole show sort of falls over or has the potential to really struggle, doesn't it?
Well, you mentioned that, and attention to detail is absolutely key for the number 16 car, I think it is, which has had potentially a penalty already, which is slightly disturbing because that's P2, that's on the front row of the grid. Might have a 30-second penalty already from things I'm seeing on race control. We will keep you informed on that, but it does look like there's going to be a 30-second penalty in the race for the front row sitting number 16 car, which is the Christopher Haase Sport Audi. So a little bit of drama before it starts. Good to see some names back here again in different cars. David Pittard, now also in a Mercedes. Of course, well known years ago for driving Vulcan horse BMWs when they were M6s. Even a few years ago, that just seems like almost an historic car now to mention an M6 BMW racing, doesn't it? No. He then went on to drive, obviously, for Ficcardelli and in the Ferrari, and won the 24-hour famously with broken rear dampers for most of the race, but they got it through and still won it. Doesn't matter, the win is what counts. And David then did quite a lot with Aston Martin and Nicky Team, and now in a Mercedes. What I'm highlighting there is it demonstrates the flexibility, what these drivers can do. Different types of cars, front engine, rear engine, 24-hour, not 4-hour, etc. through the ages, and here he is again. And he'll be right up at the front. In fact, he is on the third row, isn't he, on the outside, in number 47.
Yeah, and so KCMG, they like to run that number. And again, I think you're absolutely spot on there, because the very best GT3 drivers, they benefit from going from manufacturer to manufacturer in terms of just understanding the little differences, and particularly if they happen to be in a Pro-Am setting, so they can pass that extra knowledge down to the other drivers in the crew. But for a driver who has done, I really wonder how many laps David's done around the Nordschleife. This was the making of him. His racing career, he wasn't a driver blessed with money, but he came here and he's absolutely made it work. And for KCMG, team based in Hong Kong, but they have had an interest for a long time in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, in racing on the Nordschleife. And I think one has to just point out that the appeal of this circuit is huge in Europe, but it even seems to be greater if you're out in Asia. So he's sharing with Shosu Boy, Japanese driver, Nirei Fukuzumi, and Jesse Krohn, long-time BMW driver, so he's also moved manufacturer as well. But all smiles for David down on the grid. And Patrick Seaman just finishing an interview.
And one of those guys, David Pittard, who can be almost seamlessly aggressive, if that makes sense. He can make the car do things. He can go for gaps. So almost a bit like Kevin Estre. We talk about, we wax lyrical about Kevin Estre pass on the grass and things we do, and he's got almost like a deified status. I think Pittard does the same, but never takes risks, never takes anybody else, never unfair, clean racing, but can just do things where sometimes you just go, oh, well, hang on a minute, what's that? Oh, he's done it. And I like that in a driver. Somebody that can just do something, just work outside the envelope, do something a little bit different, and you just think, will it, won't it? Oh, yes, he's done it. Oh, okay. But then he does it so many times again, you just think, actually, that's a gift. They're all talented, but that is an absolute gift to take it to another level.
But what we've seen over the years, just finishing off with David, is the fact that his ability around the first sort of 6 corners before they get to the Nordschleife itself on cold tyres is, you know, he has totted up the risk, and he's prepared to go for it. But you know, so many people are good on the Nürburgring, but some people, their career is based on the Nürburgring, and you know, every extra lap you do here is a treat. But it's what you learn from doing it that really counts, and he certainly made that work. So the slight delay, we were expecting the start at 11 o'clock. We'll keep an eye on any information, but I think Mr. Snowden has got it correct. Barrier repairs. Don't forget they've got a lot of barriers because there's a lot of lap. It's 25 kilometres around the Nordschleife. No, I didn't make that up. It's that sort of distance. And anybody taking a look at the start grid, it gives no indication the track's going to go off into sheer madness once it gets to Hatzenbach. It's because the start-finish straight looks like a modern contemporary circuit as it is. But of course, when this has been used for the Grand Prix, when it was reinvented in the 80s, it was just the bit at the top of the hill, if you will. But of course, when you turn left at the suitably named Sabine Schmitz curve, it's been a handful of years now since we lost the star of the Nürburgring, the female racer who just made it her own. But anyhow, first 2 lefts, and then suddenly it's a different world. And you've raced here, Snowy, that moment when you, around the Grand Prix loop, you're doing your best, but then suddenly you just got to ratchet up your attention that much higher, haven't you? Your focus when you get onto the Nordschleife.
100%, and to use a football metaphor, which they say it's a game of 2 halves. It's a circuit of 2, not halves, but 2 styles, and other people may disagree. I'm sure Pittard will just go, no mate, just drive it flat out, because I'm sure that's what they do. But for me, when I drove it and did the 24-hour here, there was very much the Grand Prix circuit you described, which it's very distinctive because it is a Formula 1 standard and licensed circuit with huge runoff areas. This is my point. And I've said this so many times, you finish the Grand Prix circuit, go through that beautifully named Sabine Schmitz curve, which is a hairpin back on yourself, and the marker is there. The marker is the barrier, quite simply because the runoff areas have suddenly been deleted. There is a white line, on the other side of the white line is a barrier, and it is the most focal funnel you need to reset your mind to say, here we go, we're now on the Nordschleife. It's like, we're here. If you don't get it right, you click the barrier and we've got you. And we've seen that happen though. We've seen cars even actually be a little bit careful, get on the power too soon and rotate round on a rear wheel drive car and face the opposite way, and then it is chaos. So you have that marker of that barrier, and it's not metaphorical, it's metal. It's there, and then it's Hatzenbach. Well, if that doesn't wake you up, the rest of it will.
Yeah, 100%. And but it is just. Then when you go onto the Nordschleife itself, you go to the really twisty opening part, but on a good lap, with knowledge, confidence in the car, heat in the tyres, to find the flow. There can be few circuits that can give you the reward of just knowing I'm on it today and it's going very nicely, thank you.
One of my favourite pieces of VT from here, from just even a couple of years ago, I think it was a 24-hour, 2, possibly 3 years ago now, because we clicked into 2026, is that run up through Klostotol up to the carousel. It is super, super fast in anything, never mind a front-running GT3 car. There is no room for error, and there's a fantastic footage, I think it's from Matteo Drudi's Audi at the time, with the Mercedes in front, GT3 Mercedes, comment which one it's the Ravenel blue and yellow one, and as they're going through one, the left-handers up Klostotol, where it's about 170 miles an hour, he just runs slightly wide, the Mercedes, and it just starts to step sideways, the back steps out. What I love is that Drudy doesn't hesitate one bit. He sees an opportunity and immediately hits the flashing lights button to try and distract him even more. I forget who's driving the Mercedes. I think it might have been Andlauer in the Mercedes. What he does is
Porsche.
Well, no, not the case. Not the case. The brake lights flicker, which tells me he's just left foot braked, tapped it on to get it square again. And the Audi has a little look down the inside, can't quite do it, no place loss. What a moment, what utter demonstration of skill. Absolutely incredible. At that pace, that thinking, that's what these guys do, lap after lap after lap. As you said, 25 kilometres, and then, not 20 cars, not 30 cars, not 40, 136 cars on this, of 3 different start groups, of how many classes and layers and speed differentials, and you've got all that to encounter. So they get 1 lap free at the beginning, then they're in all the traffic, and you've got to do all that on that circuit with no runoff area. You need your wits about you.
You absolutely do. I mean, at the Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, you've got the multi-class, but now it's only 2-class. But the difference between a GT3 car and a hypercar is one thing, but the difference between an SP9, that's a GT3 category car here, and the slowest of the production cars, and that is why drivers need to allow to drive the top cars. They have to get their ring permit, and for Verstappen, for example, he had to come and do a race in a lower class car to show he can behave with the speed differential. But certainly if you're the driver and it's your first race here in a car at the tail of the field, and we talked about 20 plus cars in the top class, when the first one comes past, you can expect the next 20 to be hard on its tail, and that'll be, and as you say, the grid gets released in 3 different categories. So you've got all those different battles, and in each of those categories, with the timing gap between them, there are multiple classes. So again, performance differential is extraordinary. Cameras facing one car in particular, that wonderful BMW M3 Touring, BMW M Motorsport, pushing it onto the grid, drawn a lot of attention this weekend, and again, I think it's great. So variety, we love variety in motor racing, but also a marketing dream like that, and certainly you can imagine a lot of people going, when I'm ticking the option box, might just go for the touring model.
I'd love down the centre of the roof, and rather than a stripe, it's got massive letters so it can be seen from any view, any grandstand, any helicam shot, whatever, hashtag we built it. Brilliant. I'd like to draw your attention to something you've just said a minute ago there about people learning the circuit. Car 112, which is in the BMW 325i. Drivers in that car, Sam Holman, Happy Nessa, which I know you're all about, and Stuart McLaren, who is an instructor at Goodwood back in the UK, hasn't raced for 2 or 3 years, and decided to come back to racing, and decided he's missed out for 5 years, so he wants to kind of catch up. So he's done exactly what you've just suggested, Bruce. He's gone to the Nürburgring. He didn't decide to do Mallory Park or Brands Hatch or somewhere easy. He decided to do the Nürburgring and got his permit yesterday. I mean, round of applause just for the sheer guts of it.
One of the things you could do to get the entry list, I just noticed of the 136 cars on the entry list, 132 got through qualifying, and that might also include the one that's a little bit shorter, the Porsche Cayman, and will not be starting. But when the Wednesday before each Saturday race, the entry list gets put out, and you do have to read from front to back, because there are always names you didn't expect to see. It's very easy to look at the cars in the top class in SP9, but sort of when you go back down the order, a lot of other people are getting those ring permits. Names to look for: 2 drivers that always race in GT4, That's Luc Ibanez and Neil Montserrat. That's NM Racing Team Mercedes racers. But alongside young Portuguese racer Guilherme Oliveira, who a couple of years ago was in the World Endurance Championship. He's young, he's keen, and he has clearly got his eye on greater things. So they'll be having their own battle in their class, driving a BMW F30 type of car. That's car number 510, if you must know. And again, if you do go to vln.de, you can find the entry list on that. You can have the live timing, and it's always good to get the entry list because, quite simply, you're not going to have a quick scan of something on a screen and learn the details of, well, let's see, 130 cars, between 3 and 4 drivers per car. It's a lot of names, put it that way. But look up and down. But Guilherme Oliveira, and he was second in the European Le Mans Series in P3 class in 2022. So young, keen. But again, anytime a camera settles on a group of cars on the grid, you go, well, they're not at the front of the field. You go, yeah, look, they haven't got great big wings on them. They're fairly standard. That's Group 3. And there's that timing gap between the first group setting off. And they've normally just about got to Sabine Schmidt's curve when the second start happens, and the director will give us that gaggle of cars. They'll got clear onto the Nordschleife itself, and then the third group, the slowest group of cars, will get their start. But it's also good because it means that 3 sets of drivers think they might be first in their group down to the opening corner. So you've got 3. And time and again, we've said, don't forget, guys, it's a 4-hour, guys and girls, it's a 4-hour race, not a 1-lap sprint, but particularly at the start of the season, isn't it, when people go, I can do this, I can do this. Oh, not much grip on these cold tyres. But then, of course,
kind of dusting off the cobwebs as well, isn't it? Because you build up to it, you talk about it, you have months and months and months of talking about it, preparation and all sorts of levels with your team, your crew, what tyres you're going to use, etc., etc. Your car, if you've upgraded it or rebuilt it, whatever. There's so many levels in that, and then it finally comes to it, and drivers are quite notorious for letting all that just go out of the window once they press the right foot all the way to the floor, and something seems to happen, and it's not always good.
Yes.
Oh, that was a gap. Well, it wasn't a gap, and it's a gap of diminishing returns that isn't going to work. And 3 never goes into 2 easily.
No, I mean, one of the good
it does,
things,
but quite expensively.
Yeah, but one of the good things about the first corner at the Nürburgring is it's very wide. That's on the way in. Then it narrows and narrows. Then there's quite a lot of runoff on the exit once you've turned to the right through the twisty part of the first part of the circuit. But then as cars come back onto the track between the first and second corners, that's when things get a little bit difficult. But good news is the slightly delayed start, but the cars are rolling away from the front of the grid, and they look truly astonishing. And for the organisers, the many organising clubs that are involved in running rounds of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, it's very, very special to see how it continues to grow. The cars looking more and more glorious as they come around, and this spring sunshine, loads of people in the grandstands. But don't forget, on the Nordschleife, a lot of people have their favourite corners. They're out in the forest somewhere watching these cars, because it's such a spectacular circuit. It rises, it falls, it twists, it turns. But it's only when you go out around the circuit you realise how much vertical gain and fall there is around the track. The first part of the circuit, the Grand Prix loop, is smooth and wide. Width is a luxury that is removed once they get onto the Nordschleife. There is grass on either side of the circuit, sometimes almost as wide as a car, but then there are barriers.
And I just love watching these cars going around behind the pace car. It's the longest lap in the world, full stop. And yet, still, the drivers have moved away, and whoever's in the number 3 pole-sitting car,
Danny Jonker-Daer, I guess.
Danny Jonker-Daer started. Okay, even he has moved away. As the cars moved away, he's immediately jinking left and right to get heat into the tyres. He's got 25 kilometres. They're going to take him 15 minutes. The lap is so long to get back here. You think he could just drive away, but no. Such is the level of concentration, desire, and competition. Straight away into the mode, moved away. But
even if it's necessary or not, I think is that element one has to sort of twist in. But what I love is just the array of cars we see, the array of manufacturers are here to play. A lot of them have bases just across the road, this industrial area that was once fields just at Moispath, across basically alongside the long run, the Dottinger Höhe run down to Tiergarten at the end of the lap. And it's tyre companies, engineering companies, race preparation companies, manufacturers making their base here. And over a century after this circuit was built to create employment opportunities in a very poor rural part of the country, those employment possibilities have grown and grown. But it is a truly amazing championship, frustrating just 7 days ago when snow overnight meant we didn't get the opening round. They tried, they left the decision as late as they possibly could, but eventually had to go. It's not getting any warmer. We cannot go racing, and the little snow flurries around the back were not clearing either.
Well, an update from race control. We are going to go racing on time, which would equate to why these cars are going out now, because it wouldn't take another 40 minutes to get round to an 11:20. So we are back on schedule. It is going to be an 11 o'clock start in 15 minutes time.
Well, that's good, and let's focus on what lies ahead. 4 hours of racing around a circuit that's 25 kilometres and about 172 turns. Some cars have 2 drivers, some have 3, some have 4. And traditionally, let's just talk about the top-class SP9 for a moment. The ideal time for them to pit would be at exactly 1 hour, 2 hours and 3 hours. However, there is a little sliding scale. It's very early in the pace lap for me to mention this.
It's very early in the season for you to mention
well,
this.
It is. I plucked this ancient piece of paper out. However, you see...
Parchment.
It is. Vellum. The later you serve your first pit stop, the longer it has to be. Bear with me. Does that seem fair? Yes. Well, I tell you what. If you pit late for your first pit stop, your second and third, and hopefully final pit stop, will be later in the race. The counterbalance is the later in the race you make your final pit stop, the shorter it could be, so it should balance out, but the teams have to make a decision. Do they want to try and, if they've got traffic ahead of them, they want to get around? And often, particularly if the teams take split strategies, the race isn't clear until after the final round of pit stops. That's not a caveat thrown in by commentators who are just not understanding what they're seeing. It's the way the teams can make this work. And sometimes they have to come in because imagine if you pick up a puncture, slow puncture perhaps, on lap 6. You weren't planning to come in until lap 7, but you go, well, I've got to come in now, and that might throw their pre-race ambitions and strategy out of the window. But it's an element to be considered. It's a way that the teams can maybe turn a race to their favour. And sometimes we look at this snowy over the years and go, why have they made that really early first pit stop? That means their final pit stop is going to be longer, the first one's going to be shorter. What are they trying to gain? But quite often it's down to maybe a slight mechanical malady or simply a tyre that's going down. But some teams, particularly actually, I've found when conditions are cold, try to do things a little bit differently. And it's certainly not warm. Bright sunshine, but not warm. Well,
that was the issue last week, wasn't it? It wasn't the snow, as you said. It was the freezing conditions, and it was a tyre issue, whether the tyres could actually get the temperature to be safe to run and fit for purpose. And one of the teams that, before the announcement was made by the race director, I think it was a couple of days before even, that Verstappen Racing, although Max wasn't involved in that one, but the team had already said they weren't doing it. I think a couple other teams as well had last week. Simply it was just too cold. I've just seen from race control an updated penalty list, and I had mentioned that the number 16 Haas car was receiving a penalty. That's the Shearer Sport Audi R8. That has now been removed from the penalty list, as it's not there, so it looks like it hasn't got a 30-second penalty. So we'll take away that jeopardy. We'll try and keep you updated as much as possible, but it was there and now it has gone. I'm not making it up. It was there. It's not an April's Fool. It's not going to reappear later in the season as a touring. Don't worry, an R8 touring.
Yeah, that might be a little bit more of an engineering challenge. But what you tend to get, some of the penalties, just a quick capping of the story, is the fact some of them are for sound, too much noise in the car. That shows it's the opening round of a championship where things are being considered. But don't forget, well, a lot of the top teams will be run by professional outfits. Some at the back, it's sort of dad and lad racing to an extent in the best way possible. And you know, these things, you could be out. You're so busy setting the car up for the season, you may just not have noticed your decibel level. But anyhow, the penalties are clear, beautifully relayed to the crews from race control. But for race control, of course, their focus is now swinging on to what the cars are finding out around the lap. And it's not full sunshine the whole way around the lap, but this is something that is very special. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is a track
der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Legenden der Nürburgring-Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
follow us
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
willkommen bei der NLS.
actually, I mentioned earlier, Stuart McLaren. Not sure if Stuart's in that car at all. Happy Nessa and Sam Holman. That car hasn't made it onto the Nordschleife. It appears to have come off. You can go back around the GP circuit and back into the back of the paddock, so that looks like it may be starting from the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and
I think Verstappen's at the wheel.
Yeah,
not
absolutely. So yeah,
I thought
had some gen. We just had the correction. Having just seen the shot, you don't mistake those eyes peering through. Right, the sister car, number 80. We do have a driver being put on board, and it will be ready to start. As I say, when the first group goes through, the second of the Winward Racing Mercedes, and it looks like, I think that was Fabian Schiller climbing on board. He's sharing with Maxime Martin.
I'll tell you what made me think it might be Verstappen, and it wasn't the eyes, which you've just seen, have seen in on-board shots, so we can relay that to you. But when I was watching the in-car that's looking down the bonnet of the car, I was slightly surprised at the Mercedes, how close it was on the formation lap to the safety car in front, as in just that extra bit of competitor, extra edge. I thought, that's not like Danny Juncadella. Just slightly surprised with that. Guess why? It's not. It's Max Verstappen, who's harassing the safety car on the warm-up lap, as it will, formation lap.
It's called competitive instinct.
Indeed it is. Mini carousel there at now, so they're nearly with us.
Oh, the conditions just look fantastic. And one of the problems with the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you can't have a camera on every corner. However, the flip of that, if you put a camera on board, it's super, super exciting to watch. We know for sure there's one on the number 3 Winward Racing Verstappen.com car. The number 17 Dunlop Motorsport liveried Schnabel Engineering entered Porsche 911. That's Dorian Boccalacci and Nico Menzel. That's starting down in about 24th position, which is out of where it ought to be. But look for that coming forward. That's also carrying a camera. And there'll be plenty more in the race as well. And they really are fabulous. I sometimes find myself just happy to sit and watch. And I have to remember, as I'm looking at onboard footage, I'm supposed to commentate as well, because the circuit, the scenery in front of you just keeps changing and changing and rising and falling. And it looks sensational today. The weather is absolutely what the doctor ordered. And the cars are out of the, well, what you call the Galgenkopf, which is the corner that takes the cars onto the longest straight of the circuit, known as you go past the Dottingerhöhe. It's straight. Eventually it starts to kink slightly to the left, and that's when the bold drivers go to the right and see if they can hang it out over the grass, naming no names, Kevin Estra. And then they rise up to Hohenrhein and then through the final sweep of corners. And it's very tight. And just remember, traditionally, 4-hour races, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, we've had several of them sorted out by drivers going into the final corner at the end of the 4th hour. And the real aim is to stay with the car in front and see what happens. And there may be safety car periods where that bunches the field up, but you can't rely on that. And the level of competition is so high now. Looking at the long shot, cars snaking as they, from side to side, right across the width of the track along the Dottingerhöhe, and the standard of cars in the field. I go on about it, but there's every reason to do so, because it gets better and better. Right, Mercedes on pole, Verstappen.com with Winward Racing. Christopher Haase, second place. Audi tucked in behind, that's several shades of blue, Shearer Sport PHX racing car. Then Raffaele Marciello, the Rover Racing BMW. Yeah, it looks different this year. It's white, it's red, and it's black, no longer the yellow of Rover. And then a remarkably plain-looking Walkenhorst Motorsport, Aston Martin in 4th place. Matteo Drudi, again, a driver who absolutely adores this circuit, tucked in behind him. Next of... and then further back, KCMG, David Pittard, qualified 6th, but he's going to be starting 5th, because the car that qualified 5th, we've just been mentioning it, the number 80 Winward car, is starting from the pit lane. So the rise at the very end of the lap, you've had the pretty much standard, flat, level long straight, the Dottingerhöhe, and they go up to Hohenrhein, it suddenly kicks up in front of you. Gone through the left kink, you've got another kink coming up, but it's going into a right-left snaking but tight sequence of corners right at the end of the lap, and the field now going to 2x2 formation as per instructions. And we are going to see Dan Harper, give him a mention beforehand, the Ulsterman. He is in the second of the Rover Racing BMWs, and he's a driver who might fancy his chances as they snake the way down. So, brilliant aerial shot, beautiful, crisp spring, sunny day here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We tried last weekend, the snow thwarted us. This time, We have no snow, well not yet anyhow. The car's onto the start-finish straight, the safety car, the pace car has peeled into the pits, waiting to look at the lights on the gantry. Verstappen on the inside of the front row, that's the pit wall side. He's in his Mercedes alongside an Audi Shearer Sport PHX. They had the shadow of a penalty over them, that's been taken away. The lights, it's a long hold, still on red, everybody bunching up almost nose to tail, almost touching each other. I've never seen the lights held for so long. It's such a big first group coming through. And we're off. Suddenly they go not from red to green, they effectively go red to out, and a good start from Verstappen. He's made that pole position work down into the first corner. Looks as though the battle for fourth place is tight. The Aston Martin of Drudy being shoved aside by Raffaele Marciello. Neat and tidy aerial shots, so 3x3 and 4x4 even further down in the grouping. And don't forget the number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes will be coming out of the pits to the back of that pack. But neat and tidy there, Snow. How did you assess the start? Certainly Verstappen got it right from pole position.
Well, he did.
Sorry, don't want to interrupt. Up to third place, as he does.
I was going to say, he was the one that read the lights the best, actually, and I think it got to a point where I've never seen a delay like that on the lights for so long. I think Pittard just went, I'm going to go anyway, and fortuitously the lights went out at exactly the same time, so hopefully he was the gain from that. He's now just lost a place. The Valkenhorst Aston is now up with Pittard's Mercedes and trying to re-challenge with that. That had a good start as well, but it is Verstappen that pulled away. Haase did try and go around the outside but couldn't quite make it. As you said, it goes from being really wide to really narrow to tight, and this is where you've got to have your wits about you, and it's the first, not the lap, it's the first corner.
Oh, slight winch from me there. Dan Harper nearly got taken off the track. Someone diving up the inside. The person who lost out at the start, but he's gaining positions back a little bit, was Raffaele Marciello, third on the grid. He went down to about fifth. Black and green Porsche all over the tail of Dan Harper, but that was very, very tight indeed for Harper. And the BMW M3 Touring already making up ground. Yes, the touring model, the estate model.
There's ninth. De Wilde at the wheel.
Well, he's a great little driver, De Wilde. And again,
in a great big car.
Yes, only little fella. Second group of car just getting to the snaking final sequence of corners, coming onto the start finish straight. They'll get their start, but already the lead grouping through onto the Nordschleife, through the two left-handers, the tight lefts, the Sabine Schmitz curves, and the second group now, are they playing with us? They had no idea. The first group had that really long hold on the lights, and the starter, well, he's going to get as many cars through that twisting final corner to give them an equal chance before he flicks it from red to green. Unlike the SB9 cars, they're not quite as close to each other, but that's the difference between pro drivers at the front of the field and the more AM drivers further back. But with Porsche Caymans leading this group, it's looking busy. This will be the Cup 2, Cup 3 class cars, and a quick flick there, but it does look as though grid order will be maintained on the charge down to the opening corner. And so they do. Yeah, the pole starter in that group got through neatly, and in behind everyone else is behaving. Start of the season, yeah, they get the tick in the box for getting through that first corner sequence without frustrating incidents between them. That's good.
I was just watching the lights closely on that one. I think what they're doing on this race, which I've never seen before, I might be wrong, but they're using the Grand Prix start-finish line, not the pit finish line, which is further back, which is why that explains the delay further down.
Yeah, that's true, and it gives more of the drivers a chance. They get clear line of sight to the lights rather than they're still going left and right through the...
And to get them all bunched up as a batch properly, yeah.
Well, actually, don't go left and right through the final corners, go right and left, I'd say.
This is why you're a commentator, not a driver.
My repair bills are enormous. So good to see, and it's also just so good to see these cars as they go. This is the second group of cars. They're diving into the dip and the rise up to the chicane, and the first two Caymans, both yellow and black, pulling very nicely indeed. It's about a 10-car length lead for our race leader, so he's not got to worry about anybody as he turns into Sabine Schmitz curves for the first time. And the third group of cars, as you get from the SB9 class at the front of the field down to the cars in the third group, a lot of these look as though they've just been painted and taken from the car park. Fear not, they're far more prepared than that, but they are the production class cars. They do what they say on the tin. It's always been very much the backbone of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, or the VLN as it was called a handful of years ago, and the engine note could not be more different either, but the engine note rising as they go with Toyota Supra in the mix, but so many BMWs, always been something of a feature here, mixed in with the Porsche Caymans down the order, waiting for their start of the 2026 Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. And well, I must say, so far, people have really been taking the sensible pills to suppress the enthusiasm of starting their season with a bang and try and start it with a race finish and as good a result as they can possibly get. But, well done to all of them. So the three groups seem to have all got through the first corner without any trading of paint and bending of metal. But, of course, while these cars are just getting the feel of their tyres now, did we get enough heat into them on the formation lap? Well, let's hope so. But while they're doing that, of course, plenty of heat in the tyres now in the SB9 class at the front of the field. Verstappen is still leading around the lap, but it's almost on another planet as the last group of cars, the third group of cars, is halfway around the Grand Prix loop, long before they even get to the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series itself. We have Max Verstappen leading the race from Christopher Haase.
I mean, they're out of the carousel already, the leading group.
I was looking for their placement. There we are. Yeah. So in no time at all, we'll get them onto the tail of the field. And again, there's one point, if you catch the tail enders when you're on the Grand Prix loop, there's space to pass them. You can be frustrated at several points around, well, more than several points, many points around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, if you catch them there. And many a race you've had, and the onus is on the driver of the faster car to make a clean overtaking manoeuvre rather than the driver in front to pull out of the way. And that's where you need experience at both ends of the field. Because certainly it takes two to tango, but it takes one rash, impatient move to cause a lot of problems. Because don't forget, I mentioned before that the barriers are very close to the side of the track, and if you do have an unnecessary bit of contact and the car goes pinging off, you know, through the laws of physics and the force of gravity into the barriers, barrier damage can be done. The crews are incredibly professional about clearing them up. But if this is the first time you're watching an LLS race or listening to one, there will be moments in which we have course vehicles with sections of barriers on trailers behind them, and the marshals have to work super hard to indicate a slower vehicle is up ahead. They'll be waving a white flag to indicate attention, but then for the drivers at the front, how much attention, how much they come off, how close are they to that instant? So again, they suddenly have to just ramp up their attention to, you know, fully on factor 10.
Just I had a confirmation that there is a new procedure for the start lights. It is further down by the GP circuit line. That doesn't mean to say that's the same finish line there. You can have a different start and finish line to a race. So our traditional calling it as it comes across the line is almost just past the pit entrance. That may well still be the finish. We need to make sure all drivers are clear about that, because you don't want to be lifting off that invisible line further down there. Now, Max Verstappen under pressure, not just under pressure, he's actually lost the lead of the race. I did say, as you were talking about the dotting a her and describing it so beautifully, the longest part of the circuit, and I said later in the race we want to talk about side drafting. That's what Christopher Haase has just done. He's just sat behind Max Verstappen and stolen all his aero, much like the new regulations, and pulled it onto his car and down the side, and there it is. And we now have the Audi leading Max Verstappen, so it's a swap in manufacturer order at the front. That must be quite an achievement on his CV, isn't it? He just overtaken Max Verstappen.
Yeah, but you know, that was also the very nature of this circuit. He made a slightly better exit out of Galgenkopf onto the straight, but the straight was so long, he was close enough to just get into that toe. It was incremental, his gain, but he knew he had enough. But Verstappen had to accept it as well, because the last thing you want to do is tow someone else along. When you look at the height of the Audi R8 LMS, car number 16 leading the race, it looks tiny in comparison to the much bigger, more bluff Mercedes AMG. But that was experience, and that was just working the toe. And Christopher Haase, well, I mean, gosh, he's been racing not just Audis for generations, so he has the feel for it, but he's raced this circuit for so long, and that just also, that's experience. It's talent, it's experience. And Christopher Haase, I mean, I look at his career record, and it takes quite a lot of space on my laptop, actually. I'll have to move it around. But I mean, he's been racing GT class cars since 2009. He was the GT3 European Series champion for Phoenix. Hold on, who's he racing for now? That's brand loyalty, that's team loyalty. You do well for me, I'll do well for you. And, I appreciate, I really respect that. And I tell you, German teams are always very, very strong on loyalty with drivers, or certainly maybe they make it clear what they want from their drivers. But if you match up to that, great.
But that's a product of the team, quite literally. They've developed that driver into what they want in their team. The loyalty works both ways. but they're giving him the tools underneath him to be able to do that kind of stuff, but he's delivering to the team what they need. And this is one of the things I love about endurance racing. It is so much of a team sport. You have to all work together.
Yeah, there are many, many moving parts, not just on the car, but certainly the team is, you know, something one looks to. If you're looking at the entry list, it does say, on timing screens it says Falco Motorsport, and others it would say things like Dunlop Motorsport, but the traditional aquamarine and mid-blue Porsches that have been run by Falco Motorsport were actually Schnabel Engineering for years. They've changed this time because one is running in Dunlop Motorsport livery, that's Nico Menzel, starting car number 17, and the sister car, number 44, long-term number, is in the Falcon colours. So that's Tim Heinemann and Sven Muller. I just can't get over how stunning the circuit looks today. The leaves are just starting to bud, but not leaf yet. Obviously, the conifers are still in full bloom, but the colours change all the time. And equally, you know, I do bang on about it when we get to autumn, and I mean the trees around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, I mean it's stunning because of course they don't all change their colour in the same order, in the same sequence, at the same time, and so it's a really rich backdrop. Frankly, if you had the circuit even without a backdrop, it would be super stunning, but it really is a beautiful, beautiful place. Right, lead of the race, it was Max Verstappen in his Mercedes. It isn't now, and Christopher Haase, I would suggest, just about edging clear in the Audi. Made that brilliant move down the long Dottinghoe, the run back towards the end of the lap, the longest straight by a very, very long way. And one of the weird things is when you're here, and running parallel with that long straight is the road, just the other side of the hedge and the barrier. And safe to say the speed's a little bit faster on the circuit itself. But yeah, it's the juxtaposition. It's sort of the real world, that's on the outside, and the Tsar world, which is on the inside, the racing world. And we know which side of the fence we want to be on.
100%.
So at the end of the opening lap, first two cars covered by a third of a second. That was Haase in his Audi just going past Max Verstappen. Then there was a gap of just about 3 seconds back to David Pittard in third place in the second of the Mercedes. That's the one entered by KCMG. And Augusto Farfus was the driver who started, not Raffaele Marciello. I beg your pardon, we often don't get the starting drivers till little point in around when they get to the first race timing sector. So just to reiterate, Christopher Haase in car number 16, the Audi from Scherer Sport PXX, leading the race. Second place, car number 3, that's Max Verstappen in his Mercedes. David Pittard, the second of the Mercedes, that's car number 47, that's KCMG. Fourth place is Augusto Farfus, number 98, which is Rover Racing BMW, which he's sharing with Raffaele Marciello and Kelvin van der Linde. Fifth place is car number 45, which is the Ferrari. Not so many Ferraris in the series this year, but David Perel sharing with Thierry Vermeulen and Thomas Neubauer, and I think it's Vermeulen at the wheel of that, but can't be entirely sure as yet. So again, great mix of manufacturers. Matteo Drudi, who started so strongly, is down in 6th place in his Aston Martin for Walkenhorst Motorsport.
Well, I'm just hearing reports of something going on at the carousel, potentially a code 60, but it's not coming up on my GPS tracker, which it normally does. Our leaders have literally just gone through that bit, and I've got an updated report saying track is now clear. So yeah, I don't think that was a code 60, so we've not had one of those yet at all. The leaders are through and gone. It's still Christopher Haase in the Audi leading number 16, Scherer Sport car leading Max Verstappen's Winward Racing Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, again, that just sort of makes you focus on how to run a race meeting around here. It's incredibly complicated. Let's just go through those figures again. 25 kilometres and a little bit of small change as well. 172 turns. Imagine in race control, you've got your marshals at so many points around the circuit. They're all wanting to, you know, radio in with an issue or text in with an issue, or however they manage it here. But then you've got to get the message. How long is it going to take to clear? Has the car spun? Has it hit the barrier? No, it's back on the circuit. It's good. It is all clear. So many messages coming in, and there are ways you can actually scroll in and out. What's the website if people are at home and they want to be able to have a little circuit map with the moving elements? Where do they go? What app do they need to put it down onto an iPad or a laptop.
It's powered by GPS, G-P-S-A-U-G-E, GPS being in capitals, and it's on going to the App Store, whether you're Android or Apple, and it's called Racing Track, I think it's called. I will just confirm that. Bear with me. Caught me out there. Racing App, A-P-P.
Yeah, it's
you'll see it comes up with a big logo of the Nürburgring, unsurprisingly. And then you can just log in and you go into spectator view, and it'll tell you that it's live, and it's basically NLS comes up, and there you are. And it's got so we have got a code 60 now, which is at Flansgarden, actually starting at Brunchen, going down into there, and that is I'm trying to see for which car, which is just taking me out of it. Here we go. Demonstrating this does work perfectly. And I can't find a car off there at the moment. It clears by 177, so Schwalbenschwanz, which is the Swan's Neck before we come onto the Dottinger Höhe in Galgenkopf, so it clears by that, so a little bit of a code 60 there, but I'm just trying to trace which car it is. Oh, I've got it now. It is 919, which is obviously right at the back of my entry list.
So it's a Cup 3, it's Porsche Cayman.
Exactly.
That class is entirely for Porsche Caymans. Right, as you just squiggle through to work it out, end of the second lap, boy, they're going by in a flash, and it's still Christopher Haas. Just a lap ago, he'd only just moved into the lead, but this time around, he's led the entire lap from Max Verstappen. The gap between them is 0.3 of a second. The last time around, just waiting for the interval to come up, but it's not going to be a great deal more than that. It's about a second, I'd suggest, as they go through. So it's Audi from Mercedes, then the gap back to third place. It was David Pittard at the end of the previous lap in third, still is. Battle for fourth, though, is changing. It's still Augusto Farfus, but only in his BMW, but only just ahead of the Kondo Racing blue and white liveried Ferrari. It's looking very busy indeed around the infield. Between turn 2 and turn 3, the Ferrari goes in front. So that wasn't a move that involved a slipstream. That was car handling very nicely, but in behind. They're fighting over 4th and 5th, but 6th and 7th, nose to tail on the exit of turn 3, out over the curbing. A couple of other challengers, and that should be Matthias Drudy and probably Tobias Muller. Not Tobias. Tobias is one who just had a problem with Sven Muller, I beg your pardon. When I say that, that's talking about car number 48. That's Muller, and that's the Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon Porsche. Oh, it is Tobias Muller, I beg your pardon. I'm having too many things. He's showing about Dylan Pereira and Patrick Assenheimer.
And we've also just lost one of our first SP9 car, which is a number 30 Hankook competition, not Porsche GT3 03030. Not sure who was at the wheel of that, but it had Marco Siefried, Stephen Hurtado. One of them, I couldn't find it on the list at the moment, but that has stopped also at Schwalbenschwanz, so I'm hoping that and 919 haven't got together. But it is stationary there, which is why we have the code 60, although immediately after it clears, so it can't be too, almost sounds like it's pulled over to the side of the track.
Yeah, listed as stationary with Beloff. Yeah, but yeah, that's the, well, Hankook are a Korean company, and Jong-Young Kim and Ricardo Bruins and Stephen, they're all Korean racers, but Marco Siefried, local driver, brought in for his knowledge of this circuit, and it really, really does count. We've been talking about SP9 class cars. Let's just throw in, started 14th, remains in 14th. That BMW M3 Touring that's drawn so much attention, the estate car version, Jens Klingmann, he's in SPX. Just want to go down to see who's leading the way in Cup 2. And it's Tim Scheerbart down in 23rd position overall. This is the class for cars that are running their 911 GT3 Cup cars. They've got their own class here, and the racing is always absolutely fantastic in this class. But at the moment, Tim Scheerbart at the front of that group. But these cars occasionally get to lead the race. An outright performance, they shouldn't be able to do that, but they always have this ability to run a longer opening stint, well, any stint, than the cars in SP9 that guzzle a little bit more fuel as they go around. And again, you sometimes think the lap time, they'll not be as quick around the lap, but in a straight line, the Cup, could you explain why that is, Snow?
They've got less aero, so they've got less drag. It's very, very simple. And you say that the GT3 cars, SP9s as we call them over here in this series, they have the grunt and they're quicker over the lap. But you say, but it's more of a seesaw, more of a graph. So that the Cup 2 cars are just missile quick in a straight line, and actually a well-prepared, well-driven one can give an SP9 car a very hard time. And we've even seen cases of they've had a side draft and a tow and got past them. And it must be so frustrating as a driver of a GT3 car, because you think you're in the top class, and you get this car from another class going past you, and that's great. But you have to then keep your powder dry and go, let it through on the straight, because we know on the rest of it, you'll have the aero and it'll all work for you again. And that's where, as you say so many times, Bruce, experience comes into play.
It is. Don't lose your cool. Just ride them in.
Yeah, because drivers are known for that, yeah.
Yeah, they're always cool, calm, collected.
Yeah.
And, hold on.
Wallflowers, all of them, wallflowers.
What's on fire in the car? The driver. Right, now, our front runners much, much closer again because coming up on traffic, and maybe Verstappen's just finding his form, but he's now half a car length down off the tail of the Audi. They're going past the production class cars, and again, this is the narrow part. It's the Nordschleife, all rumbling over the curbs on the left of the circuit there. That was our race leader, Christopher Haase, who knows this circuit, but he got a little bit maybe discombobulated as they went past one of the production class cars. And again, I'm not complaining, it's bright and it's shadow as well. We've got a proper sunny spring day here, but just as they went into darkness, maybe a slight adjustment, rattled on the curbs. Now Verstappen is, an eighth of a car length behind, almost taking the rear wing off the Audi in front of him. And they have to haul it up because not one, but two slower cars out on the sixth. Was that a course vehicle? Code 60. And suddenly they had to back it off very quickly indeed, and sometimes you're just about car stuck at the side, half off the circuit, but half on the circuit, more to the point. So that's why they've been told, and the speed limit drops away from them. And there was a very quick flick back to full speed racing, and Christopher Haase just hammered past two other cars, and having been a quarter of a car length ahead of Max Verstappen's Mercedes, he got himself about 5 car lengths clear, and Verstappen will be offering oaths under his helmet there, because again, this is the sort of thing that you find in LLS races. It's reacting not just to slowing down in time, but it's also getting on the hammer as soon as you're free or entitled to go at full speed again. And just as they get going, a gaggle of cars from the third group of cars, they have to pass those. They do pass those. You win and you lose a little bit.
If we believe half of that which we read about the current, not the current world champion, but somebody else, isn't it? The 4-time world champion. He will be loving this because it's something different. He's a racer through and through. This is what he'll be loving, something totally different. These sorts of opportunities coming up. Doesn't get that in single make racing, which is Formula One. It's so much more exciting. And don't forget, he does an awful lot of sim racing. So
entirely.
He'll have practiced this through and through all these different situations, and that's what he'll have used the sim for, as will other drivers, to literally, the word includes in the name, simulate situations and get experiences. You can metaphorically press reset on a simulator when it goes wrong. Here you can't, but you're a bit more prepared.
Yeah, again, as soon as you get an instant, you have to look down your entry list of 136 cars. 491 is the car at the side of the circuit. It's a Hyundai i30N. So, unfortunately for its two drivers, Ralf Wiesner and Richard Schaefer, one got to start the race, one probably won't have a race at all, but hopefully that car can be moved to a place of safety. And again, I extol their merits every single time I look at a Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series race, but the marshalling, they have to be astonishing here. Because bear in mind, at the start of the race, they're standing there for a very long time before anything comes past. Then eventually they get this rolling, rumble of thunder, and through come 1, 2, 3, 4, 25 or so cars from the top class, nose to tail. Then they get a slight gap, then the others. And then once the race is in its form, in its shape, you have the grouping of cars, the slower cars coming through, minding their own business, having their own battles, and then come the SP9 class cars that lead the field. It's a different game, but when an incident happens, it's how everything, all the communication is made. Verstappen just having to back off a little bit, a production class BMW moving slowly. We've also got a Porsche
there's a yellow flag
given a tow.
Right
again, it's enough when you're trying to see where the circuit goes here, because it's twisting and turning and rising and falling the whole time. But you've also got to be very alert to all the marshals and what colour flags they might be waving. So Verstappen had to back it off. But sometimes you get a moment where the first few cars might get through a zone and then suddenly it becomes a slow zone, so everyone else behind them loses ground, or vice versa. And you hope over the course of a race it balances out. But some races you have to go, it fell into my hands today, I'll take it. Or conversely, I'll be fuming behind, it didn't fall my way. But what's happened on that lap is Christopher Haase built a little bit of a lead. It seemed to come down, and then he just got it right. And he's about to go through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. Verstappen's coming through afterwards. When they go over the start-finish line, I think the gap will be out to about 3 or 4 seconds. We'll see. So that was Christopher Haas's experience and the fortune of how the battle broke in front of him.
100%, just read it perfectly, and that's where the experience comes in. The second place man, Verstappen, won't be kicking himself on that. He won't done nothing wrong. It's just a whole different situation. And that 1.1 seconds it was has now gone out to, exactly as you said, 3.3. So it's tripled in that time, so perfectly. So the estate car is, I have to call it that. It's a touring station wagon, whatever you want to call it. What is Aston Martin used to call them? Shooting brake. Shooting brake, marvellous. In the thick of it here, it is running De Vilder still at the wheel. He started the car. This is the Schubert Motorsport entry, which is currently running in 14th.
Which it's where it started, but it's been
did it up to 9th on the Grand Prix, so the first lap. There was so much going on, but if that can, I think, to be honest, we're saying, we're giving it some favour, saying, can it finish? Should it get in the top 10? Why shouldn't it be up at the front? It's just a longer version of their car anyway. It's fine. I think this, if it runs to the end, I expect that car to be in the top 10.
Yeah, why not? Well, absolutely, why not? But it's got plenty of company around it. And again, you have to look beyond the top 10 when the field is as good as this, because he's fighting Nico Menzel, who, has been racing here forever and a day, and it's really, really good scrap.
I think Menzel's actually got through now on the start-finish straight, hasn't he? By the look of it.
Yeah, and just to confuse matters, of course. Oh,
gosh,
lots of debris on the track. Oh, I tell you what, I think that's
the 491.
That's the replay with the 491 at the side. The Porsche we saw being given a tow along the Dottingher was the number 30, the Korean Hankook car. But we mentioned Ugo de Vilder, but of course it's Jens Klingman, his teammate, running that. And in fact, the car in front of him is being driven by Ugo de Vilder, because they're both two-timing this weekend in the nicest way possible. And they're both also showing with Charles Weerts, the Schubert Motorsport, the black and red BMW M4 GT3. So look, listen, compare and contrast. And again, it's busy times. It takes a little bit of management to make sure if a driver's doing racing in 2 different cars, that their garages are close to each other, so they can hop from one, be ready nearby, rather than having to go the whole way down the pit lane to find their form. All right, 3.3 seconds. We said Christopher Haas leading in an Audi. How many times have we talked about Audis leading on the Nordschleife? Because the R8 LMS, of course, has been through various Evo stages, Evo 2 stages, but it's always been a car that's gone very, very well around the Nordschleife. But what we have found is some cars, when you get to the hotter temperatures, in the summer races, suddenly the advantage might be with a different manufacturer. But right now, certainly nothing wrong with the Mercedes. That's all over the tail. Closing back in again, worth pointing out. The Audi had got clear, as we said, 3.3 seconds, but Verstappen now halfway around this lap number 4. As other drivers, including Frank Slipper, already sort of standing in their pit garages waiting to have a go.
Limbering up.
Yeah, exactly. The gap's come down to about a second. And what the drivers crave, of course, as you're chasing is clear track up ahead. But sometimes you see a gaggle of cars, you think, is the driver who's in front of me going to have an advantage going past them? Or I might find an advantage. This moment, Christopher Haas has had a VW Golf minding its own business, but it rather went into the path of where he wanted to go. He was compromised. Verstappen was not compromised as he came through behind. So advantage for Verstappen is down to about a second now between first and second places.
But catching is one thing, getting past is another, and there's going to be an awful lot of traffic in their way when they catch up with this other group in a minute. But all to play for here, as you say, from 1.1 to 3.3 back down to a second again.
It is a seesaw.
All for the sake of effectively about 2/3 of a lap, really. They've crossed the line in that time, but...
Just want to say that one of the things I love at the start of the season is looking at... I mentioned a lot of the crews have got different liveries this year. If you're a Texan racing fan, I can only produce this. Assume this is down to Russ Turner. Car number 180, which is running in the SP10 class, which is for GT4 class cars, is looking immaculate. It's BMW M4 GT4, but it's painted like Johnny Rutherford's helmet with the flag of Texas over the top. That's a mention of great IndyCar drivers from long ago. But he's showing that with Danny Stripling from Dallas and Justin Holt from Houston. Quite a strong Texan theme there. The car looks fantastic, I must say. And I'm not against a national livery or a state livery. And it's blue and it's red and it's white and it's got the Texan stars on it. And even better, it's got a fantastic battle. 2 equivalent BMW M4 GT4s are right in behind, and a couple of other cars as well. I'm trying to remember what I've seen in the mix. But again, just to reiterate, you race against cars in your class. You might all be in a field of 132 race starters, but you might have 12 cars in your class. They're the ones you have to contend with. You have to keep out of the way of the very quick cars from the front groups, but they're the ones you score points against. So you either take points off them or they take points off you. But it's not, you know, for drivers coming across from Texas or anywhere in the world to race here, it's a lot of logistics. You get here, and then the track is the reason you're here. And then the fact you're racing with people hopefully of similar performance, and you have a good scrap. Sometimes, Snow, you could be running tail end of your class, but having an absolute ding-dong, but you might be in the lead of your class. Imagine that, and you're way clear.
I think a lot of drivers will say that to you, that they would just like to have a battle. And sometimes it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be for the win. It doesn't have to be win for the class even. They enjoy, if you're a racer, you just enjoy having that race, a good, clean battle, and it's almost irrelevant whether it's podium, front, winning, whatever, till it comes down to a championship. Then it's different.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, for a lot of the drivers, seem to have another slow zone around the back parts of the circuit. We need to find out exactly where that is. Incident between Connor and India. We'll tell you who has Klostertal, okay. So, again, drivers have to constantly be on their toes. So Klostertal, very quick part of the circuit before you suddenly turn right, go sharply up the hill to the carousel, which is precisely where our first 2 cars are going. Still the Audi of Christopher Haase, still leading Mercedes of Max Verstappen. Bright parts of the track, deep shadow from this beautiful spring day at the Nordschleife, and they come across the Porsche Cayman. The Audi goes through, no trouble. Verstappen gets slightly blocked by it, and has to go further to the left of the circuit as the track went to the right to go around the other. And it's about just losing a little bit of momentum and then catching it. And right now, talk about catching, he's nearly taking the bumper off the back of the race-leading Audi. BMW production class cars keeping out of the way on the right-hand side of the circuit. The race leader, the second place Verstappen, Mercedes, going around. Suddenly they've got clear track ahead of them, but they can't see far because the track twists, it turns, it rises, it falls. Next group of cars, they come across them quickly. I was about to say they'll see some. They already have. But where will they find them? Will the advantage go to Haas leading the race, or will it go to Verstappen going through the second of the carousels? That means they're getting towards the place where they get unleashed along the Dottinger Höhe. Once they turn right, fairly sharp right, to Galgenkopf. Then, who's going to carry momentum on the straight? And we saw at the end of the opening lap, did we not? The Audi came out, got into the toe, edged closer up this really long straight, the tail of the Mercedes, and then went past long before it came to the left. But this time, just enough of a margin for the Audi to keep Verstappen from out of his toe. Waved yellows on the start on the Dottinger Höhe, though.
Car being towed back there, but this is an absolute masterclass from Christopher Haase. He is demonstrating all his skill, all his experience, reading the traffic there. You just remember Senna and Mansell at Monaco in '92 when Senna just slowed the car down enough coming out of corners, not to block, not to balk. Haas is doing exactly the same. He's reading the traffic, and just as soon as he came onto the Dottinger Höhe there, you notice he jinked to the right to immediately break the toe to the second place car behind him. As Verstappen moved across, he went back to the left again. It's not change of direction, it's not a problem, because he's not challenging at that point. He's just disturbing the airflow so he doesn't, that car behind doesn't get the side draft and pull up. It's exactly how he got the lead off him in the first place. He said, I'm not letting you have it back again. This is I think this is absolutely superlative driving from Christopher Haase.
It really is. We've got some fantastic battles, not so much further back, and the person who's making the moves is Tobias Muller, probably the least experienced. He's sharing the number 48 Porsche Losch Black Falcon entry, and he's right on the tail of BMW, just in front of him, Augusto Farfus, and tucked in behind the Ferrari's been going backwards, because that's the one that's fallen down. Thomas Neuber, side by side contact there. The blue-white Ferrari swapping paint with the Porsche. The BMW just up in front. That's Augusto Farfus. He's been there, seen it, done it. And the second of the Rover BMWs have joined the tail of this trio to make it a quartet, because Dan Harper is closing in. But that was a little bit, we don't like to see too much contact, or any contact if we can possibly help it. But anyhow, it was side to side rather than nose to tail, so at least it was not likely to pitch the Porsche off, but a rub there. So a little bit of ambition from Thomas Neubauer didn't work on this instance. But great to see this racing this early in the season. We must say, though, however, that of course our race leaders, Haase and Verstappen, are pulling ever further clear. They've all of the drivers at the front end of the field would have had to contend with traffic, where they found it, how they passed it. But the first two covered by 0.8 of a second. Then there's a gap of 13 seconds back to David Pittard. Pittard all on his own. He's 7 seconds clear of the best of the rest. In fact, the cameras have hardly fallen on his car since he got up to third place on the opening sequence of corners. But he's probably quite happy now. He'll be in his measure, but it's in behind from Farfus, Tobias Müller, Thomas Neubauer, Dan Harper, nose to tail, then just a little bit further back, may be able to catch up again, is the best of the Aston Martins. Matteo Drudi started well, but has fallen down a little bit. He's in 8th place for Walker Horse Motorsport.
I mean, that's a great start from Pittard, who was 6th on the grid and got up to 3rd, literally about 3 turns into the first lap, didn't he?
Yeah, he was effectively 5th on the grid, because remember, the second of the Winward Racing Mercedes was starting from pit out. Actually, I haven't checked that it did get out of pit out. It's got its problems. Maxime Martin, he's down in 33rd position. We'll see. So clearly something not quite right. Disappointing for them. Up front, though, it's a fantastic battle, but it's the gaggles of cars. It becomes more and more complicated and more likely to lose several places when you've got 3 or 4 cars close together coming across the traffic, because you lift off a little bit, someone's riding your tail, they may have had a better line of sight and they can see where the car in front is moving and what might be happening. But actually, as I say, that battle from Augusto Farfus to Dan Harper has closed in all over again. It stretched a bit around the back part of the circuit, but as they start the next lap, very close together. And this is the moment where Thomas Neubauer went up the inside of Tobias Müller's Porsche into turn 2 and clattered into its flank. In fact, Müller was a little bit hesitant turning into turn 2. There was no hesitation from Thomas Neubauer, but anyhow, push luckily didn't come to anything worse.
I was going to say, on an initial sight of that, it was a little bit clumsy. I think it was actually just a bit of hesitation, caught the Ferrari out. So, where do I go? Excuse me, I've got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And tried not to clatter into the other car, but unfortunately, a little bit there. If anything, I think the Ferrari actually saved a bigger incident there.
Yeah, I agree. There was definite hesitation from Tobias Müller. He was very close to the BMW of Augusto Farfus in front, and it was just one of those things that happened. But right now, Müller has now got onto the tail of Augusto Farfus, and he's just marginally pulling clear of the Ferrari of Thomas Neubauer, the car that took his door, and the one that just lost out actually through Hatzenbach. And out of that is the car 4th in that group, the second of the Rover BMWs of Dan Harper. So he's got to do all the hard work again to play catch up on that front.
And again, another man that we've not mentioned enough yet, but overly qualified for this, part of the BMW junior team that's now been temporarily disbanded. I say that because I'm convinced they'll come back again. BMW probably don't know that, but I think they will. I think these things just
have a habit.
They're cyclical, aren't they? It just happens. But Neil Verhagen, another one of his teammates in that BMW junior team, and Dan Harper knows this place like the back of his hand as well. Great to have Ian McCarthy on board with us again. Good to have you back, enjoying another NLS season. He has just pointed out on X that Max is the new boy here. He is relatively, but he has raced in 2 classes in 3 very different cars, and of course one around here. So he's had quite a bit of seat time.
Yeah, it sort of goes
as
like
ever.
that.
Put it in perspective, yes.
Yeah. But again, I mean, to race this in one sort of car is one thing, but to learn. I'll just pause my conversation for a second, because suddenly we have Verstappen all over the tail of Christopher Haase. Where's the traffic up ahead? Haase actually, when you look at how dynamic these cars are, they're not nailed down. I think you can say that, because Haase's Audi was really shifting around, little bumps around the back part of the circuit. And again, I just have to keep emphasising the narrowness of the circuit.
It's because they're proper racing cars. They're a bit loose. They're a bit leery. Just what you want.
Yeah.
You've got to get the scruff of the neck and drive the thing. But is Christopher Haase under pressure here? No, because what his view will be is it's just another driver. He won't bother who it is. Well, it doesn't. He actually expunge that from his mind. It's not Verstappen. It's just another person in a Mercedes. Deal with it. And that's absolutely the right mental approach to this.
Well,
Until he beats him, then he takes the glory, of course, and the credit.
Yeah, something like that. Right, it's good. It's clearly been quite dry because Haas just cut one of the corners, as you do, make it the shortest route around a lap, and basically went, take that, Verstappen, and gave him a face full of dirt in his face because the right-hand tyres were just over the serrated curbing, but, it's all fair in love and war. Oh, what I'd like to see, though, is a camera behind Verstappen's car, because that too will be moving around, because they're not tiptoeing, they're thrashing these cars and just moving around as they go, because if it's nailed onto the circuit, it's probably not quite as quick as if you can take and adjust your linings the way they can.
You talk about stones and dirt being thrown up in a GT3 race almost 20 years ago now in Parc Fermé. I had an extremely irate Frenchman wanting to basically kill me in the Parc Fermé, and I genuinely didn't quite understand. I thought, well, I did the second stint, and obviously I was in the Parc Fermé, and I don't think I've done anything, don't recall any instance with this car and whatever. And very notable by his absence was my teammate in the Parc Fermé, a certain Phil Keane. Yeah, and it wasn't until we got out of Parc Fermé and the whole situation had been diluted and dissolved and whatever that Phil admitted to me quietly in the garage. Said, "Oh yeah, he was annoying me." He used a different term earlier in the race, and he'd done exactly what you just described. He'd run wide deliberately. This was at Brno, and fired up a load of stones and bits into the driver behind, basically to put him off and slow him down a bit. I was then getting the blame for this. It was like, thanks. So there you go.
Teammates.
Teammates.
Where's the mate bit gone out
exactly.
of that? Right, on to another lap. Christopher Haas leading the race, but by
maybe not for long.
A car length. Verstappen, this is a shorter straight. It's a start-finish straight. Will he make a dive down the inside? I don't think so.
Haas has got it covered. If you want to go around the long way, my friend. So what he'll try and do now is switch back through the inside. Indeed he does. Haas runs a little bit wide. Max Verstappen doesn't quite get the job done. He's over to the right-hand side. He's all over the back of this Audi. Looks a little bit more nimble. I never thought I'd say an AMG GT3 was nimble. Max using all the runoff area to the right-hand side there. He's glued to the back of that Audi. How the splitter and diffusers haven't met and got married. They've certainly got engaged, haven't they? But Haas is still holding on to it. And again, as I repeat it, this is an absolute masterclass from Mr. Haas there, showing all his experience. It's not his first rodeo. It's not his first race round here. He doesn't care who's in that Red Bull Mercedes behind him. The point is, he's behind him, and that's where he's staying.
Yeah, absolutely so. But where's your best opportunity to pass? It's on the Grand Prix loop. Didn't happen into the first corner. Had a look into turn 3, where you're turning sharply left before you release to the right to turn 4. Didn't work for the Mercedes driver. So the Audi of Christopher Haas is still in front of Max Verstappen. Best the rest. How far back now is David Pittard in 4th place? He's 25 seconds further back. But the bad news for the KCMG Mercedes driver is that gaggle of 4 cars behind are right behind him now, because Augusto Farfus is just under a second down of his tail. Now, I tell you what, Pittard's the one that's lost out. Muller in the Porsche, the one who had a side strike a while ago, has gone up into 3rd place, Farfus to 4th, Neubauer to 5th. So the gaggle's not just caught Pittard, they've passed him. He's down in 6th place on the start-finish line. And Mirko Bortolotti, I've just been looking, the Lamborghini driver started outside the top 10. Last time around he was 10th. This time around he's up to 7th place overall. This is a Huracan, not yet in the Temerario, but Bortolotti and the other regular drivers will be moving closer and closer to the front end. So good to see Mirko having a real stab at this. And over the years, Snow, we've talked about how Lamborghini just don't get the success you think they get here. They've had so many strong races, but in the last 2 years the ante at the front has got so much greater that it's even harder have a cameo role, because you have to be, to get to the front, you have to be capable to keep that speed going. They had the speed before over the years, the Conrad car, but never enough to sort of win the race. But with the crew in number 930, it's very, very strong crew. What am I talking about? 130, not 930. It's Luca Exler, Mirko Bortolotti who's at the wheel, Marco Mappelli, long-time works Lamborghini driver, and Patrick Niederhauser, who had a fantastic year, became a GT World Challenge Endurance champion. So names like that, we are talking tip-top GT3 drivers, but here they are, different cars, same circuit, really going for it.
I know that the Lamborghinis just never seem to be rewarded with the results that their speed and their sound so richly deserves. They're always the bridesmaid, aren't they? They're just there, but never quite never quite catching the flowers.
Yeah, they can sniff them, but they can't take them home. Anyhow, we are the beneficiaries of just the most fantastic race at the very front of the field. But the fact is that now we've got this incredible battle over third place. David Pittard caught and passed in the KCMG Mercedes, but maybe he's got tyre life in it. He can stay in that group. Multi-manufacturer, which is always good news. But starting to be a little bit cloudy at parts of the circuit now. But just as I say that, the cars at the front of the field, Christopher Haas's Audi and Max Verstappen's Mercedes back into full sunshine. Fans around the outside of the circuit almost every point they can.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Hier gibt es keinen Raum für Fehler. Kein Entkommen. Nur Asphalt, Adrenalin und die Legenden. Die grüne Hölle vergisst nicht. Sie verzeiht nicht. Jede Kurve ein Kampf, kein Platz für Schwäche. Die Nordschleife ist kein Ort für leere Versprechen. Sie ist der Ort, an dem sie gehalten werden. Engineered for the Green Hell. Offizieller Partner der NLS.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube and TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Season and it not being a commentary contradiction.
We can. And so a brilliant early spring day on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And we've got a cracking race to get the season properly underway. Handful of little incidents, and we've seen the rescue crews out on the circuit retrieving a couple of cars, including the number 30 Hankook competition Porsche, the 491 Hyundai seem to have clattered the barriers, scattered some debris, but the rescue crew is doing an astonishing job of not just getting the stuff off the circuit, but also the marshals just making the messages crystal clear for the drivers. And we now have 6 laps on the board. And it's still Audi from Mercedes. It's still Christopher Haase by 0.9 of a second. He stretched his legs ahead of the Mercedes and Max Verstappen. But just to reiterate, the first driver to blink and come in to make a pit stop was KCMG. I'm sure that was running a lonely third. But Nerei Fukuzimu's taking that over from David Pittard. And by having that pit stop early, it does mean it's a shorter pit stop, but then their final pit stop will also be early relative to their rivals. That would be a longer pit stop for them. But I'm sure it's something they worked out.
So the next question is, which of these, with the 2 leaders, is going to pit first, or simultaneously?
I would reckon simultaneously, because
I think so.
We tend to get, if you have clear running, everything sort of is perfect. You get an 8-lap stint around here on a tank of fuel. But when you've had the formation lap as well, 7 laps is when you expect them to come in. What have we got on the board? We're on lap number 7. So, can any advantage be gained by Christopher Haase or by Max Verstappen on this lap? But also, will either of these drivers stay in for stint number 2 as well? Verstappen's car he's sharing with Jules Gounon and Danny Juncadella, so he's got if he gives them both a go, he might do a double stint. They have 1 stint each, but the car he's racing against, Christopher Haase, only has 1 teammate, Nico Hanke, so he will probably do the 2nd stint, then hand over to Hanke to do 3 and 4. But what do I know? I'm in a commentary box, I'm not the team manager.
And the theatrical part of my little brain is picturing these 2, both pitting, changing drivers, standing there and having a Top Gun moment where basically Christopher Haase says, "You can be my wingman anytime." Can you just imagine? It's a bit of theatre, so indulge me.
Yeah, so he spent his childhood in a movie theatre.
In a bubble. In a bubble.
The bubble's good. Bubble's good.
I think it was more of a vortex. But anyway.
So actually, having talked a short while ago about how things were going in SP10, which is a class that gets better supported every year, better variety. I better tell you who's leading that. That's the class for GT4 class cars, and it's car number 176, Jörg Wiebahn, a driver with a huge amount of experience around the Nordschleife that's coming out on top at the moment. That's the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes, and he's showing that with Yannick Himmels and Anton Abe, so he's the most experienced of that crew, but he's in the front of that class, so just working through. And car number 170 is second in that class, which is a Toyota Supra, so we have this variety. That's the all-Japanese crew. Kazuto Kataka at the wheel, and Miki Koyama will be taking over at some point. And third in class, we mentioned it before, it's the Texan car number 180, the BMW M4, and it's Ogborn at the wheel of that at the moment. I've had a few drivers swapping because I thought Russ Turner was in that car, but I see he's listed in car number 177, which is in 4th in class. Anyhow, we'll try and hammer that out, but the good thing about it, it's a fantastic nose-to-tail battle in that group, which is just what we want to see.
You did mention at the very beginning on the formation lap, Bruce, of the variety of manufacturers, and we talk about the drivers all the time. We focus on this a lot in this first stint, where we're just coming up to our first of our leaders' pit stops very shortly, I suspect, possibly even the end of this lap. But currently we have Audi leading from Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini. How cool is that? A bit of a variety.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But also, just that we said at the start of the race, you can't only. It's easy to focus on what's happening at the front of the field, but you have class battles, and we have the SP10 class. All 5 cars, the top 5, as it gets the Kleiner Carousel, are covered by 1 shot. They're covered by 2 seconds. So we're very nearly the end of the quarter point in the race. We're nearly up an hour complete. We've got another 6.5 minutes to go, but 1st to 5th in SP10, yeah, they're running down in 46, 47, 48, 49th and 50th position. Not nose to tail, but the next closest thing, probably half a second between each of them. Then they run along the Dottinger, and the car that's leading the class just gaining a little bit of a margin, and the Texan liveried BMW M4 tucking in behind, not quite getting a toe, but not enough to draw it up. Or is it? again, just keep on forgetting how long that run is along past Dottingerhöhe, and then you go towards the very end of the lap to Hohenrain, where it tightens up a bit. But yeah, I think class lead still staying there. But great battle, but they've got 3 more hours of this. Isn't that good? Mercedes leading the class.
So just looking at where they are on circuit now, we are at the highest part of the circuit, aptly named Hohe Acht. High point in German. That leads down to Wifferman that starts the downhill run. I think we might have these cars in on this lap. I'm being intrigued, Bruce, as we said. We've discussed various possibilities of strategies. We are commentators sitting in the luxury of a commentary box, looking out and down upon these cars and watching them. Not team managers. They will have different ideas, and we will put forward all our theories based on our lack of experience over the years, and doubtless be proven wrong. When it's right, it is pure luck.
Yes,
no more.
Every single time, pure luck. The number 80 Mercedes, that qualified 5th, it's the second of the Winwood Racing AMG GT3s. That's in the pit lane. When you see dolly jacks being put underneath the car, you normally think, oh, going to be wheeled back in the garage. But when you're here, they just have to get them round to a 45-degree angle in the pit lane, because there isn't enough space for everyone to be parked parallel to the front door of a garage. They don't even get a garage each. You have multiple cars in these deep garages at the Nürburgring, but certainly for the 2 AMG Mercedes entered by Winwood Racing, the bonus, the favour is very much in the one that's car number 3, running second in this race, and about, a tenth of a second behind the race-leading Audi. It's the one Max Verstappen is driving, pedalling hard. Now, end of this lap, we reckon these first 2 cars from first and second in the race will come in to make the first of their 3 standard pit stops in this race. It's a 4-hour race. You divide it down. Don't expect, because don't forget, they had the formation lap, the mere 25 kilometres. But who is going to blink? I think they're going to blink at the same time. But Verstappen has got the toe. Yeah, down the straight they go.
Yeah, it's always going to happen there, because Hasse was held up by the cars where he didn't want to be onto the Dottingerhöhe. So that has unfortunately played back into Verstappen's hand. Although Hasse is not letting it happen. I don't think he's going to get it. He isn't. I don't think he's going to get it. I think Hasse is going to literally side by side.
Nah.
No, we've seen this before. He's going to have to acquiesce. He's going to have to let Verstappen through. But I'm not convinced he's going to do it in a hurry. He's not. They're through the kick. They're side by side. They are literally touching here. Hasse has to let it go in the end. Max Verstappen retakes the lead. Finally, some 6 laps in after losing it at the very start.
But are they going to dive straight into the pits, having made the move? Verstappen? Yes. Hasse? Yes. Okay, a little bit of pride restored for Verstappen there. Great racing, but that just absolutely goes to show. One little bit of interruption just as you're coming into the long straight, and you can find all of your oaths and swear words, because it's frustrating. Doesn't mean much overall. Now, let's see how the pit stops go. Verstappen will come in to a standstill. The Winwood Racing crew in position there, nose towards the garage. They will swing that car around.
Please leave them both in these cars, so they can carry on racing. Taking nothing away from our new race leader, Max Verstappen there. That was not down to him. He is jumping out of the car. That was down to traffic. He took the opportunity, but the opportunity presented it to him.
Right. I expect all the front-running cars to come in, and there isn't a rush in the pit stops here. It might look really quite languorous as driver change being made, but their pit stop has to be a minimum of 328 seconds from pit in to pit out. How do they produce these numbers anyhow? Someone's got a slide rule, and that's what it is, from pit in to pit out. And let's hope nobody undercuts that time. We see it race in, race out, right across the globe in motor racing, in endurance racing in particular, and nothing drives a team manager up the wall more than someone nipping out of the pits or being signalled away from their pits. Right, indication there from Max Verstappen with his hands. There's a bit of understeer at the moment, so that's being taken on board. And Danny Juncadella will be going second in that car. Red and white helmet of the Spanish racer. Very, very smooth individual. He's doing that going to be doing the second stint. We'll see who gets it. Well, have we spotted Hasse getting out of his car? The focus has been on the Verstappen car. I reckon Hasse might stay on board. Well, it depends how he feels, because his young teammate Nico Hanke is the only other person less been a late change on the entry list. We do have quite a fluid entry list in the NLS. You get the entry list issued every Wednesday, but extra names get added and taken away over the course of the intervening days. But certainly we can tell you that's Danny Juncadella who's about to take over the number 3 Windward Racing, Verstappen.com Mercedes. And with Jules Gounod in the sidelines, he'll be hyper enthusiastic to have a go as well. But you can hear a lot of air guns going off down the pit lane, because pretty much everybody, as predicted, has come in to play. Yeah, everybody had to pit.
Top 10 are in, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's as you'd expect. We might expect the Cup 2 Porsches to come through and do another lap. Not yet at 1 hour mark of the 4 hour race. We've got 1 minute to go on that.
Now, of course, didn't Pittard pit early?
He did.
So
he pitted on lap 5.
So that's going to put him nicely out of sync now, as in to his advantage.
Yeah, yeah. Don't forget, early you do the pits, your pit stop will be shorter. So we get the situation, it may well be, when the Audi and the Mercedes, or the Mercedes and the Audi as they were, oh, tell you what, it's back to being Audi ahead of Mercedes, because I paused because we're waiting for the Audi to be released. Its pit area was further down towards pit exit.
Sure didn't.
And Danny Juncadella was going in the fast lane of the pits, but the Audi just hauled itself back across. Don't know if it's Nico Hanke yet or if it's still Christopher Haase, but we do know Verstappen is... It's Hanke?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So that was super tight, just what the doctor ordered. Can't complain. Can't complain, won't complain. But having just ceded the lead by that brilliant... Well, misfortune of being caught by traffic going onto the long return straight, the number 16 Audi just being towed past by Max Verstappen, who was not taking no for an answer, was he? As he decided when he went to the kink at Hohenrhein, he was still coming through, but by dint, well, let's hope their pit stops were both under 328 seconds. Otherwise, they'll be getting a time penalty.
I'm just so hoping my little sort of theatre moment's happening now that Verstappen's gone into Haase's pit and just gone, you're good, mate, you're good. This kid's good.
Yeah, would he be in my team?
Because that's what he'd want. That's exactly what he wants. He wants a challenge. He doesn't want to just go and pour away and have, 5-second win, 10-second win. He'll want a challenge. So the battle is recommenced. It is interesting. You said that little bit of traffic gave Verstappen the moment. He saw it, took it, made the most of it, got the lead into Tiergarten Friday. Christopher Haase did not make it easy for him. They did trade quite a bit of vinyl on the way up.
Right,
there.
what I need to see on a track map is where is Niro Fukuzumi in the KCMG Mercedes, because remember that it went out to about 20-odd seconds, 25 seconds maybe, when David Pittard was off the tail of the battling Audi and Mercedes, the 16 and the 3 that were in the lead of the race in that opening stint. His pit stop would be 22 seconds slower.
He's on the other end, he's just finishing Hatzenbach.
22 seconds shorter for the early pitting KCMG Mercedes, which should put it back on the track about here.
He's just behind them.
Just behind
this group now.
Okay. Oh, take a face for the Audi again. Ahead of the Mercedes, the Scherer Sport car kicking up the dirt. This time it's Danny Juncadella who's going to be blinking as the dust comes in. And, well, I'll tell you what, he obviously blinked and missed his braking point because he's got ahead by the next corner as they go past Hatzenbach and moving swiftly on towards Arenberg. That was a lot of intent. You don't often get clear overtaking manoeuvres with no traffic involved. But when you put Danny Juncadella against Nico Hanke, who's taken over the Scherer Sport PHX Audi, you sort of expect, in terms of experience, there's quite a difference, it must be said. I mean, what's the age? Nico Hanke just turned 23, but a couple of last year 2023 is racing GT4s, last year racing GT4s. This is his first year stepping up into the big guns, the SP9 GT3 class cars. So it's better he cedes the position under pressure there from Danny Juncadella than tries to fight it. Settle in, and one of the best ways of learning a circuit is to follow a master, and Danny Juncadella is very much that. But the key is to stay with him, and at the moment Nico Hanke's falling back. In fact, get the telescope.
If he can keep up, exactly.
But he'll be learning. He'll see a handful of corners. Go, okay, got it. But also, he's probably just wanting to feel confident in the heat and the tyres and other matters that drivers consider important.
It's also a recipe of jeopardy as well, that you can follow somebody and just think, oh, I should be able to do what they're doing, and you can't. You've got to be yourself. You've got to know your car, know your limits, and if they're quicker, they're quicker. There might be a different reason for it, and don't fall into it.
Yeah, so much so many things to be considered, but the worst thing to do is try to go too hard too soon if you're not fully confident, because that's where you might hesitate, and hesitation never good when going on the brakes or on the throttle. But anyhow, well, that was a really interesting run into the pits. Mercedes number 3 having just taken the lead, Max Verstappen brought it into the pits, and by the time they went out, the number 16 Audi, Christopher Haase, handed over to young Nico Hanke, and Hanke got out ahead, but not long after they got onto the Nordschleife itself, face full of dust as Hanke ran a little wide. With extra momentum, by the time they got to the next corner, some distance away, Danny Juncadella into the lead of the race. Beautiful move, brought from experience, and again, just noticing, hold on, he's run a little bit wide. He can't get the power down just yet, and he's got dust all over his tyres. Yeah, I've got more speed. I'm putting my Mercedes into the lead of the race.
So I've just got a very quick update. Remember I said at the very beginning that our guy that just got the license in the 112 BMW 325, Stuart McLaren, Happy Nessa and Sam Holman. I said that car didn't quite make it around the formation lap. He just messaged me privately and just said, unfortunately, gearbox issue today during quali has kept us from racing. So obviously they tried it on the grid and it hasn't. So what a shame that all that work, get your license, and then don't even do the first few corners of a 4-hour race. But Stuart, I'm sure you and the rest of the team will be back very shortly, the next round 3, and come back. You've got your license now. Get on with it.
Unhappy Nessa, as it has to be called. That's a stage name, if you will. Right, well, it's been a cracking fight. This so far, just got to see, can Nirei Fukuzumu stay close to the lead duo? He knows his final pit stop's going to be longer than theirs, but it almost gave him that thing, track position, which certainly can be quite a factor around here. Don't forget, the car qualified very nicely, 6th fastest by David Pittard, the KCMG Mercedes. Yeah, Pittard in a Mercedes this year, get used to it. But have to see how the crew can fare, because if they can fight with the lead 2 cars, well, that will give them a lot of confidence and be great. But clearly, in terms of regular race pace, the number 3 Verstappen.com Mercedes and number 16 Shearer Sport PHX Audi are the class of the field. But don't forget, it's not just one driver doing all 4 hours, so we will have a rotation through drivers, and some cars will gain as another driver takes over, some will lose out a little bit. But one that definitely was worth watching, seeing how it fares after the pit stops, is that the best of the Lamborghinis, which was Mirko Bortolotti's car, that had risen from outside the top 10 to 7th place overall. We'll let them all settle down. Oh dear, a Toyota Supra has left the pit lane, just gone over the dotted white line into the line where you feed out, and has come to a halt with half of the car on the grass. So that's someone's having a very, very short stint indeed. Oh gosh, it was the car that was right at the sharp end, 2nd in the GT4 class. I think Kataka in the Toyota just handed over to teammate or vice versa, but that is not going anywhere at all.
See from our camera footage at the end there, looking in through the sort of foreshortening across the track there, there's a bit of driver work going on, so trying to do an alt control reset. I'm sure obviously that car can't stay there. It's no real problem where it is, but you don't want anybody battling down the pit straight, trying to go down the inside and suddenly finding a Supra on the pit exit. So that car will need to be removed by the authorities and officials at some point fairly shortly, if it can't do so under its own steam. So, meanwhile at the front, it's Danny Juncadella in the Winward Mercedes, currently leading from Hanke in the Shearer Sport Audi. That's swapped around. I'm looking for fastest times of the race so far. Fastest lap by Max Verstappen in that Mercedes was a 7:53.5. Christopher Haase, I said he was on fire, 7:52.7.
That's proper.
It is, isn't it? I think you covered that there.
That was about lap 3, I think. Yeah. That was a lap that he gained about a 3-second margin, and then the traffic worked against him. Right. Cracking battle now. Unfortunately, Nico Hanke falling back a little bit, but Nirei Fukuzumu had taken the KCMG Mercedes pass, and just as they complete another lap, the better place of the 2 BMWs from Rover Racing goes through as well. So order chopping and changing. By the end of lap 8, Danny Juncadella leading. This is after all the front runners made their first pit stop. He's got a margin of 6 seconds over the KCMG Mercedes. So that was the one. Just remember, the KCMG car, Nirei Fukuzumu, that pitted 2 laps earlier. That means at the end of the race, its final pit stop will probably be 2 laps earlier than rivals. and they gained about 22 seconds because their first pit stop could be shorter, but they'll have commensurate pain at the end of the race. But right now, KCMG running in second place overall. The change came behind them with Jordan Pepper gaining a position, car number 99 Rover Racing car. Nico Hanke falling back to fourth in the Scherer Sport PHX Audi that led the race in the hands of his teammate Christopher Haase in the first stint, and Matthias Drudy, best placed Aston Martin, in sixth.
Now we've got a code 120 currently just on the exit of Exmühle, going up to Bergwerk, and it's two cars currently. One is number 500, which is the VT2 rear-wheel drive class, which is the Adrenaline Motorsport 330i BMW. And a bit further behind that, I am seeing, although my screen GPS keeps dropping it off and putting it back on again, but it's intermittently telling me it's car number 8. If that is the case, that's the Yuta Racing Audi R8 from SP9. That's the AM car with Alexei Vedemenko or Selv at the wheel of that. It keeps logging on and logging off my screen here. The only constant is, though, Bruce, and everybody listening, that it's car number 500 is completely stationary, Adrenaline Motorsport car. So whether the 8 is there or not, I don't know. I will keep you posted on that. I will try and just let me see if I can do a quick update on that. Now 8 appears to be moving again, albeit very slowly, heading up towards the carousel. Yes, it is moving, but slowly, so that's why it disappeared off that bit at Exmühle, but it's not going at pace, shall we say.
I'll tell you who is going at pace. So that's Danny Juncadella settling in very nicely in the lead of the race. The Winward Racing entered Mercedes. He took over from Max Verstappen. He was 6 seconds clear at the end of his first lap out of the pits. Remember, he came out in second place, got ahead of Nico Hanke's number 16 Audi. That's fallen back to fourth place and will lose further ground because he's not yet on the pace of those around him. But can Nirei Fukuzumi for now hang on in second place overall? But just again, that final pit stop for the 47 KMG Mercedes he's driving will be longer than those that came in after the standard pit stop sequence of lap 7. Got to the end of lap 7 and everybody and their best mate came in as well because they couldn't do 8 laps on their tank of fuel. But since then, certainly Danny Juncadella pulling further clear, and I want to see what sort of pace Nirei Fukuzumi can lap in relative. Is he gaining or losing? I would suggest he's further into the stint, so should be gaining a bit. A car being towed along the Döttinger Höhe, again course vehicle, orange flashing lights on the roof, and the drivers accelerating onto that long run for home. They can see it from a long distance off, and the tow vehicles tend to run on the right-hand side of the track from the driver's point of view. That's the side where they can sooner turn into the pits, or if you've got a damaged car, drag it to the side of the circuit by some of the circuit openings and then pop it away. Just want to touch on Cup 2 class because that's always one you need to keep an eye on, and at the moment, well, we just had the pit stop, so there's a bit of a churn there, but I think class leader is car number 919. Just remember, these 911 GT3 Cup cars are very, very fast indeed. Of course, you can race them in any sort of Porsche Carrera Championship around the world, but they're very good around here. And at the moment, it's Robin Tranowski who's taken over, sharing with the two Jureksnesses. So weather conditions still set fair. A little bit of a light white cloud, but blue sky is the important element. Not always a guarantee here at the end of early days of spring. Who's the unfortunate person getting a tow? Aerodynamic and physical. Car number 380 coming in. It seems to have wheels pointing in the right direction. No obvious panel damage, so I guess that's just a mechanical failure that will have that. Ah, that's an interesting car. You don't see the Bitter name much. Remember, they made the CD Coupe GT class in the 1970s, a road car, often doing with association with Opel, and that's just a slight rebodying of a standard Corsa. So just when you think a marque is not dead and buried, but just not in full health, they come back, but doing something a little bit different. So yeah, I did notice that when I went through the 490 cars entered in the race down the entry list. But Volker Strycek was racing that. Of course, we know him for many years from racing, of course, that Opel Manta with the foxtail. But Volker back this time in a bitter Corsa. There we are, a little bit of history for you. Look back to your book of road cars from the 1970s and you'll find the bitter CD. Very elegant coupe.
So the Adrenaline Motorsport number 500 330i BMW that I said was stationary at Exmouth. It's stationary because it's clattered along the barriers quite heavily and left a trail of debris behind it doing that. So I'm suggesting it's not going to continue in the race.
No.
Also, the 910 910 number, which is the Schmillis Racing 911 GT3 Cup from Cup 2 class, has received a black flag with the orange circle for repeatedly not checking its transponder is working, and that is vital for not just for timing but for the officials. If anything, it's much more important that it's about safety and tracking where the car is, GPS on the track, not just from us, our spectator view and our wonderful app and timing for the drivers and the team, but actually for code 60 infringements where you are on the track. It's entirely a safety thing. It's not Big Brother, and it really does need to have a working transponder for everybody's safety. Because if you don't know that car's there and there's an incident on track and marshals step out to do something, all of a sudden the car comes you know nothing about, you can imagine the chaos that can cause. So that will need to come into the pits. It's had a one warning now. So what they call the meatball flag, apparently. Exactly. Like a big orange disc, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't mean coming for lunch or have a fricadella. Of course, fricadella racing.
Well, depending on how long with the chat with the clerk of the courses, it might be lunch.
Yes. Yeah. But, you know, again, the Nürburgring Nordschleife is something cut from different cloth, I think we can say. And it's only when you visit that you realise in the middle of the circuit, what's normally in the infield of a circuit, a few buildings, here we've got the odd village here or there, because it goes from one hilltop to a valley beyond, and normal life carries on in between, but there are
different postcodes.
Exactly. Add an hour, you go down, it's big enough to have, you know, many houses, have a supermarket and petrol station. That's just in the middle of the circuit, and for most of the year it just has its regular life. But the sheer expanse of this circuit, the real estate is huge, but it's a ribbon within a forest. Effectively, the ribbon of tarmac that Danny Juncadere is doing such a good job of. I keep thinking the weather's about to change. I think it's just certain points on the circuit are quite shaded, but then you come back in the full daylight. Not as much blue sky anymore, a bit more cloud coming over. Danny Juncadere, just want to see what his margin is over. Would it still be Nerei Fukuzumi in second place? I can't tell you just yet. It might be Jordan Pepper who's going great guns in the better place to the two Rover Racing BMWs. It is Pepper, rather helpfully, just comes into sight on the start-finish straight. The KCMG Mercedes is tucked in behind the blue and white. It's long been the livery of KCMG. So there now, BMW up into second. That's Jordan Pepper, Nerei Fukuzumi down to third and fourth place. It looks so, yes, it's not Nico Hanke. He's lost more ground in the Shearer Sport PHX Audi. It's Matthias Drudy, who's doing a double stint in that Aston Martin from Walkenhorst Motorsport, and he comes across behind them now up into fourth place overall. Hanke has lost another 10 seconds in comparison, but still has 14 seconds or so over the sixth place Porsche of Patrick Assenheimer. Don't you hate it when you move from one season to another and a driver who's always been in Mercedes goes and drives a Porsche? Patrick Assenheimer, I'm talking about you. No, it's good to have stuff moving around, drivers experiencing different cars, but for Patrick, so long a racer in the VLN as it was, and then it became NLS a handful of years ago, but you know, he's a great driver to have on board. But right now, second place in the hands of BMW. They qualified pretty well, the two Rover cars. But the number 98 that was put third on the grid by Raffaele Marcello didn't have the best opening stint in the race. It fell down the order a little bit, but that is now clearly making its comeback towards where it ought to be in the field. And but it's the sister car that's better placed. It's Jordan Pepper in 99 who's in third, whereas 98 Raffaele Marcello, now on board, is down in seventh place.
We haven't mentioned for a short while our 77 entry, which is the Schubert Motorsport BMW GT3 Evo Touring, which is still running around, still touring around in. I had it in 14th place a minute ago. It has dropped down.
It was in 14th position, but it's
obviously had a pit stop, so it's dropped down. Interestingly, I know there's some slight confusion in this. I was reading a report earlier this week on Sports Car 365, where this car was listed as a BMW M4.
It's an M3.
It's an M3, but it's on our entry list and on our timing screens as a BMW M4.
Interesting.
I know it's an M3. I'm just saying that there are contradictory reports. And you look at our timing screens and our entry list, officially, it is listed as a BMW M4 GT3 Evo.
Okay,
and
right.
it was reported in Sports Car 365 this week as an M4.
Okay, we will take a look. We're looking at a BMW right now, and I can tell you it's an M4. It's GT3 model, but it's car 98, and that shouldn't be in the area that it is. It's being swung around. This is the car Raffaele Marcello had just taken over. It started the race in the hands of his teammate Augusto Farfus. Raffaele has done one lap, and the Swiss driver is sitting in the pit lane going nowhere fast. Trying to see what exactly they're doing at the moment, just refueling it. And that's just confusing, because I was thinking, did he manage to eke out an extra lap? But no, there are 9 laps on the board, and that means that will tumble. Luckily for them, the sister car, Jordan Pepper, as 98 is pushed into the garage. It clearly was out of sequence to be back in so soon. Second visit to the pits. You only need 3 in the race, but if you're having the second after an hour and 20 minutes, that is too soon. Mechanical problem of some sort. Driver staying on board. Mechanics communicating with each other. Dolly jack being pulled out from under the car, put back underneath. So a little bit of clarification needed there for Rover Racing as to what is untoward. But right now, not too many people working on that car at all. And driver undoing belts, and it's always hard to tell which is Raffaele Marcello's helmet, because he changes it, I think, according to the day of the week. But so that'll be disappointment. That's over and out.
Well, that is a great shame. One of our front-running cars there, cars that we've obviously talked about so much in the past, and great sadness to see that car out already. Of course, that was going to be Raffaele Marcello, Augusto Farfus, and Calvin van der Linde. Bit of an amateur lineup there, wasn't it? Even though it's a pro team.
Yeah.
I've been slightly sarcastic, tongue-in-cheek for anybody avoidance of doubt.
Yeah, what have they not won?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of there's a fair CV on each of those. Don't mind all 3 collectively, is it?
You know, one of the things I sort of have endless sort of driver notes on my computer. When a driver's won a championship, I put that championship in bold. And when you look at that crew, they've got quite a lot of titles between them. Not just, finishing in the top 3, but I mean, Augusto Farfus. I mean, he's been around a little bit of a while. Born in 1983, but his first big championship was 2001. 24 and a bit years ago, when he was in single-seaters, and he followed that, which was European Formula Renault. But he's won so much. Daytona GTM winner. He's been a couple of times Intercontinental GT Challenge champion back with Nicky Katzberg, walking horse BMW. But he's been a BMW man for a very, very long time. Again, we're talking about and the Nürburgring 24-hour winner not so long ago. Well, last year, actually, as it happens. And Raffaele Marcello just won so many things, particularly in the GT World Challenge across Europe. Jordan Pepper, where he's in the sister car, Bathurst 12-hour winner. Kelvin van der Linde, Nürburgring 24-hour winner. But more importantly, the winner of the South African VW Polo Championship in 2012. But it goes on, but further down.
It's where it all started.
It is, but again, Bathurst 12 winner, da-di-da-di-da, Nürburgring 24-hour winner, da-di-da-di-da, several times over, Dubai 24-hour winner. It's one thing to be competitive, but it's when you nail it across the course of a season, you weather the vagaries of form and fortune.
And it's not by coincidence, is it? No.
But again, we've talked about this many a time. So many of these drivers started, the ones at the very top, started off as single-seater drivers. That very much is the way that people went 10, 20 years ago. But a lot more now are coming straight into GTs, in GT4, GT3. But they've brought that experience across. And some of them have really made it work for them, and some of them, if you're banging the drum for single-seaters, there is still that thing called moolah, money, that can ensure your career continues. Others, drivers of equal merit, if not superior merit, they try but don't have the money, they can't move up the ladder. And the beneficiaries are we, the fans, and the commentators, and the people involved with the teams, because you've got all these tip-top drivers who've changed their course, come into GT racing, and GT racing, particularly in GT3, has just become this global formula, championships all around the world. And it gives these drivers a chance to keep their careers going and keep all that experience and knowledge and passion. And also in the world of Pro-Am, we'll talk about Pro-Am in a minute in terms of this race, but it just gives people a chance to work with people who are coming in with money, who do want to learn. And we do have a Pro-Am class in this race. In fact, at the moment, Patrick Assenheimer, I said so much experience. He's not the Am in that crew. He's running 6th place overall, car number 48. And that's the Losch Motorsport Black Falcon Porsche that Tobias Muller started so well. But Tobias is the Am in that car. The other pro is Dylan Pereira, multiple Porsche Super Cup champion. But, you know, there is this element, and it's always been an element of sports car and GT racing, you know, back across the years. It didn't even have a name. It was a concept, but it wasn't an element in a championship. You had gentlemen drivers who came in, and they wanted a quick driver with them. And some gentlemen and gentlewomen learn as they go, others not so much. But it's such an important role. If you're the pro, Snowy, with a person with a car, they want you to accompany them and help them go forward. Yeah. It's not a given it's going to work. There has to be incredible work on building up the relationship and having the technical passover of knowledge and the ability to receive it from the other end.
Entirely so. That is one of the most difficult things to navigate in Pro-Am racing, because on paper, on the most simplistic form, your Am is reliant on your Pro is reliant on the Am's money quite often to build the team and have that motivation and keep that guy motivated. But the Pro's job is also then to get your Am as close to your times as possible without losing your mantle crown, if you like, whatever, of being the Pro. So you've got to keep something in reserve, but equally you've got to keep them motivated, that they're not sitting there going, well, I'm still 3 seconds off, or whatever. So it's almost a poison challenge. In fact, I'd say it is. It's a very difficult one to navigate, and I've tried it for decades, clearly unsuccessfully.
But you know, the thing about it, it's not just getting your driver up to speed; it's getting them up to consistency, isn't it? Because it's all well and good being, you know, you want them to be able to, on a regular length circuit of, let's say, 4 kilometres, to lap within a couple of tenths, lap after lap. Here, obviously, that element will be, you know, the differential will be much longer, but you don't want them to be quick one lap and in the gravel the next, do you?
We had a prime example of a few years ago, 20 years ago now, in GT1, and I won't name names, it wouldn't be kind, but of a driver that was very wealthy, came to us in GT1 and drove a very high-performance front-running car, and his times were not bad. He had no issue with intelligence or fitness. All of that was done, and that's not always the case. Super fit, worked out for it, ready for it, mentally understood it. But his times would start, let's say, 5 seconds off and be 4, 3, 2, 1, and then he'd do that one quick lap, and it would literally, we'd all sit there and go, and how long before it's in the gravel? And the problem was that we couldn't get, no matter how much we tried, and we had a world champion on the team, probably tells you quite some caliber, we couldn't get into it. He didn't understand how he'd done the quick lap. And that was the problem. That's where the real problem was. Not that he wasn't quick, was he didn't understand how he'd got quick. So did it become, was it luck? Was it bravery? Was it fortune? He's not understanding it. And actually, you'd prefer a driver that's consistently 2 seconds off, but they know where they are, because you know where consistent being the key word there.
No, exactly that. But also just the wheels beneath them change as tyres go off, and just understanding how to do that. Just had a fantastic demonstration of the intelligence that is required when you've got faster class cars coming up on you. The SP9 cars were coming up, and car number 155, I think it was. Yeah, it was the Plus Line Motorsport BMW M4. That's a GT4 class car from a long way before it got to the next corner, indicating to the right, that is the way I'm going, you come by on the left, because they don't want to have their race ruined. But they made it very, very clear for the chasing car that was bound to be coming past, I'm not going to get in your way, I'm going over there, right? And you need that around here. You've got big battles on your hand, and you just don't want to be caught out. In fact, just as I was saying that, the fantastic battle with Patrick Niederhauser. We had the number 130 Lamborghini getting up to 7th place before the pit stops for Mirko Bortolotti. Patrick Niederhauser, very talented Swiss driver, has taken that over, but he was having to get a little bit busy as well, and he would have very much appreciated that BMW making it crystal clear that it was going to the right, come by on my left. You just, every time a driver does that for you, as long as they then do it, that's a big helping hand.
Because it's been bugging me, and I'm just going to clear the air on this, on avoidance of doubt. The M3, M4 BMW Touring, I've said that deliberately, okay? It is an M3 Touring, because that's the body shell. All the tech has come from the M4.
Ah, the M3.5 Touring.
Exactly. Which is why, and I said that's why it's interesting, it is an M3 Touring body shell with M4 engine, front subframe, rear bits, suspension, etc. But that's why I wanted to point out, I read an article this week where it's listed as an M4, and it is officially on our entry list as an M4, and on our timing screens as an M4. It is an M3 shell with M4 bits in it. BMW will officially call it an M3 Touring. Is that clear?
Yeah, well, well, no, but for reasons that I could be wrong on this, but I think there is an M3 Touring in the real world for the road, and there isn't an M4 Touring.
Correct.
So there we have it. But that's it for now, children.
Car spotting with Bruce and Sherry.
Yes. I'll get them out of my little observer book of cars from the 1970s. Ah, yes.
Gosh, now you are bringing back memories of observer's books of birds. Yes, it's not the one I thought it was.
I had one of commercial vehicles as well. That's right. No, but it's good. But, you know, it must be said it was a bit easier to car spot back in the 60s and 70s because every manufacturer had a different shape, which certainly helped me into my world of gnominess. Conditions, weather-wise, it was beautiful. It's now still magnificent because it's a Nürburgring, but as cars work their way around the Grand Prix loop, looking back down, well, effective towards Nürburg village with the mighty tower, it's grey over there, but as you swing left to look towards Hatzenbach and the western end of the circuit, there is blue sky, but definitely the bright blue day that dawned here ahead of qualifying is becoming a little grey, but in fact probably just falling into where it should be and normally is around this time of year. Still, it's great. The days are getting longer. Races, though, are staying at 4 hours, which is good. So we're nearly an hour and a half in, and at the moment it's looking very good, neat and tidy for Verstappen.com. And Danny Juncadella has taken that over and is pulling clear.
You just mentioned Verstappen. Of course, he's not in the car currently. There's no reason why we can't just mention. But I just wanted a little comparison that somebody who we know only too well, a good friend of radio show, is and Nürburgring, Peter Kate.
Ah, yes.
Has just sent something just saying it's interesting to compare Max's quotes on the two different championships he's racing in this year. Okay, Formula One. Maybe some fans like it, but they don't understand racing.
Yes.
Okay, on the Nürburgring, it's one of the best races in the world on one of the best tracks. Yeah. Same man.
Yeah. Well, there we go. So I'm sure it'll all be sorted out in Formula One. But right now, it's irrelevant to us because we're here, and there's been some good scrapping, I must say. Very, very good indeed. Danny Juncadella, by the way, his lead is 3 seconds. You go, but it used to be more than that. Yes, it did, because Jordan Pepper, the flying South African, has taken 3 seconds off him. It was 6 and a bit seconds last time around after 10 laps on the board. 3 seconds. Nico Hanke, remember his car just came out into the lead. He took it over from Christopher Haas, who'd just been passed by Verstappen before the first pit stops. He is holding on to fourth place. You know what? He's settling his pace, but he is going to be caught very soon indeed by Patrick Assenheimer. Assenheimer right now on his tail, about a second behind. Fifth place for the Black Falcon Porsche. Assenheimer Porsche, still got to log that in my mind. And he's going to use his experience, not just with a GT3 class car running in the SB9 class, but also with back markers. Nico Hanke hasn't got the experience in the NLS that, and with this top class car that Patrick Assenheimer has. But right now, after the Kleiner carousel, the Audi's still in front. But will Assenheimer get his car well placed when they go through Galgenkopf and then onto Dottinghoe at the straight? Looks fairly equal as they go through that long right-hander. Then they get the long view ahead. Assenheimer, I'd say, didn't gain an advantage in terms of gaining any margin to the Audi in front, but now he's close enough to just eke a little bit closer with every handful of meters he goes, because he's just getting half a toe. I don't think it's going to be enough to get to him. He's getting closer. As you do, whatever toe you get will give you a bit of a helping hand, but then the track is going to cut to the left. Nico Hanke, where's his car? Right in the middle of the track. He goes slightly to the right, giving a little look at the inside line, and Assenheimer goes, I shouldn't have done that. Thank you very much indeed. I shall have fourth place.
Perfectly timed on the kink, just lined it up to perfection, came out the right side, and there it was. You got no choice in it, as we saw for the lead earlier on. You had no choice but to let it happen. Even though they were both diving into the pits at the time.
Yes, I know. Yeah, you really didn't need to do that. Now, one car we haven't mentioned, the Dacia, still with us in 2026. The Dacia Logan, a car of very different performance potential to our race here. It's been a staple in the championship in the NLS for years and in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. And it lives to fight another day. It's blue and it's keeping out of the way, which is what we expect. But again, it's just the rich history that you have these totally different classes of cars racing, and it's for all the drivers in the quicker cars to make sure they let them stay there and play there. That was a good move by Patrick Assenheimer, and his next target, well, it's going to be a bit further up the track, because actually Assenheimer came through, as we said, having just taken 4th place, but he's, oh golly grief, 23 seconds behind 3rd place, which is Matthias Drudy's Aston Martin, which just keeps eking its way forward. But remember a lap ago, I said Jordan Pepper had halved the lead. It went from 6 seconds to 3. The end of that lap, probably gone the other way. No, not probably, definitely. 9.5 seconds now. Danny Juncadella is clear. Traffic will have been an element within that, for sure. And it may swing back the other way. But yeah, in terms of their lap time, the difference between them, you hit 6.5 seconds. That is not... When you're dealing with the drivers at the front in the field, no driver who's a pro is going to lose 6.5 seconds, even around a long lap to another. So traffic has had an element within that, and certainly Jordan Pepper in the number 99 Rover BMW would have been frustrated there, but it may come back the other way. Now, another thing we need to throw in is that we're on lap 12. All the front runners came in after 7 laps. We expect this stint to be 8 laps for most of them. So end of lap 15 they'll be diving, and some might do 7.7. And again, we come to the sliding scale of pit stops. The real aim in this race is to do your final pit stop as late as you possibly can, because the later you come in, the shorter your pit stop is mandated to be. It's just fantastic. If you've been with us on radio's RSL 3 since the start of the race, you'll know we've got a touring car racing it. No, not a touring car in a racing touring car way. Touring as in a BMW touring. You dreamt it, we built it is the message, and it's something different, and I'm sure there will be there won't be a fan around the circuit with a phone or a camera taking pictures who won't take a snap of it, because it's something different, and we're fans, very Catholic taste in motor racing, as many different shapes of cars as possible. And I just think this is one of those cars that, you know, people will make their replicas of it, won't they? If you happen to have a BMW M3 Touring, A, lucky you, and B, give it a paint job like this. No, don't actually, but just imagine it like that. It gives you a bit of ownership of something that's out there on the track. So again, well done. But you know, one of the traditions of BMW across the years, not only is they've raced cars, there's been such a strong history of the marque, but also they paint cars, they put liveries on cars. You think of the ones that, remember the BMW 635s with the pretend cutaway. Yes. Like a cutaway drawing of a car on the side. You had the art cars, the Hervé Poulain cars that raced at Le Mans, etc., wind it through the decades. And this is, again, something different, something clever. Much easier now. You can wrap a car than having someone with stickers and stencils, but it's something different. I'm delighted it's here.
And I've always thought aesthetically that the estate cars, and especially the German estate cars, so Audi RSs, BMW M's, they just, to me, they just aesthetically look more appealing than the saloon car version. There's something about them, whether road or track. And we used to have, at Goodwood in the UK, we used to have BMWs up until last year. And when we get to the end of a session to do hot laps in them, you've got a range of BMWs, and people would just choose your customer and say, right, we're going to come there. And I'd always choose the M3 Comp Touring, because people didn't expect it to do what it did, and it was perception changing, just as this one is on track now. Because you'd go out and they go, oh, have I got the... Everybody wanted to go in the M5 or the M8, and you go, come with me, and then they go, oh, in an estate car. And you'd watch people's shoulders drop visibly. Then you'd get in it and leave the pit lane and just quietly talk about the car a little bit, and then just sort of describe the say, should we add a bit of speed in? And often they overturn blue, because they didn't expect a car, let alone an estate car, to go as well as it does. And that's the road version. So the race version, fantastic. I'm all for it.
Absolutely. They probably thought you were going to pull over and get a picnic hamper out of the boot. But talking BMW,
the Labrador wasn't so keen because it must move around quite a lot in the back. But
yeah, they're a bit slow thinking, aren't they?
Better harnesses.
Number 98, we talked about it in the pits. Raffaele Marcello and the Rover BMW, the second of their cars, is back out. This is the one that went better in the first part of the race in the hands of Augusto Farfus. Then Marcello just started his stint, came into the pits. Wasn't too sure anyone was particularly working on the car, then the cameras cut away, but they did, because it's back out there. But that would be a long way down. At this point, any chance of glory gone completely, but what is still there to play for is just under 2.5 hours of racing around this. Their big aim for 2024, of course, would be to try, 2024, why would they be doing that? 2026 even, they'll be trying to take victory in the Nürburgring 24 hours and also doing the other classics, the Spa 24 hours. And so track time is absolutely everything for them at the moment. I think they lost a good lap. In fact, with such a long entry list, you have to scroll a very long way down to find where someone's placed. One thing we haven't really talked about was we saw him waiting to take over, but Frank Stippler, Ford Mustang, 2 laps down at the bottom of the field. And we mentioned number 30, that's the Korean entered Porsche. We saw that being brought in on the end of a tow rope, Hankook competition car. That's not got the sort of score it was looking for. Just going to have a little visit. Still 9.5 seconds between the race leader number 3 Mercedes Winward racing car, started by Max Verstappen, Danny Juncadei at the wheel. Jordan Pepper still in second place, Rover Racing BMW, third place in Rei Fukuzimi. Japanese driver on board the KCMG Mercedes, but that is out of sync because it will have to do its second pit stop before its rivals, and more importantly its final pit stop 2 laps probably before its rivals, and that would mean its final pit stop is longer. So what it gained 22 seconds by making its pit stop 2 laps for its rivals, but it will have to give that back effectively, and that will see it tumbling down the order. But it's nice to have someone doing something a little bit different.
Very strange for me to see the name Pepper and BMW alongside it. So used to being in a Lamborghini for so long. It just one of those things. You just get associated, isn't it? But then again, it was the same with Stippler and Audi.
Yeah.
And Shearer. It was always Phoenix, Shearer Sport, PHX, whatever. And there he is in a Mustang. You know, it's we have to adapt. But it is. I keep looking up there and seeing it. Pepper Rover Racing. Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just having a quick, while you were saying that, I was just thinking, having just mentioned Frank Stippler, not going anywhere at the moment, the sister car for Hout Racing Team, bear in mind it's a really local team just across the road, Hubert Hout's team, sister car number 64 in the hands of young Norwegian racer Emil Christian Gjerum, probably not how you pronounce it, is not featuring at the sharp end. That Mustang is 19th position overall, just behind Michele Beretta's Porsche. So it's got a few rivals in there, but yeah, for Hubert Hout, he'd expected. We've had the Mustangs around for a few seasons now. Boy, do they sound good, but not going as well as they'd have liked.
Well, talking of sounding good, one of the things that isn't sounding so good is the number 37 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin GT3 Vantage. And I think it's either Maxime Guido Dumoulin at the wheel at the moment, but it's just had a notification for its first noise violation. It is running down in 32nd at the moment, but that's a new one for me here, and you know, this far into a race.
Yeah.
So whether something's happened to it or has damaged its silencing system or exhaust system, it won't be silenced obviously, but just an odd notification. But first noise breach for number 37, the Aston Martin.
Yes, that is an unusual one. Lap 1 or even the formation lap, you might understand that. Cracking battle at the moment.
Hopefully qualifying or testing.
Yeah. Goes in the blink of an eye, doesn't it? His last 2 laps, we expected it because he just hasn't got the pace as yet as he settles into the SP9 class. Nico Hanke came out in the lead, remember, ahead of Danny Juncadei, but he fell down to 3rd to 4th, running in 6th. Got a bit of a gap between the next lot. And then we got Dorian Boccolacci. David Perel, who's having a really good scrap in his Ferrari over 8th place with Patrick Niederhaus, with the green Lamborghini tucked in behind him. And tucked in behind the pair of them is the Falcon liveried Schnabel Motorsport, Schnabel Engineering Porsche, and that is Tim Heinemann at the wheel of that. So the Kondo Racing Ferrari, just been mentioning driver on board that, David Perel at the moment, the South African. Remember, we had that running in 4th place early in the race, so it's fallen back a little bit as the sunshine goes away. The Ferrari doesn't want to play, so it seems a little bit. And again, through the double lefts of the Sabine Schmitz curves, the circuit looks great. The sun is rather fading to grey, but the racing is fading to absolutely not fading at all. In fact, it's brilliant. And when you have 3 cars, 3 different manufacturers going through hats and back, that's what it's all about at the top end of this field. And it is about the smallest of elements, the whole element. Conquer the Nordschleife or Mordpoint, keep it on the island, and then you've got to play with the traffic snow.
Yeah, and I think also that's it's a fallacy and a dangerous rabbit hole to fall into. You never conquer the Nordschleife. You never. I think if you get into that mindset, that's dangerous. You can learn it, but you can never stop learning, and it will, as you've said so many times, it always wins. It will, just when you think you've seen it all or done something, whether it be snow or sleet or rain or fog or whatever it may be, instant vehicle, car facing the wrong way, running wide, as we've just seen, etc. You think that most circuits, most places, you get to know all that, and you just say, yeah, I've got it covered. This place will just turn around and have a little laugh at you and give you a little nudge and just throw something else in.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Right, having mentioned
that's part of the appeal.
No, entirely. Having mentioned that the Ford Mustang, the one that's going okay in the race, but not where it wants to be, southern side of Emil Christian Gierdom is all over the tail of Michele Beretta's Porsche. So, it's been a cracking race so far, and it's very much advantage car number 3.
Hier gibt es keinen Raum für Fehler. Kein Entkommen. Nur Asphalt, Adrenalin und die Legende. Die grüne Hölle vergisst nicht. Sie verzeiht nicht. Jede Kurve, ein Kampf, kein Platz für Schwäche. Die Nordschleife ist kein Ort für leere Versprechen. Sie ist der Ort, an dem sie gehalten werden. Engineered for the Green Hell. Offizieller Partner der NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube and TikTok.
willkommen bei der NLS.
well. The clouds continue to gather over the circuit, but we're going to have the run into the second of the 3 likely pit stops for all the front-running crews. But there's a 12-second margin at the moment from the Verstappen Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3, started by Max. Now Danny on board, the super experienced Danny Juncadella, and Jules Gounon will be waiting to have a crack as well. The blue, red and yellow AMG GT3 going past a Porsche Cayman from one of the production classes, looking shorn of its wings because it is in road car form effectively, but that's not something you can say about a GT3 car. When you get a standard Mercedes and you put an AMG GT3 alongside, it just looks like it's been down the gym an awful lot, hasn't it?
I was driving an AMG GT only last week, and it's a phenomenal piece of kit. As a road car, put it on a track. As a road car on the track, it's an amazing piece of kit. And then I was driving around thinking, I'd love to have this on track. So we've got a very badly damaged Rover BMW by the look of it.
No, it's one of the Mustangs. It's car 65. It was the one that Frank Stippler went out in. We talked about cars looking
so disarranged I couldn't recognise what it was.
We're looking at the rear end, and the fact you can see the rear tyres means there's no bodywork left behind it, and something has either crumpled into it. And again, underneath you can see the structure of the racing car. That all seems fairly square, but the bodywork, well, tatters doesn't even start to cover it. So that's going to be rotated around. But this is a car that, I don't know if it was eventually towed back, but when you scroll down the scoreboard, it is pretty much right at the bottom.
That's just interesting. Our cameraman very kindly in the pit lane got eyes on that for us, as you mentioned, Bruce. And that's odd damage, because there's a lot of damage to the rear of that car, but it doesn't look like it's actually impacted anything. I've gone off and done a lot of damage to the barriers and itself, and rear wheels pointed the wrong way, cambers and all sorts. So it does suggest, and the rear wings intact, it does suggest something's run into it from behind. So I wonder whether there's a yellow flag or something, or it's just slowed down for a back marker, as we saw, and the car behind has just been caught out. I'm speculating, but I think just looking at the damage, it doesn't look like it's been off somewhere.
No, it's a very good
hit.
It's taken a very long time to be brought back. It's now got 3 laps scored against it, which puts it right down very much at the tail of the field. But it took an awful long time, and I would think if that did happen on lap 3, bear in mind our race leaders are on lap 13. It's taken a long while for that to come back. At least the Hout Racing team still have one of its 2 Mustangs in the field. But
you say leaders, we've got second, third and fourth, which is Pepper, Fukuzumi and Drudy in the pits, and indeed number 17 from 7th place, my apologies. I'll make that clear again, start again, I'll put my teeth back in. Car number 17 from 7th place, Boccolocci in the Porsche, all into the pits. So Juncadella, it is in the number 3 Winward Racing Mercedes GT3 out at the front still. Pepper, Fukuzami, Drudy in the pits. Assenheimer, Handke still out on top. Boccolocci in the pits.
Okay, well, this is interesting, because that means Rover Racing
13,
have blinked. So they did a 7-lap opening stint, followed by a 6. I would have thought you do 7-7-7 is the normal way, or sometimes 7-8. And whatever you choose for your final pit stop. But Danny Juncadella has continued, so he's going to come in after the more traditional length stint, I would suggest, the end of this lap. But his lead now is enormous, because it was listed as 22 seconds on the start-finish line. That's 10 seconds more than the previous time, but that was, of course, with Jordan Pepper slowing down as he went through, went into the pit lane. So I thought those chasing cars would have stayed out a little bit longer, another lap on the board. For 47, that was always going to be coming in, because it pitted earlier, 2 laps earlier than its rivals at the end of the opening stint. That's come out now. We showed Tsuboi at the wheel.
Well, it might be for the reason, because we've got a code 60 at Brunchen, which is for the number 33 Kramer Racing Audi R8. Evo 2 version. That car is stationary at the left-hand side of Brunchen, so it's navigated. It's a left and a right and a left. It's navigated the final left and parked itself there. Whether it's just stopped or had something more serious, I can't say. I haven't got eyes on it yet, but I'll have a look. But it is at the side of the track.
So that could have been a very, very quick call, couldn't it?
Exactly.
From Rover Racing, using all their experience. Jordan Pepper probably expecting another lap under his belt, but he's jumped out, and saying Dan Harper's now taken over the number 99 from Jordan Pepper, and so he should. His other driver listed in that car, of course, but he did the first stint. Now he's back in, but Yeah, I think they were probably expecting to do another lap. Very quick call, because any time there's a code 60, you have to drop that pace through the corner. It will cost you a lot of time. And if anybody is in the pits, they will be having a laugh. Well, hoping it's cleared up before they get to that corner after their pit stop. But that's shuffled the order a little bit for the KCMG Mercedes. Well, they were likely to come in anyhow, because they did their first pit stop after 5 laps and added 8 to that. So they had actually as long as they could have gone before they had to come in. But that has helped them a little bit, I'd suggest. Some of their rivals have blinked to avoid the code 60, but it does mean that their final pit stop, the third and final pit stop, will be maybe a lap earlier than planned, and therefore that makes their final pit stop longer than some of their rivals. Oh, so many variations, but let's just paraphrase. If you come in early for your pit stop, your first pit stop can be shorter than that of your rivals, but if you pit later than your rivals for your final pit stop, their pit stop will be shorter. So, you know, it's yin and yang. You take the pain at one point at the one end of the race and gain it back at the end. And it's really where it puts you in traffic a lot of the time.
And that's where the boffins, and I mean that in an endearing way, come into their own, because drivers have one view, and we always focus on the drivers, but it's team sport. And it's the boffins, I'm going to use that's a phrase. It's the clever people with the spreadsheets and the history and the knowledge and the experience that in actual fact they sort out what's going on. And I learned this years ago with an engineer who knew exactly how the car I was driving should be driven. And he said to me, and he knew exactly what I should be doing and how to do it. So told me how to. He couldn't do it and had no interest in it. And his view was, I think you're utterly bonkers for wanting to do it. However, I know what it should do, and I'll build you the best car that can do it. Then it's over to you. And literally look at data and just go, well, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. And it was a huge learning curve, because you sat there and just went, but you can't do it. And you went, no, I know. He said, but at the moment, nor can you. And you're the driver. It's like, okay, yeah.
Okay, we have an answer about the Frank Stippler Mustang. This is from Stank. From Stank? I've never said that before. Frank Stippler. I've combined the letters and just jumbled them up. But let's go for this.
That's a new nickname now. There we go.
K. Kramer Racing, car number 33, spun in front of him. I tried to avoid him, so not to T-bone him, and touched the barrier due to this. So he didn't have rear end from being rear-ended. He got rear end damage from avoiding a spinning car. And just to reiterate, that would have been on the Nordschleife section, and as I said at the start of the race, it's very, very narrow. The track is relatively narrow, but it's the fact the area beyond is a blink of grass, that's all. A car's width of grass, and if you're going sideways, well, that'll take you no time at all. So rear end damage. So Frank, who's his record across the years, he's quick, he's consistent, he doesn't make mistakes, and unfortunately someone else's mistake has ended up him having no choice to damage the car, which he would have hated. And again, it's about building up your season. You don't want on the first round that counts to not be picking up points. Hopefully the damage was more dramatic in appearance than shaking the car from being 4 square underneath, but that would be really, really so annoying for him.
Always have to be a little bit careful about praising or eulogising somebody's particular skills, because by definition you imply that others can't. But I would suspect it would need somebody of Frank Stippler's experience to have possibly avoided less damage than that than perhaps mere mortals would have done.
Yeah, well,
he will have, in his view, he will have grazed it. Looking at the back of that Mustang, it's a bit more than a graze. Just tear the bodywork off. If the wheels are straight, carry on racing. The wings on it, get it out there. It's got 2 hours to go yet. Was one even halfway through?
Exactly so. But one thing's about this, we've been extolling the wonder of GT3 that run in the SP9 class, because there are so many manufacturers now. It's a global formula, and don't forget it's the secondary category within the World Endurance Championship as well. So beyond racing at Le Mans, all the circuits raced on by the WEC, but it's also variety in other cars you don't get to see too much. Just the inside of the KTM Crossbow GTX, long and low and red and very purposeful, very sort of sharp front and back ended. That's entered by Reiter Engineering, who basically have been KTM in terms of racing over the past decade. Nicholas Bourne, Arnie Hofmeister and Julian Apostolos racing now. And I'm a big fan of seeing something a little bit different. And for those who are out around the circuit or in the grandstands overlooking the start-finish straight, again, they'll be there with their programs and just looking at variety. And a lot of people might be going, what's that? Oh, number 66, can't make make it out. You think, is it an SP9 class car? No, it isn't. No, it's not. That's not homologated for GT3s. I don't know what it is. But again, you go home and you look it up, KTM Crossbow, but the very low and mean GTX version. Yeah, good to see that. Oh, by the way, that we talked about the spinning K. Kramer racing number 33 that put Frank Stipler off. That was the Audi. That was on the exit of Brunchen. And Brunchen, to my eye, is one of the trickiest parts on the circuit. It's just where you're starting to build a fantastic flow, but things can fall away. Interesting, this year we've got some new teams. Gamoto Racing running a BMW M4 GT3. That's car number 23. And at the moment it's being driven by Moritz Krantz. David Jahn started the car. And Antal Zigo, driver from Slovakia, will be the third driver on board that. But new name, actually looking very, very crisp. It's white with black and red swoops around the flanks and nose of the car. So that's something a little bit different.
You just mentioned Brunchen, Bruce, about the fast-flowing part of the circuit, and I mentioned about the number 33 Kramer Racing Audi being parked. It's still there, but it is being dragged back shortly, because it's just now white right there. That was at the end of it. However, at the beginning of it, we've now got the 966 Porsche parked up.
These things happen. The NLS, it's all about variety. 4 hours of racing as I recap what happens in the first half, and a packed field of cars, around 130 coming to play. The first round was snowed off. The second round, the very next weekend, that was good news for Max Verstappen, because he came across. He was busy previous weekend with his day job, but this is his dream job in a way, the aside, the leisure pursuit, racing around a circuit that's 25 kilometres, 130 cars, beautiful spring sunshine. The racing in the front is very, very tight indeed. A really fantastic battle with Christopher Haase in the Scherer Sport PHX Audi, who certainly kept the Mercedes driver on his toes. Down to the first corner for the second group of cars, largely full of Porsche Caymans here, and GT4 class cars also having their early stages of the race. But good clean starts in each of the 3 batches of cars as they got away for 4 hours of play on the Nordschleife. Dry conditions, sunny conditions, and what a way to get 2026 NLS underway. This is the Barbarossa prize, but the racing has been very, very neat and tidy so far. A few fallers, including Frank Stipler, spinning to avoid, but right at the end of the opening lap, the number 16 Audi from Scherer Sport PHX got the toe on Max Verstappen, and Christopher Haase, using all the experience, made the move to take the lead of the race. And there were a little bit of body contact. The Kondo Racing Ferrari getting up the inside of a rather hesitant Porsche car number 48 that has actually been driven very well indeed by Tobias Muller. That's the Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon car. But it was the racing at the front, and just they got to the end of the opening stint, getting closer and closer. Max Verstappen caught and passed. Got in the lead in the positions for October, but Nico Hantner, when he took over from Christopher Haase, unfortunately his motion was largely falling down the order as he gains experience, but he's racing against the real pros and will have learned an awful lot in that. So good, we're at the halfway point in the race, but at the moment it's looking very good indeed for Danny Juncadella, driving at number 3 Winward Racing Mercedes, having taken over from Max Verstappen. And he should be in next time around to make a second pit stop. Has gone 1 lap longer than all his rivals. There'll be 14 laps on the board when he comes in. 7-lap opening stint. We have had an 8-lap stint from one of the crews, but I would expect to keep things even that Danny Juncadella will bring that number 3 Mercedes in this time around. Don't forget though, with a lap of 25 kilometres, you've got to be quite sure you know when your pit stop is going to be. And we've had times in the past, very seldom luckily these days, but you try and do 1 extra lap and you might have got your fuel calculations a little bit wrong. But I'd say a really, really good start to the 2026 Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, because the track's in brilliant condition. The racing has been tipped up very tidy. 1 little spin of the K. Kramer Racing number 33 Audi got it a little bit wrong, and Frank Stipler's Ford Mustang took to the barriers on the exit of Brunchen in avoidance. But other than that, we've had a few little fallers, but the race officials, the marshals, the rescue crews have done an exemplary job. and they've got things cleared up. We haven't had too many slow zones, but they're there, and as and when at various points things need to clear up, and it's absolutely crystal clear on a circuit this long. You may have course vehicles out there, and the drivers get all that in the briefing, but you need to learn your craft around here. Respect this circuit. It is, after all, the mighty Nürburgring Nordschleife, a circuit where you get clear track and you're at one with your car. You can find the most mesmerizing of flows around the circuit. I can't think of anywhere that would reward you more. The scenery is changing, going from one valley to another, over a hilltop, down the slopes on the other side, and then of course you've got the mixture of traffic as well, when you have so many different classes of cars. So the drivers of the top class cars, which is SP9, those are the cars that are known globally as the GT3 class, are very, very quick indeed. And they come across other cars that feel quick, perfectly quick enough for the drivers on board, but they just don't have the performance, they don't have the grip, the aerodynamic balance and sleek approach that the drivers, the top class cars have, the ones that are made first and foremost to be racing cars. The others, of course, some of them are production class cars with roll cages and racing tyres, but they're not that different from how they might leave the showroom. But right now, I would say half the race done, and a very good job by all involved. But just waiting for Danny Juncadea. Maybe he is going. Yeah, I'm waiting to see if he's diving into the pits. Not as yet, but we will have the swap around. So maybe they're going to do a 7-lap opening stint and an 8-lap second stint. Well, that is bold, but we know it can be done. We know, Snowy, that you can get an 8-lap stint if all goes smoothly.
Yeah, so 7 seems to be the target number, doesn't it? We saw Pittard earlier on do a 5, that's because they're just slightly. That's just a choice on strategy, because that's where they are at that point of the race. They're not challenging, so go for something different. And as you said, with the table and how it works, that you can then get a shorter pit stop later in the race. So they're putting something in the bank early in the race to pay dividends in the last half hour, which seems quite odd in the first hour, but its strategy is working things out. But I can't imagine this car doing another lap, to be honest. We'll find out any second now as it comes across the pit. And indeed, straight into the pits, the lead car, which is number 3, Danny Juncadea in the Winward Racing Mercedes. And Jules Gounon standing ever present, waiting to have his turn to play in currently the leading car, which of course this will now change. So it's going to be Patrick Assenheimer, is it not, that's going to take the lead, or was that too far down to do that?
No, Patrick will be pitting, Nico Hanke will pit, David Perel in the Ferrari, and Tim Heinemann, they will all be diving in, as will Christian Engelhardt, who's driving the other Lamborghini, the Huracan from Conrad Motorsport, because they can't go any further than an 8-lap stint, so they'll be diving in. So this means the order will be shuffled, but just remember, all the cars pitting now, they will be pitting a lap, in some cases 2 laps later than their rivals when they get to the third and final pit stop, and that means their final pit stop will be shorter. So they might fall down the order now, but they know they've got something coming their way, something in the bag for that final hour of the race. But certainly the markers have been laid down, not just in terms of pace, but by intent from the Verstappen.com Winward Racing Mercedes. That's car number 3. Jules Gounon on board, the little safety net just being plugged back into position by the outgoing driver, Danny Juncadea. Fresh set of Michelin slicks on board. The pit stop's not hurried because there is a minimum pit stop time, so that's ample for a handful of mechanics to go around. What I love there is the door closes, a great big sticker on the inside of the driver's door with a track map and with as many corners. We think it's around 172. We're never quite sure. Particularly if a driver goes off, it's quite nice if they can tell the crew we're within half a kilometre of where they actually are. But and for a lot of the drivers here, they don't always know the corner names. They just, it's the corner after this. With so many to learn, it's more important to learn the flow of the circuit.
Well, it's one of the things that's very, very different. When I started racing, which obviously was eons ago, and etc., and all those black and white, even those early sepia photographs, it was you had corner names, and circuits are. I'm still a great believer of that. That circuits have names for a reason. They're evocative. There's history. There's a connection. But it's become much the way now with not so much sim racing, but even just data when it came into racing 30, 40 years ago, more prolifically, of turn 1, turn 2, turn 7. Drivers and analysts, team coaches talk about you're going into turn 7, you're doing this and whatever now. the Nordschleife, like everything, bucks the trend. You can't easily just say it's turn 37, turn 102. It's not quite as easy. There's a lot more names on this circuit. You do have some of the most famous ones. We've got some of the great names that I think are just so German. Quiddelbacher Hohe, leading up to Flugplatz. Further round, we have the famous Exmühle and up to Hohe-Achten, the highest part of the circuit. Bergwerk, Kaschrochen, Klostertal, up to the Caracciola Carousel. And it's the Carousel. It's named after Rudolf Caracciola because he learned that there was a dip at the side of the track, and it was effectively a drainage ditch that in his pre-war Mercedes, if he hooked the wheel, the front left wheel, into the ditch, he could go through the corner quicker. So great in typical driver. Even then, we talk about competitive advantages now all the time. Caracciola worked that out in those days. So tell you what, let's name the corner after him. So let's use its name. Don't lose it. It's not turn 47 point whatever it is now. It's the Caracciola Carousel.
Yeah, great description. It's almost rally driving style, isn't it? Hooking on a corner, but also carousel, roundabout, merry-go-round, and it's merry for some, but it is the most astonishing place. And you look at it on a track map, what you never gain, you might know through experience or listening or to radio or looking at television. There's an ascent towards it. You walk up it, your calves will tell you that's a steep old climb, and it flattens just very slightly before you dive into the bowl, and it really, really is an extraordinary bowl. It's not just a gently banked track.
Oh no, you've just made a very good point of don't underestimate what it's like. You can do it on a sim, and it simulates. And I'm all for simulate. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I think it's changed the world of motor racing for the good. But there's nothing like doing it for real life in a car, stiffly sprung, and you said it ain't smooth, it's concrete, it bounces, and there's three elements to it. One is getting into it the right way because it drops, it's banked, get into it, go round it, bumping, bouncing, hanging onto it, and you've got to get the lock exactly right, but also the exit. Because it suddenly goes from being banked, you basically go over a crest and it goes flat. If you get all the power on too soon or at the wrong point, it'll likely snap right and push you into the barriers. All this, remember, whilst you've got probably somebody right up your chuff, that's quite close behind, by the way, for English term, and it can be raining and it can be dark. Why do we love this racing? I think I've just said.
I think so too. Yes, they race here at night. Yes, they do.
And it rains. Yes, and they still race at night in the rain. Bring it on. Still the best. I love that. You know me. You know I love racing in the dark.
Yeah, no, but exactly. But also, well, just to touch briefly, the Nürburgring 24 Hours is not part of the series, but a lot of people racing here, particularly in the first part of the season, are just gaining experience of the circuit with the latest car for taking in there, is the fans around the circuit. People build modern-day fortresses, Some circuits you might see someone build a scaffolding platform with their mates. They get a lofty view from behind the fencing. Here, they have hot tubs. They've got trucks with dry ice machines. And
discos.
There is military planning to get them get them set and experienced. But also the beauty is, on Sunday afternoon when the race is over, they take their stuff down and they clear all their litter, and it's exemplary.
Yeah.
But what a lot of fun.
I remember, I can remember 3-4 years ago, yourself, Johnny Palmer and I went for a walk in one of the sessions that we weren't on air, and we said, come on, we're going to go, and we stood on the outside of Hatzenbach and for the 24 hour, and there's nothing like, you say, we think we know what we're talking about, we can sit in a commentary box, we've got a timing screen, we get a bit of a video screen or an onboard footage we can talk about, but to go out there, the three of us, like three petrolhead kids, and stand there and go, ooh, actually, this is really quite sexy, isn't it? Yeah. Watching these cars going through, just reminds you again that reset of why we want to do this and why we want to talk about it, and what absolute fun it is.
But that's it, because there are many circuits. You could have a fantastic race, but the corner where you are allowed to go to watch may not be that dynamic. Over the years of experience, you learn where to go, but there are so many points around this circuit. A lot of people like being around Wipperman, there's a great big bank there, and Brunchen, and but you have your favourite places. But it's the fact that in a 24-hour race, particularly if you've made the attempt to build your enclave with all your mates, you've got all the luxuries you could possibly fit in, you're still sitting in one corner for 24 hours. However, I'm glad you mentioned the Hatzenbach. They're not too far, they're just very much at the start of the Nordschleife. It's just so spectacular, day or night. The cars coming past are right on the edge of adhesion, they're changing direction super fast. And also, a lot of the banking around the circuit, you can be quite a way up above the track, so you can get a really good look down onto the top of the cars, and that's when you just see even more how dynamic they are as they're cornering.
I'm always a little bit wary, sort of banging on about it with the Hatzenbach, but it's because it's the beginning of that Nordschleife. You were talking earlier in the show, Bruce, about the change from the GP circuit onto the Nordschleife, that Sabine Schmitz curve, and I mentioned about the metal barrier. So it's an absolute mental and physical reset of. They take away the entire safety net of a runoff area. It is a barrier. It sets the tone, but then you have this roller coaster of the Hatzenbach, and just when you think, oh, that's what it's going to be like then. There's a lovely long straight, which is super quick, and you get to relax. In the old days, you'd look at the gauges. Now you have an engineer telling you or something, or press this button or mode, whatever, because they're so much more advanced. And then it all suddenly comes coming back at you again, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, and then foxhole. Just flat out down it. It's a roller coaster on steroids and more. It is absolutely bonkers.
Right. Slow zone coming up for the car that's led the majority of this race.
Wipperman, as you were just talking about.
Yeah, just talking about Wipperman. Great point on the circuit, but for Jules Gounon, not long into that number 3 Mercedes, he's just got to sit behind the Porsche Cayman from the, I think that's a Cup 3 class car, and wait. What's he looking for? He's looking for the flags from the marshals. As soon as he sees a green flag, he's going to floor his throttle and get on past. But so this is where you can really gain time if you're quick, particularly if you've got a gaggle of cars ahead of you that are quite slow. If you could hit that throttle in your powerful SP9 class car, pass several of them before the next corner, then that is really going to give you a helping hand.
It's for car. So on the next page is 111, which is the team JS competition BMW 325i. There were only a handful of cars in that class anyway, and we lost the 112 early on for that gearbox issue. Never got to do the formation lap. We now lost the 111 GS competition car. I don't know what reason it has stopped, but that's why we have the code 60 at Wipperman.
Again, you need many eyes in the commentary box to keep up with everything that's going past. Now, the little blue and white Toyota Supra, I think that might be the one that was stopped at pit exit, but it's going back into the pits now, car number 520, and going in at not terribly fast pace even before it gets to the slowing down line. That's Toyota Ring Racing. Good looking, such a good looking car, that Supra, I must say, and that blue and white livery, very crisp indeed, with little sort of gold markings on its flank as well. So we'll give you the full margin. Remember, the second pit stop from the race-leading car, and a quintet of others came in. That was after 15 laps. I want to see what the position is after 16 laps, and we complete this one to see how it shakes out, because its rivals, some came in 2 laps before, some just 1 lap before that number 3 Verstappen.com Mercedes. And of course, just remember, the cars that pit late for their second pit stop will pit late for their third pit stop, and then that final pit stop will be shorter than that experienced by the rivals who came in maybe a lap earlier. And that will have the order, not necessarily the race order change, but the intervals will change a lot, because certainly the car that Jules Gounon is back to driving at unabated pace now. He got through the slow zones. He's got a BMW not too far behind. Now, which of the Rover Racing ones is that? Because remember, the number 98 was the one that was delayed, was out of sequence for Raffaele Marcello, and I reckon that's Marcello again, I think, tucked in behind. But no, hold on, they would have owed us another pit stop, and Raffaele was the second driver in that. But as we go across the line after 16 seconds, it's actually Dan Harper who was sharing.
The 99, yeah.
99, okay, well that is there on merit, because the 98, the sister car, was the one that delayed. So just 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second, actually, Dan Harper on board the Rover Racing BMW. Now, just remember, they blinked. They came in after a shorter second stint.
Yep.
That means they were 2 laps earlier in. That means they will pit. Presumably, their final pit stop will be 2 laps before the Mercedes, and that will cost them because that will have to be a much longer pit stop. I know it seems extraordinary to talk so much about potential pit stop length, but it really has always been a factor in the NLS. So for Jules Gounon, he really doesn't have to worry about Dan Harper. He can let him go past, frankly, but that's not the nature of Jules. And he will try and keep the Mercedes there. But interesting thing right now, Snowy, is can that BMW live with the pace of the Mercedes in front? It made its pit stop 2 laps earlier, but right now Jules Gounon should have full heat in those tyres, etc., etc. But Mercedes just looks fantastic this weekend. It just looks as though it's doing everything it should. BMW not looking so bad, maybe a little less cumbersome through the corner. But just remember, when Juncker Deer got out, his body language in the pits, he said to Gounon, is pushing, indicating understeer. Doesn't seem to be pushing too badly. I thought it looked very tidy through that part of the Grand Prix circuit.
It just looks very balanced, doesn't it, that Mercedes? Just looks, no matter who's driving it, that car just looks extremely well balanced. But Winward Racing, yes, very experienced at sorting those cars out and running them. That's why they are effectively factory supported. That's what they are. So good for them. You mentioning about Dan Harper there. Can he live with it? Personally, I don't think he can. But what he needs to do, if he can, really, allowing for that pit stop strategy and how that time's going to change, he needs to actually get ahead of it and pull out a bit of a gap to be able to have any chance of winning this race. So at the moment, Gounon doesn't need to fall for that, not let it. Doesn't matter if Dan Harper gets past him, that's fine. More to the point, don't make any mistakes while defending because you lose the whole lead. If he goes by, let him go by. It's fine. He's not going to. Doesn't matter if he pulls away. To be honest, what sort of margin we're looking at? It's going to be what? You can pull away 5 seconds.
And the rest.
And it won't matter.
Okay, sake of example, right? They're doing laps of, on a decent lap, 8 minutes. 8 minutes flat was sort of a good time. So pitting 2 laps later, you'll be coming in, what, 16, call it 17 minutes later. Yep. Okay? Difference, 17 minutes. I'm just going to do some very quick maths here, or maybe quite slow maths, actually. 45 seconds. So
it's not going to happen.
Go on by. For Dan Harper, if he goes on by and they're coming through the field, you tend to have an advantage if you're the first of the fast cars coming through. They don't always spot the second one because drivers are doing things like turning corners. They don't always look in their mirrors and see. Particularly if one car is really tight behind another, they see there are 2. And certainly if you're the second car coming through, you can be slightly compromised. But so that is Dan Harper's hope. But I think he's going to have to put all his hopes for an entire season to swing back what will be a second pit stop would be 45 seconds longer. It's huge. Well, there's absolutely, one of the really interesting cars coming into this race was the BMW M3/M4 Touring, the estate body. It's an M3 body, but it's an M4 GT3 underneath. And being a GT3, it should exactly have the pace of its rivals. And right now, the Paul Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan is being pushed very, very hard indeed by this novelty, car number 8. It is a novelty. It's a great novelty. And that is being pushed on very nicely by Hugo de Wilde, who's also in this race competing in an M4, regular M4 GT3 as well. Just don't tell him there's a bit of extra bodywork behind him.
And just to further confuse the numbers of it being listed as an M4 on the entry list when it's actually an M3, it's also got number 81 on the side of it. On our entry list, it's listed as 77.
No. What? On our entry list, 77 is Schubert Motorsport BMW.
Yes.
Which is an M4 GT3.
Ah, yes.
The Touring is 81.
Yes. I'm getting myself confused.
Yeah. No, but it's good because sometimes by pointing out these elements, it makes it absolutely clear for everyone. Right, haven't talked about Aston Martin too much in this race, or maybe not enough, who knows. But Christian Cronjes has now he's got the Walkenhorst Motorsport number 34 Aston Martin ahead of that number 47 KCMG Mercedes. Remember, the KCMG was the one that came in after only 5 laps, rather than the standard 7 for the opening stint of the race, and elevated itself up the order because that first pit stop was, I think we said, 22 seconds shorter than its rivals were serving after 7 laps. But since then, it knows its final pit stop is going to be earlier, and they're going to lose all that time. But right now, Christian Cronjes, Matteo Drudi started the race in number 30 for Aston Martin, and that could be good for a podium position today. It's Mercedes, BMW, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, top 6 positions. But just remember, those that pit latest for their final pit stop will shuffle their way up the order, and that will include the car, unfortunately for all its rivals, that just happens to be leading the race anyhow. So expect the margin of the number 3 Mercedes to increase when we get to the final roll of the dice. But we've still got an hour and 36 minutes remaining out of the 4 hours of the opening NLS race for 2026. And it's been a good one so far, that is for sure. Quality field.
You talked about the weather earlier, Bruce, and what a difference just 1 week makes. You know, this is NLS 2, but the first race of the season. And last week it was cancelled, what, 50 minutes before the beginning of the race, because there was a little bit of snow. That wasn't the major bit, that got the headline. The real bit was actually the lack of temperature. It was so cold, it wasn't safe for tyres to run in all the time. And in fact, I said, no, we're not doing it, and quite rightly so. You just wouldn't get any heat into them. But I was in fear when that would happen last week of, well, what are the chances for next week then? Because it's not like we've got a 3-4 week gap, we've got 1 week. And yet here we are on, as you say, positively balmy blue skies.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, you might go, oh, NLS, it's a one-circuit championship. It's not. Every time you come to circuit, the weather will make it very, very different indeed. Plus, the challenge of the fantastic flow of the tarmac here. But don't think you can find a good setup for the opening race and use it for all the other races through the year. Of course not. In the summer, we can get plenty of heat. But then again, you go towards the end of the season, and quite often the final race is in, you know, October, November, and it can be very, very difficult indeed. They normally keep a free weekend if there is a race delay, cancellation, postponement, whatever you want to call it. But they know the start and the end of the year things can be tricky, but that's part of the challenge. Yeah, in the summer months you forget about where it was like in spring and autumn when you're here and it's blue skies and track conditions as they are, but very, very different. And again, people have had, it's still not warm today, it's just been blue sky, but people just get their tyres working.
I said it was balmy.
You did? I thought you were mad.
It's 10 degrees. Tomorrow's going to be 12 degrees.
It is balmy.
Compared to last week when it was freezing.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's great, because in a month's time it's going to be about 40 degrees then.
Nice maths.
Yeah. Well, ready for the 24-hour.
Yeah, so 16 laps on the board. Dan Harper still under the tail of Zhu Guanong, and BMW chasing Winward Racing Mercedes. But remember, that Winward car pitted 2 laps later. Its final pit stop will be 1 or 2 laps later, and that will give it a huge margin. So chase all you can, Dan Harper, lapping very nicely at the moment, but that's going to be a mountain to climb. So certainly we started with Max Verstappen, Danny Juncadere took over, now Zhu Guanong looking very, very neat and tidy. And the good news is the sister car for Winward Racing, car number 80, had its problems early on, but remember, it started from the pit lane, so it started stone last, still going nicely, but it's not going to be their day. The field's too competitive to lose that much time early on. Another BMW that lost time, of course, was car number 98, just after Raffaele Marciello took it over. That came and got pushed back into the pit garage. That's lapping very nicely in the Swiss driver's hands, but it's down in 42nd position. The quality's too strong at the top to have a problem and expect to stay in the mix. And again, Snowy, that is an emphasis of, as Dan Harper tries around the outside to get past Zhu Guanong, but that's all Joule is offering him. They go down, this is at the cut through. You don't use all of the Grand Prix circuit. You cut through effectively 2 corners after the Mercedes arena. Oh dear me, going either side of a Porsche Cayman, and on the outside, as they were about to turn left, was the Mercedes of Guanong, but trying to go up the inside was Dan Harper, and he clattered side on side with the Porsche Cayman. It's black and orange and possibly a little bit bruised there. That was a little unfortunate. Everyone carries on, but that little bit of contact like that, what can that lead to? A flat tyre. It could lead to any number of things.
Damage a rim or whatever, which gives you a slow puncture at worst or best. Damage track rod ends, all sorts of things it can do. Toe link suspension, all sorts of stuff. In ducts, air vents, all sorts of crazy little things. It might not seem much at the time. On first viewing of that, and we just caught sight of it from my cameraman, I just wanted to explain that. It looked a little bit clumsy from Dan Harper, which then in turn surprised me, because that's not Dan Harper's style of driving. I'm just wondering from a second shot of it there whether the Porsche saw one coming one way and just tried to keep slightly out of his way and just move a little bit when not expecting Dan Harper, the pair to split basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's unusual.
Yeah.
Normally if one goes around one side, the other will follow, but I also think it's almost an unconscious movement.
Correct.
Hiccup. Oh, is that the race leader? Oh, and without thinking, it's a bit like leaning over when you're approaching a bridge and you're driving a truck.
We're talking split-second decisions in the heat of battle, and that Porsche's having its own race as well. And if anything, you will want to keep out of the way of leaders. They always say when you do your ring license here and other circuits and whatever around the world that if you are a slower car on track and faster cars are approaching, obviously you've got your blue flag procedures and whatever, but stay where you are. It's a golden rule. It's so easy to say in the classroom. In reality, you're sitting there, and as you say, you suddenly see, in this case, the Red Bull Mercedes coming up. Oh, I'll keep out of his way. It's a little, almost like a nervous, you move, not expecting to see Dan Harper in a BMW alongside you. So I think there's no blame there. I think it's just one of those things that hopefully both get away with it, no problem.
Look, it's on a section of the circuit on the Grand Prix loop. There's only a very short distance between one corner and the next, and it was between two corners. Effectively, they've just gone around the little cut through, coming up to the next corner that needed to go to the left, and it didn't quite work. But they've all continued on their way, and in fact, the BMW not really that delayed. No,
and it's absolutely not Dan Harper's style to clatter off a slower car trying to get past. It's just not his style. He's too much class, too much quality to do that. So that's I think that's just one of those situations.
Yeah, I mean, we talked at the start about the balance of risk you'll have when coming across slower cars with lower performance than yours, and how there is an element of jeopardy in there, and how much risk you want to take. I don't think there was a particular risk from going either side of the didn't matter which side of the car you went. I just think for the Porsche Cayman driver, he suddenly realised he had cars on both sides of him, and that's not easy. Right, but anyhow, Dan Harper is now right back onto the tail of that number 3 Mercedes, so the 99 Rover Racing BMW giving chase. And again, traffic, a little bit of blue sky still, but definitely this day has become a cloudy one at the Nordschleife. But the track is dry. We will take that. Thank you very, very much indeed. It does remove an element, because with the rain, actually it's extraordinary. Sometimes we have races here on the Nordschleife where it's wet and you have fewer incidents than when it's dry, because I think in the dry everyone is just absolutely going flat out. Some drivers put a margin of error when it's raining, or just put a different focus on what they're up to. But anyhow, tip-top racing at the front. Jules Gounon, actually I must say, wherever you get to clear track, he does seem to just be able to stretch away from the chasing BMW M4 GT3 for Rover Racing. But sometimes it's traffic induced, but just a recent sample there showed it all looked pretty good indeed for that Mercedes when there was nobody interrupting their pace at all. Well, you look and you learn with the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, and it's been an interesting one, but you certainly have to say the Windward Racing crew, one of their Mercedes going very well. That's the car leading the race, the Verstappen.com livery one with the Red Bull logos on its flank, and the sister car right down towards the tail of the field, still going, but car number 80 had its problems early on. It started from the pit lane, which isn't really where you want to be, because your entire group of cars blasts off and you're going nowhere, but it's many, many laps down. Maxime Martin, I think they lost about 7 laps at some point in this race, so a long pit visit for them. Right, Cup 2 Porsches. Haven't talked about Cup 2 for a while. It's always a class worth looking at, and it is Benjamin Ites, the Chilean driver who's started his racing career in the States by and large, then in Ferraris and stuff, then came across to Europe and going very nicely at the moment, sharing with Alexander Hart and someone called Bear. Bear from Atlanta. I didn't know they had many bears in Georgia. I stand to be corrected, but a lot of drivers. It's always been a tradition of the long-distance races here on the Nürburgring that a lot of drivers seem to like to race under a pseudonym.
It seems to be a growing trend for
it's coming back.
Well, yes.
Mind you, I noticed Dan Harper is listed as inverted commas
I
Dan
noticed
Harper.
that as well, yes.
And Timo Scheider's son, who's cutting his teeth. Loris Scheider is inverted commas, Loris Scheider. So I don't know really what you do to gain that, but it's not much of a disguise, is it?
Not really, no.
Well, wherever the Mercedes pulls clear, the BMW goes back and looks as though a passing manoeuvre is being conducted. Side by side they go along towards the end of the Dottinger Her, and
Time
the BMW
perfection.
goes through. Dan Harper took the left-hand side of the circuit. Jules Gounon didn't fight him, and the reason for that, he doesn't need to, because Harper's car is going to pit potentially 2 laps earlier than him at the end of the race, so Jules it's not worth fighting for. But of course, he's Jules Gounon, so he will fight. They go out of turn 2, either side of another car, and looks like Jules was going back ahead unless he makes a kamikaze move into turn 4, which he does, but it's a tidy kamikaze move. Both cars off the track at the exit. Dan Harper's going, oh, come on, I made the move. Let me through, but that's,
4 lead changes in 3 corners. Brilliant.
Yeah, I know.
Brilliant.
So dull, isn't it?
Might be another one. He's done it again. Dan Harper's done it.
No,
Oh,
I'll
that's
tell
a
you
replay.
what, it's
That's
a replay.
I was going to say.
Oh,
that was
good
perfect
grief.
timing. Unfortunately, that replay was exactly the right part of track they were on.
It was.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like an overlay.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyhow, lay that one
I'm
to
easily
rest.
confused anyway. Yeah, so again, we saw that earlier in the race, didn't we? On that kink on the Dottinger Her, that perfect bit of time from Dan Harper, all these years of experience around here in the BMW Junior team in the different classes of cars. He got down the inside on the kink on the left-hand side, timed it to perfection, just took the lead, but then it all just swapped back over again. So it never ends.
Well, it's also quite nice to be given a replay so we can see what's going on. And certainly, you have to feel that imagine you're the TV producer and director, how you approach what you put up. 130 cars, 172 corners, 4 hours. Boy, you've got to have a lot of clear emphasis and communication as to what's coming next to play on the screen. But anyhow, it's interesting to see, because always an element of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series is the way that the front runners negotiate the back markers who are driving cars of totally different performance potential, and vice versa. They have to see, you can be sure that anybody competing in a round of this series, they will go and watch the race on replay when they get home, just to see, A, am I on camera, but B, was I doing the right thing, and oh, did I interrupt the race leaders or flip it around, oh, did I ruin the race of someone driving a production-based car against my SP9 car. But right now, at the front of the race, there is a little bit of comfort for our race leader. It's the number 3 Mercedes all over again, Jules Gounon. Dan Harper still giving chase, but just to point out again that Dan will have his final pit stop in the 99 Rover Racing BMW. 1, but probably 2 laps before the number 3 Mercedes from Winward Racing, and that will be a much longer pit stop for the BMW. And so while they're close on track, they're not really close in reality. Car just went straight on at the cut-through on the Grand Prix loop as we look at the KTM. Crossbow being chased by the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. An overtaking manoeuvre being conducted. A car in front of them, the production class car, just went straight on. Didn't turn to the right. Whether it outbraked itself as it saw the duo of the KTM and the Porsche coming and just went, oh, I'll give you space. Oh, I've given you so much space that I've left the circuit. Can't turn in. But anyhow, looks like there was no damage done. Certainly didn't interrupt the number 44 Falcon Porsche and Sven Muller in that, up into 7th place overall.
How odd to hear a Falcon Porsche only in 7th place, normally right up at the front. Normally a pair of them, a brace.
Yeah.
Only the one this time, normally 33 and 44, isn't it?
Yeah, this year they're running 17, and the other car's in Dunlop Motorsport livery, both run by Schnabel Engineering. But again, what often happens in the world of tyres is you get overall holding companies and they have several brands. And I must say the Dunlop car, having been accustomed for a good decade now by the aquamarine and mid-blue Falcon livery, to see yellow and black Porsche, it looks very, very sharp indeed, I must say, and stands out nicely in the sort of gloomier light. We mentioned that we have SP9 Pro-Am, and just to reiterate, that's being led by car number 48. It's had a really good run, the Porsche from Losch Motorsport, run by Black Falcon. We also have the AM class, so the Pro-Am leader is in 5th place overall, 12th place overall. It's the top car in SP9 AM, and that's the Black Falcon Team EAE car with the Turkish racer on board at the moment, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. So they're well clear of others in their class. But next in class is Selv driving the Audi from Juta Racing. And for Juta, they went off the circuit earlier, didn't they? There was a problem with number 8. I seem to remember you called one up, but I think it was a fleeting one. I think it was one of those things where car driving slowly or moving slowly. But anyhow, that is still going.
No, you're right. It was indeed the number 8 car. Yeah.
That's ahead of the best of the Cup 2 class Porsches, the 911 GT3 Cup class, still with the Chilean Benjamin Ites leading that class by 16 seconds or so from Raphael Renhofer. So 900 ahead of 902.
Just to add to his woes of needing to be ahead and by 45 seconds, number 99, Rover Racing BMW, Dan Harper, has now got a penalty for causing a collision. So they've deemed that as
avoidable.
Avoidable, as in with that Cayman, wasn't it?
Well, one lives, one learns. But race officials, and particularly on a circuit as, potentially as difficult as this one, no race official likes contact between cars, and so they're very clear here, and drivers may feel aggrieved or otherwise, but it's a rule for all of them, because on a regular circuit, and I know that was on the Grand Prix loop, there is a bit of space, but on the Nordschleife part where the barriers are nigh on cheek by jowl with the edge of the track, then that is eminently sensible to make the message loud and clear to the drivers. So Jules Gounon leading the way, Dan Harper still tucked behind him. And how long was that penalty?
I'm just trying to find out what it is. I'm just looking for it hasn't got a timing.
When I say that penalty, I'm talking about the one that Snowy just mentioned, to the Dan Harper car, the number 99 Rover Racing BMW, running in second place overall. A good 13 seconds clear of Christian Cronjes in the Walk and Horse Motorsport Aston Martin. But any penalty, but also the main penalty they're going to get is the fact they will be pitting before the bulk of their rivals for that final pit stop, which will necessarily buy mandated minimum pit stop time, which is calibrated according to minutes at the end of the race, but laps at the first thing. They will have a much longer pit stop. So
they will now.
KCMG, yeah, but KCMG likewise, they'll have a longer pit stop. So suddenly, actually, number 48 Porsche, I think, might be one that gains a little bit. That's the leading Pram car in 5th place overall. Suddenly Dylan Pereira, who's on board, the driver from Luxembourg, could be going, hold on, that's all right then. Right, is it really a lap penalty? Message coming through, penalty? Okay, we'll have to look on screen. Under investigation, lap 1 time, causing a penalty, it says on screen. Car number 99, penalty, lap 1 time. I need a bit of clarification on that one, unless I'm being really stupid. Being penalised a lap? Anyhow, I think you can say it safely. It wasn't in position to lead the race if everything runs smoothly through to the end, because simply the number 3 Mercedes from Winward Racing is too far ahead. I mean, and looking super comfortable. But it does mean, I think, a handful of other people will move up, and therefore I would suggest the Walk and Horse Motorsport Aston Martin will be one that gains positions there. Christian Cronjes sharing with Matthias Drudy. Good strong lineup there. It's car number 34. But that, he says, suddenly realising, of course, is up the order, because like the number 47 KCMG Mercedes and the 99 BMW that are in front and behind it, they are all serving longer final pit stops, Snowy, by a lot of seconds. So suddenly the Losch Motorsport car could be further up the order than it looks. It's running 5th, and it could effectively be in 2nd position. Wow, that is really quite something, because before the race you wouldn't have put them down as one of the favourites. They qualified in 10th or 11th position, number 48 Porsche, but it's had a tip-top race, started by Tobias Muller, Dylan Pereira running 3rd, but Patrick Assenheimer using all his experience in the 2nd stint. But we will have pit stops coming up in around just over a quarter of an hour.
Yeah, we're definitely just outside the top 10, because it was...
I think it was 11th.
Yeah, I can say Stifler and Muller were the row 5, effectively. So, yeah, that would suggest exactly that.
It was 11th, yeah. 10th place was the Conrad Lamborghini of Maximilian Paul. Oh, now, hold on. BMW.
That's what it's just. That's the penalty lap.
Oh, the penalty lap
in the box.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's what that's there for. So the extreme, that box on the extreme right of the turn one, you slow down into that, slow into it. That's your penalty.
Okay. Because I was worried for a second, the message was suggesting you get a penalty of an entire lap.
Yeah, to be fair, we've just seen the replay of it there, and I'd take it back. And sorry, Dan, you're going to shoot me for this, but the Porsche didn't move, as we thought perhaps he might have done, dodge out of the way of the leading Mercedes. He didn't. He did exactly the right thing, as per his ring permit, stayed exactly where he was, and it was Dan that went on the left-hand side and bounced off the curb and just got the car slightly out of shape and unfortunately just clipped it. So the race officials have reviewed that and seen it, and there's a perfect head-on shot. We've just been treated to the same view, and the Porsche's exactly not stationary, holding position on track.
Yeah,
nothing wrong.
No movement side to side whatsoever.
So I'm afraid that one is on Dan Harper.
Yeah, but one of the things that's always quite tricky, you know, when you're commentating, of course, you're looking at the moving images. You're looking at a timing screen that's got all the positions. You've got maybe the track map. You're looking at that. You've got another screen with all the penalties coming through. And if you look up and something's happening, but you haven't seen the second or so before it, you know, you can often miss a lot of the reason why push came to shove or whatever. But anyhow, so that's out of the way. But come what may, the outcome is that the penalty was issued, the penalty's been served, and we carry on.
Perfect example of Frank Stippler early in the race, wiped off the back end of the Mustang, trying to avoid somebody else by not T-boning them, so somebody else is spun in front of him, and by trying to save them and not hit them on the side of the car, he's avoided cause his own accident. Not ideal, but a lot better than T-boning the poor chap in front.
Yeah, no, but also, you know, in terms of your reflex, of course you want to avoid an accident, but sometimes, and it was on the exit of Brunchen, you know, the car's got in, having enough of a battle with physics and gravity at that point anyhow, but, you know, your reflex is to try and keep away. The KCMG Mercedes being pushed very, very hard at the moment. Dylan Pereira giving chase. Dylan driving the leading car in the SP9 Pro-Am class. It's Porsche from... that it really is making quite a splash. The Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon crew. Patrick Assenheimer did the second stint, Tobias Muller the first, but Dylan Pereira is in the third stint, and he is all over the tail of the Japanese driver Sho Tsuboi in that number 47 KCMG car. And the good news for the 48 crew is their final pit stop should be 1, if not 2 laps later than the car it's chasing. So, you know, push as they might, they don't need to try and go past, but let's do the move anyhow. Yep, so the Porsche goes through up into 4th place overall. This is definitely looking like a car that could be in the top 3 at the end of the race. And Dylan Pereira, you know, he seemed to get in the car in the Porsche Super Cup and either come 1st, 2nd or 3rd in every championship he did for years. And it's good to see him stretching his legs at this point. Nice, clean, tidy manoeuvre. Didn't have to wait for the long run towards the finish. And picked his way past Sho Tsuboi. Neat and tidy. The show was the Super G. He's got quite a career, Sho Tsuboi. He's 30-year-old Japanese driver. He won the Japanese F3 Championship long ago, 2018. Super GT Championship, hyper competitive, bonkers cars over in Japan, 2021. Got that title for Toms. You tend to win with Toms. Yeah. 2 years later, oh, he's only done this again. Following year, oh, I'll win the Super Formula Championship in Japan. That's the single-seater, super fast cars. Oh, and the Super GT Championship. That was 24, 25, another Super GT. You know, so you're dealing with the creme de la creme. But Dylan Pereira's just got onto his tail, more at tune with this circuit, and just powered his way past. So, you know, that is quite a scalp. But again, the Japanese absolutely love everything to do with the Nordschleife. And that's great to have the KCMG crew down for the whole season, not just, you know, the ones up ahead of the Nürburgring 24 hours. But yeah, Sho Tsuboi, I was just going through his record the other day and thought, yeah, that's pretty impressive. Very impressive.
It is, actually.
Actually, I've spotted he won another title, but that was before that, Japanese Formula 4, which is not such a well-supported championship. But anyone who wins in Super Formula or Super GT, they've got more than a little about them. Track conditions still very, very good. Not many leaves on the trees yet. It's very much still cold. It's spring. But the NLS...
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Hier gibt es keinen Raum für Fehler. Kein Entkommen. Nur Asphalt, Adrenalin und die Legende. Die grüne Hölle vergisst nicht. Sie verzeiht nicht. Jede Kurve ein Kampf, kein Platz für Schwäche. Die Nordschleife ist kein Ort für leere Versprechen. Sie ist der Ort, an dem sie gehalten werden. Engineered for the Green Hell. Offizieller Partner der NLS.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Continue towards the end of the race, just over an hour to go. Started on pole position, the number 3 Mercedes from Winward Racing with Verstappen Racing, and it hasn't led the whole way. The opening stint, it was passed by Christopher Haase, the number 16 Audi from Scherer Sport PHX. He's back on board that car, but it's down in 5th place overall, but may actually go back up into 2nd. Nico Hanke has done his stint in the car, so it lost a bit of ground as he was gaining experience, but it does look all set for this record if it goes on, and Max Verstappen does go on with Danny Juncadella, and Jules Gounon is driving that Mercedes at the moment to win this event, and you have to say the cards are in their hand at the moment. That would be 3 performances here for Max Verstappen. The first one was in a junior class car, so he could get his ring permit, but then he absolutely had a storming race last September to win in a Ferrari. Now he's back for a second time in the top class and in the Mercedes. And if he goes and wins this as well, that's a massive marker. But just remember, this is something he's doing for fun in his weekends off. This isn't his season, but he absolutely seems to lap it up and enjoy everything that this throws at him. But the variety element you get from racing around here in any class, it's just astonishing, isn't it? So much to do, so many things to go right, and unfortunately sometimes wrong.
So what's been the strategy of the Winward Racing Mercedes to start with? How many laps has it done? 7 and 7?
It did, yes, it came in after 7. No, it did 7, then 8.
Okay, so it's potential. I think if it was 3 lots of 7, it should be on this lap. 20 laps done, should be on 21. It might well come in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, it doesn't need to. Just remember, every extra lap it can do, it will gain time. So I think it could actually come in at the end of, well, if it so chooses, and they've got the fuel economy, it could come in after 22. It could come in after 23 if he wants to do another 8-lap stint.
That's a risk. That's a risk.
It's not worth taking. Come in after 22. Yeah, it's just not worth taking.
No.
They've got a sizable lead, but obviously if they could gain an extra lap and do another 8-lap stint, they would gain 11 seconds in their pit stop. Their pit stop would be allowed to be 11 seconds shorter, but is it worth the risk when they're sitting on a nice lead? What I'd always love to know is just how much telemetry the teams have in the pit garages to absolutely everything they need. But obviously fuel consumption, they should have got that one worked out. Now conditions haven't changed and so on and so forth. But how bold could a team strategist be, and what would they say by way of apology if they got it wrong? Not enough juice. Just remember, I just want to reiterate, the lap is over 25 kilometers. So if you think we should be able to squeak another lap, the consequences of it running out of fuel as it comes along the Dossinger Her, the long return straight. Yeah, if you were that person, I think you might just pack your briefcase quite quickly and scurry to the garage exit. Yes, now looking at cars in other classes, car number 524, one of the very tidy looking gunmetal livery on
This is Supra?
Yeah, Supra. It's SRS Team Saw Rennsport. One of the drivers on board is a very interesting driver, Tom Fleming. Racer GT3 McLaren last year in GT World Challenge, but he was second in the European Ferrari Championship, but he's here to gain what? Experience and also a ring permit. So many people come, and that's why you have to look down an entry list. And teams like Team Saw Rennsport, you know, they are super strong. Traditionally running BMWs, but it's a very good home because you come to them because they've got all the data, all the experience around here, and that's what you want. You don't want to put a wheel wrong when you're out competing to get your ring permit. In that very moment, with an SP9 class, Porsche coming through. Tom indicates to the left, pulls to the left, does exactly what it says on the tin, and number 5, Porsche, I think it's Mehmet Kaya at the wheel of that at the moment, slides on through, but that was neat and tidy, and that's exactly what you're there for when you're learning, getting your ring permit. So Tom Fleming, young British driver, did that very nicely indeed. Yeah, it is Mehmet Kaya at the wheel of that. The Porsche that went through, it's running in just outside the top 10. Leading car still in the SP9 AM class, running in 12th. Been there actually for quite some while now.
Well, I mentioned a little bit earlier about the GPS Auge app, which is absolutely brilliant. And I've just had a little glitch at the moment where we have currently the number 108 Asbest Racing BMW 325i from that BMW 325i class. Currently about a kilometre off the track at Wipperman, according to the GPS, which is, I don't think it's there at all. I'm sure that is an absolute glitch. So our current standings, our race leader is the number 3 Jules Gounon, pedalled Winwood Racing AMG GT3 at the moment. Just behind that, I say just behind it, 5.5 seconds at the moment, having served its penalty in that bay at the beginning of the track there. Dan Harper in the Rover Racing M4. Christian Krohns in the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage is in 3rd place. 4th is Christa Hassett in the Shearer Sport Audi. So Mercedes, BMW, Aston, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes all and Porsches there, all in the top 10. We've just been debating on how many laps each driver is going to do in this leading cars. Gounon, we've done 7 laps is optimal normal. We can do 8. We're on the leading Merc has completed 20 laps now. It's coming on to, it's on the Dotting Her now, is it not? Indeed, yes, under the bridge. So we're just debating whether it's going to do this lap or another one. We think it might well pit at the end of 22 because it did a 7-lap first stint and then an 8-lap second stint. So that was the first stint was driven by Max Verstappen. Jules Gounon in this car now. and we will see whether he actually pits shortly at the end of this. I'm going to ignore that 108 because I think that's actually in the pits now. It's telling me it's a little bit further there. So the leading car comes through Tiergarten. Is he going to pit? We will tell in a second as he comes through to the last bit, the left-hander. And no, he's going to do another lap. So that's 21 laps completed for our race leader. Dan Harper, the gap was 5.5 odd seconds. So Dan Harper, second place man in the Rover racing car. That is now pitted. That's number 99 Rover BMW. So that's going to pop. I was going to say Christian Krones in the Vulcan Horse Aston Martin into second place. It isn't, because that's pitted as well. So Gunon in the Winward racing car continues in the Winward racing entry. Sorry, that continues on its way. He must surely pit it in. We know calculation-wise it can do 23 laps, but I doubt very much whether it will. So second and third, 99 and 34, have now pitted. Dan Harper and Christian Krones in. So Haas it is that's in fourth place now in the Shearer Sport Audi. 21 laps on the board for all three of these, but Gunon continuing. We thought he might go to the end of this for 22.
Yeah, well, they had all the right elements on board by having that long first pit stop, the regular first pit stop after 7 laps, but it was the point they stretched to an 8-lap stint for their second stint that really put them in this position of they've got control in terms of pace, but also control in the way they've run their race tactics. It's wise, and it's certainly looking to pay dividends right now.
It is for the moment. So I'll be intrigued to see whether they do run that extra lap. I think, like you, 23s, it's possible, but why would you do it? Why risk it? So you just don't want it running out of fuel on vapours, do you?
No, sort of embarrassment can come in many forms. Yeah, so all the ones that came in after 13 laps have done an 8-lap stint and come in after 21 as predicted. Now, people are just joining us. One of the novelties this weekend has been it's listed as on the entry BMW M Motorsport as the BMW G81 M3 Touring. It's based on the
M Touring 24H. It's official.
Oh, indeed, yes, 24H, yes. Okay, so they should be able to pack the sleeping bags in the back for but that's coming into service pit stop now. But it's an M4, but with an M3 body, but in racing trim, effectively, to paraphrase and abbreviate it to the sort of lowest common denominator. But it's something great. You know, there's been a history of estate car-bodied cars, and obviously for BMW, the touring name has been evocative since the very early 1970s in terms of, oh dear, a mechanic nearly ran out to take a look at it.
2002 tourings, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. 2002.
Yeah.
But since then, the touring shape has become less of a sort of just slopey back to being a proper estate car, because the 2002 touring was, you know, not entirely different from the saloon. But explain the race livery. It's black and it's white, and there's words all over it.
Well, those words, we'll just get the cameraman just come into the pit lane to show us, though, and these are all the comments that people have made on social media when this came out, and so things like, we need this, make it happen, future NLS winner right there, and these are all genuine quotes all over the front of the car. They look like little bandages stuck on it, little plasters, but they're actually quotes from social media, and I think it's absolutely brilliant.
I can see your message. So where's mine?
now go racing with it, and all these sorts of things. Absolutely brilliant. So, and there's one right on the nose next to the BMW roundel, saying we love it. And that's exactly what BMW said. Right, so it says down the side of the car, you dreamed it, we built it. And I like that one. Where do you sign? Where do I sign? Yeah, exactly.
On this check, sir.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Or madam. Fresh set of Yokohamas going on board, and now one thing that always needs focusing on is there's always a massive tire war when we get to the events like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and even within this, the NLS, you know, you get a lot of pride if you're the tyre manufacturer and you take victory, because it's such a tricky circuit to get right across all weathers. And don't forget, we will have those across the course of the full season. If you're just joining us now, this is the first race, but the second round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2026, because the first one, snow stopped play, but more to the point, very, very cold conditions, below freezing conditions, meant it wasn't safe to go racing just a week ago, last Saturday. But it was quite nice for the teams that were disappointed there, and there were many of them, but they understood the reasons, that they get the chance to dip their toe in the water the following weekend rather than wait. In a lot of championships, you have round one, and then a month or so later you get round two. At least there was almost instant satisfaction coming the driver's way and the team's way.
One of the things about the tyres there is this is an open tyre series, so you can run whatever make you want. So many are a controlled tyre, as in that's it, it's one manufacturer sends you those tyres, and that's what you have. It's their compound, their choices, whatever, and they try and make that adaptable to all different cars. So what that means is you will have different teams having the same brand, be it a Porsche, a Mercedes, an Aston, whatever it may be, but they may choose to run a different brand of tyre on that model of car, which is even more confusing and brilliant, because they may think, well, I'm going to go with Dunlop, or I'm going to go with Michelin, or I'm going to go with Yokohama. Many other brands are available. But my point is, it's down to you and what the teams may feel is best.
Yeah, don't forget a handful of years ago, Falcon Motorsport, obviously running their cars on Falcon tyres, were running a Porsche and a BMW. Yeah. So they were sort of evaluating them for other teams that run each of those manufacturers' cars. But it's great, you know. A lot of motor racing the last 30 years has gone down a one-make route, whether single-seaters or some forms of touring cars and things, and GT models. But you know, to me, over the history of time in motor racing, and I've been following it for quite a while now, I like the variety. You know, I understand reasons why particularly single-seater series go the one-make route, but I always liked it, and actually the drivers liked it if they happened to choose the right chassis, right, you know, to go racing and maybe get a works deal. But I like the variety, and I think I probably speak for most people. If you come to look at a race, you want to see cars of different shapes and sizes giving battle, and that's why GT3 that runs in the SP9 class here is so good, because you've got cars with a sort of calibrated performance to keep them equal, but it doesn't mean their laps performance is going to be even the whole way round. Yeah. And the cars look different, and that's why it's great. And then you put different liveries on them, they look different again. So I do really bang the drum for variety.
Well, I'm with you. There's always different ways of explaining it, but I think the purity of a single make series with the same chassis, the same engine, the same tyre, whatever it is, and the same circuits, is it should let the cream rise to the top, and it should be down to the driver. That's the principle, but it doesn't always work. The flip side of it is somewhere like here, where you have such an extraordinary theatre of a circuit anyway, that you may have a team running a brand of car manufacturer, another team running exactly the same car, customer car, with a different tyre on it. You will then immediately thinking, well, what are they doing better? Is it the tyre? Is it us? Is it strategy? And as you say, it's so many variables, and I think that is one of the things that appeals. And yet, just look how competitive. Look at our top cars: Mercedes, BMW, Aston, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, all in the top 10.
Yeah. I mean,
all different teams, all got different philosophies, all different ways of doing it, all got strong lineups. Okay, just point out there that the 5th place car, by the way, is a Pro-Am car. Still pretty impressive there.
No, but I think once those pit stops are served, it might get up into a second or even third position. They've had a great race. But I just want to point, though, the other end of the equation, you can have one-make categories. We've got several within here, and one of them is the Cup 3 class, which is for Porsche 718 Caymans. We've got a fantastic battle for the lead of that class. 959 leading the way at the moment. That's Heiko Eichenberg for SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. You've heard that name before. But tucked in behind 953, it's in the hands of Oscar Sandberg, Smurlis Racing, long-time supporter of this series, and they're covered by a second. And where are we now? We are past the 3-hour mark in this race, 7.5 minutes ago. 52 minutes remain in this race, and they are now, as they go through the infield sector, nose to tail. However, nose to tail is not what Jules Gounon is experiencing, because here he is going around lap number 23. He last pitted on lap 15, so he better come in this time around. So they have gone the whole hog. And so we wondered if he'd come in after 22 to be on the safe side, but you know what?
What? We thought he would come in after 22.
No, I thought they could go on, but I thought, what's the point? But unless they obviously think they've got more than enough fuel to go around. They've already done 1 8-lap stint, so it's not like they're experimenting. And if they put the same amount of fuel in, then it should go on.
You've got to get those calculations right.
Oh, ye of little faith, etc., etc. Yeah, but you know, they're racers, and the tacticians can be racers as well. The strategists, you know, they'll try and push. But at the moment, it's been such an exemplary performance. This is one of the things with this sort of racing, multi-driver lineup. If you've got one that's really well balanced, well, Max Verstappen, well, you know full well, Danny Juncadella and Jules Gournot, they've been racing Mercedes AMGs for years now. They are the gold standard. You put in Max Verstappen, who's here to weave his own magic. There's not a chink in that armour. They are all super fast, super strong, super consistent, and it's mighty. But you will have other crews, and this is where it's so difficult for a Pro-Am crew to be placed at the front end of the field. That's why it's so impressive. The number 48 Porsche from Losch Motorsport with Black Falcon is up in third place overall. But it must be said, though, it's a very strong driver. I mean, Tobias Muller, I reckon, put on his best race performance I've seen him have. He did the first stint, but then to Patrick Assenheimer, who is a Nürburgring absolute specialist for the last decade or so, and Dylan Pereira, a super fast Porsche driver. That's why they are. But normally with the Pro-Am crew, you'd expect your AM driver to be quite a lot slower, or a degree slower. And that's why, against full pro lineups, they shouldn't be able to feature up there. But clearly, Tobias Muller has done just a fantastic job because he hasn't shed too much time. And, you know, it would be massive accolade. And I'm sure if we see if they do manage to finish in the top 3 to win Pro-Am, he'll be smiling from ear to ear. You know, it's been a really strong drive from Tobias. You expect the other two to deliver, and they're duly doing so.
I did place the argument the other day that there's for the 24-hour race in May, that in this lineup, which is joined by an hour as well, isn't it? The Lucas Hour, my apologies.
Lucas Hour, yeah.
That in that lineup, Verstappen is arguably the weaker link because he hasn't had 24-hour experience, whereas the others have, and they just know inside. So it'd be interesting to see how much he does at night. I bet he will, because he'll want to. He's not going to reject a challenge, is he? But I'm not saying he's going to be slow. I'm just saying, but that is the credit to the strength of the other teammates in that field, that he's arguably perhaps the weakest link at night in that car.
Yeah, in the real world, but we know full well that he's done some 24-hour races, sim races.
Yeah.
And, you know, so, and plus his sort of natural, you know, performance abilities. Yeah, talent, that's the word. But you've not done it till you've done it, I guess it's a simple thing, but... Yeah, Tobias Muller, I was just having a quick look. He's did the 24 hours here at Nürburgring 2017, but his diet of racing has largely been the NLS. But he's had the odd drive at Falcon Motorsport. We talked about them earlier in the Porsche Caymans, but he's not really raced away from the Nürburgring. But he's sort of stepped up with his teammates, with Assenheimer and Dylan Pereira, and looks though he's set for by far he's had one podium actually, now I think about it, back in 2021, but he's not a driver who's raced. But anyhow, did a little bit with Rutronic last year in the top class, but today I'd say, in terms of where I'm trying to go, is in terms of Pro-Am lineups, they're very, very strong in the AM department, because when you've got Dylan Pereira and Patrick Assenheimer, you're going to be doing so, looking good at the front of the field. That's Jules Gournot, lapping consistently just over 8 minutes. That's where you need to be. The Shearer Sport car with Christopher Haase, who led the first stint of the race, is now up into second place, but that's 8 minutes flat. So, things are fair, but the clock is counting down those final pit stops. Still to be made by any car that's important. Yes, the race leading car, and that will be coming in very soon indeed. Blue and red Charger, the Mercedes from Verstappen Racing with Winward Racing, and it looks like they'll be doing a 7-lap stint in the opening part of the race, 8-lap stint, followed by an 8-lap stint. They'll come in, and then by dint of the fact their final pit stop will be closer to the end of the 4 hours, all will be fine. They'll have a much shorter pit stop than their rivals who are behind them anyhow. So they've got it all covered. Absolutely, of course, their rivals would fall them back by serving their third pit stops, and then they'll still be on track, racing at full speed, while the number 3 Mercedes is at a standstill. But its pit stop would be far shorter than its rivals, so it would go in from the lead of the race and come out back into the lead, barring some extraordinary circumstance.
And I do think we talk about liveries on different, how different liveries suit different cars on this series, and I've got to say this Red Bull livery on the Mercedes really does suit it. I think it looks stunning from every angle, especially we're just being treated by our helicam shot now, looking down above it. It's absolutely superb, just a great shot. And then we get the one from the Tiergarten, looking back down the Dottinger with that massive mouth and grille of the AMG GT3 as it comes through the curve up to the last little bit onto the pit straight. So he must be coming in for this lap. This is Jules Gounon's last lap, surely. He's done 22 laps already. This is his 23rd. He must be pitting it and handing over, I'd have thought, to Max Verstappen. Indeed he does. Dives into the pits. Our race leader, number 3, the Winward Racing Jules Gounon driven Mercedes, and I suspect it will be Max Verstappen going back into it for the final. I think said stint then. Stint. Verstappen stint. Yes, I know what I meant. I think we'll call it. I went all Dutch there, didn't I? Yes. I do apologise. No offence intended or meant, I promise.
So the big question is who's going to be hopping on board? Maybe Max will, or maybe Max is headed off to the airport to go off.
No, he's there.
There he is in the background. Hi guys, how's it going? Yeah, very, very well, thank you. So Jules will be getting out. It's always interesting to see, what a driver says when they get out, how they communicate. But at the moment, Jules steps out of the way, throws his seat, put his seat insert on the roof. Max pops his insert in, and then is just popping himself into the seat, and then Jules will help with the belts and eventually put the safety net across. But for Max, this is still sort of fairly, he's competed here twice before, but his experience of sharing cars with others, of course, is relatively thin on the ground. And but I'm sure these drivers, knowing he's in with 2 ultra pros who know Mercedes AMG inside out. Don't forget last year when Max raced here in the top class, he did one performance in the junior class cars and he stepped up to race a Ferrari. This is an entirely different beast, but again, it's in the GT3 format that races in SP9, so learning as he goes. But he'll have done sim mileage before, you can be absolutely sure of that, for fun and for knowledge, of course. And down the car goes, but it will be a much shorter pit stop than the rival cars, and should gain 11 seconds in terms of a shorter pit stop than those that stopped a lap ago, and quite a lot of the rivals came in 2 laps before, so his pit stop would be 22 seconds shorter than theirs, which is a helping hand. But already this car should emerge back onto the track in the lead of the race. Unless I've got my sums very, very wrong indeed, but they've done everything right. 7-lap stint in the opening stint, 8 lap, and then with 43.5 minutes left on the clock in this 4-hour race. NLS2 it is, first race of the year, because the first one was too cold to race after overnight snow. Engine is fired up, indication from the mechanic. The lollipop goes up, just waiting for no traffic coming to the pits. Wave away. 43 minutes to go and play through to the end of the race.
It's like the days when we grew up, wasn't it, Bruce?
I never did.
Well, for once, I won't disagree with you. But seeing Formula 1 drivers driving other types of cars, it was normal.
It was prize money. It was start money.
It was a very pragmatic approach. But you would see, certainly back in the 60s, F1 drivers who would do the F1 race, the Grand Prix race, the Formula 3 race, the saloon car race on the day, and possibly something else for the fun of it as well. But they did. They plied their trade and helped everybody, and it stopped. It wasn't allowed, and everybody got paid too much. Therefore, contracts said and sponsors said, no, we can't have our precious commodity potentially injured or at risk or whatever, and can't fly on planes together, all that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things I do like about this guy's attitude, is that he wants to go racing because he wants to go racing.
Yeah, and I think it's great, and I always loved it back in period when the drivers were taking part in multiple races across the meeting, because it gave a yardstick against, you know, for the regulars or irregulars in those series, and it gave, you know, of course the aim was prize money.
Upset.
Exactly, but also they did it because they enjoyed it. But in this case, Max is doing it because it's something different, but it's also on a circuit that he really craves, somewhere that provides an ultimate challenge. You know, I defy anybody to come and look at the Nürburgring Nordschleife and not think it's a challenge. And Max, you know, his expertise he's shown in Formula One across the years. From that moment, he just had that extraordinary debut for Red Bull Racing, having moved up from Scuderia Toro Rosso, first performance, Spanish Grand Prix. Oh, that'll be victory, thank you very much. But it hasn't always had the best car, but he's coming here because he wants to do the sort of tracks that are different, that are classic. To a lesser extent, another driver from Formula One who always expressed a desire, didn't always get around to doing it, was Jacques Villeneuve. He wanted to go the harder the circuit, the better. And I think a lot of others would follow, but, you know, Max can negotiate his own position. So I think, you know, he's probably not going to have anyone standing in his way saying no, is he? A lot of other drivers, they might say, I'll do it later in my career, and some are talking about, Sebastian Vettel's talking about wanting to go and do Le Mans 24 hours, maybe with Max and others. A classics car? Well, wouldn't that be great?
I think Verstappen's of the character that if you want him to do something, tell him not to. I think that's the psyche.
Yeah, but I think, you know, he's so versed in racing, you know, follows on from Father Dios. And he sees these races and thinks, you know, if you said to him, have a Grand Prix here, I'm sure he'd absolutely agree, though I can't imagine the World Championship would quite fancy putting their cars to play on a circuit like this that is very different to the sort of modern racing circuits. But he's not the sort of driver who will ever say, I'm not up for that challenge, is he? So he embraced it. But,
and a lot to be owed to his mother as well, who is an extraordinary karter, a very top-level, world-class karter.
Yeah, two racing families melded together, that's for sure. So it almost feels like another day, because we did start in bright conditions. It's still the sort of weather we'd have accepted with open arms ahead of the race, but the sunshine's largely, well, it has faded away, but you can tell it's still early in spring, because no leaves on the trees around the track. Only the conifers have any plumage, but the track conditions dry. And you say it was 10 degrees when you last checked looked out the window, but that's comfortable for this time of year. And of course the cars, the tyres and everything performs differently when it gets to warmer temperatures in the summer, but right here and now, all looking very good indeed.
Can I just point out that, as ever with your predictions, they're usually spot on, because you have done this a bit before, but currently our third position car is the number 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche, driven by Dylan Pereira. That's a Pro-Am car.
Yep.
I'm just going to emphasise that. I know we've said it, but I'm just going to emphasise that for everybody listening, watching, looking, whatever. That's a Pro-Am car currently sitting in line for a podium with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah.
40 minutes to go, my apologies.
You know, something in terms of Pro-Am element, I mean, the Am element was a very strong Am in the form of Tobias Muller. As I said, since 2017 he's been competing in the Nürburgring 24 hours and stuff, so he has track experience. However, he stepped up. He's had a few performances in the pro class before, but he's listed as an Am, and he's doing just an exceptionally good job.
Yeah.
He's still young though, 28 years old. So he's raced almost man and boy and quite a few NLS rounds, but you know, it's just really good, and it's also good to have a Porsche up at the front of the field. It's not always been a given, and if it has been, it's invariably been Falcon Motorsport cars over the years. We've had some good runs from Rutronic as well, but and Manthey, of course, but Manthey aren't here, which is, it almost feels weird, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Why not? But a wealth of experience in his teammates there, Tobias Muller and Patrick Assenheimer, who will be passing that on and helping him and bringing it all along, because it all works for the team. As we've said so many times, it's in everybody's interest to get the job done. Yeah, and I'd love to have been privy to some of the conversations in that leading car amongst the team there, of like getting Max up to speed and nuances of that particular model of car. And what an opportunity, because he will be asking questions, because he'll want to get as much as you can out of it.
Well, it's never over till it's over. Just you're settling down. You're in the last quarter of the race, and yes. Suddenly something yellow in front of you is putting up a lot of dust. Why is it dusty on the circuit? Well, it's not on the circuit. Running through, actually, fortunately, about the only large gravel trap on the Nordschleife itself. But a Porsche came and eventually came back onto the racing circuit. But now, let's just wonder, are we going to get many place changes towards the end of the race? Certainly out front, we've got the Verstappen car, with Verstappen back on board. Second place, the Scherer Sport car it fought with in the opening stint of the race. Now Nico Hanke back for his second stab. Remember, Christopher Haase started it, Nico Hanke did stint 2. Stint 3, Haase was back in the car, propelled it towards the front. But I'll be really interested in this stint to see how close the pace of the front runners Nico Hanke can come, because he had that first stint for him. He's got out, he's reappraised what he did, and already, to my eye, he's starting to lap faster. Maybe because his car is being pushed around the circuit by a car from one of the rival crews, but it's not one that's racing near him for position at the moment, because I think, just looking down, is that the 98 or the 99? Need a closer shot. If it's the 98 BMW from Rev Racing, that's one that's completely out of kilter. Remember, Raffaele Marcello was brought into the pits very early in his first stint, and that dropped the car out of the reckoning. But Hanke pulling away from him at the moment there.
Yeah, the 98 car's further around on the track. That's over at Exmoor.
Okay, so that should be Jordan Pepper then, who's giving chase, which means Nico Hanke will have been falling back towards him. Just looking at their pace last time around. 8:07 for Hanke. Oh, 7:58 by Jordan Pepper. Pepper was very quick in that early stages of the race, so expect that Rover BMW to go past the two shades of blue Scherer Sport PHX Audi, and not quite close enough to get a tow. Getting closer now, but it will possibly be a move he gets to make down into the first corner of the lap.
I'm not a slave to social media, but when we're doing, no, I'm not. when we're doing some of these events, so when we're doing these events, some people's comments are really just brilliant, and a message just sent to me by Ian McCarthy.
He's good.
Exactly. Who's just picked up on your comment of Mantyre running a double entry at Sebring this weekend. Not the worst excuse.
That's true.
It's spot on, Ian. Yeah, always good to have your opinions and value.
We'll give them a buy, shall we?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I like is when everything tightens up at the end of the race. All the stagger is unwinding, as we say in athletics terms, but suddenly we've got 4 GT3 cars covered by about a second and a half coming over the start-finish line. We've got the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. That's Tim Heinemann. And gaining is the Aston Martin. Christian Cronjes, he's gained about 3 positions on the lap. He's having a look around the outside. Is there an outside? But no, the Aston Martin across his nose has got the number 44 Pereira driven Porsche, and in behind the Kondo Racing Ferrari. They're chopping and changing positions. The Aston Martin has lost 2 positions in 2 corners. Into turn 3 they go. 4 cars now covered by under a second as they go through the infield. Then, of course, they'll get to the Nordschleife. It looks like Tim Heinemann has made good his escape. What's left on the clock? 33.5 minutes. This one ain't going to stay in this order for long. You can be sure of that. It's chopping and changing.
And that from the Aston there, the Valkenhorst Aston just barely hesitated on the pit straight there. I thought, okay, as you said at the very beginning, Bruce, it's a fast, wide straight that suddenly narrows very, very quickly and tightly. So he just stayed slightly right, and no, we're going on the outside of you then. Job done. Yeah, and you think you're doing the right thing by being careful, and you've lost a place.
Yeah.
2 corners later, you've lost momentum and a second place.
Suddenly the lap pace is really improving. All the top 10 last time, their fastest lap in the race is under 8 minutes. 7 minutes 57, seems to be 53 for the race leading Mercedes.
7:52 for the Audi in second place. That's his fastest lap.
Oh, sorry, yes, that was
7:52.7.
Yeah, 70. Yeah, quite right. Yeah. Okay, but things are certainly tightening up to the end of the race. But track position is now everything. The pit stops are out of the way. So if you're in front, you got there on merit. You've got there the way the teams work things out. So, starting this lap, we had Max Verstappen. Remember him? 45 seconds clear. Nico Hanke in the Audi, number 16, Sport PHX. Then Jordan Pepper, we saw him all over the tail of that. At the end of this lap, we will have a place change, and I would suggest that Jordan Pepper will be up into second place for Rover BMW. Will we have a Pro-Am car finishing in the top 3? Suddenly, it doesn't look likely anymore. It's in that battle, but that battle with the 4 cars I was talking about, they're fighting over 4th, 5th and 6th positions. And 7th, because it's Thierry Vermeulen back of that pack in the Ferrari. But it's been shuffled, and in fact, the car that's dropped back a position is Christian Cronjes. Mentioned he started the lap 2 positions higher than he is now, but still the cars for 4th place. Tim Heinemann, the Falken Motorsport Porsche is 4th. 5th place is Dylan Perel. Oh, the Falken car gets obstructed, has to come off the power a little bit. This is a chance for the Pro-Am car to get closer and closer. There's about 2, 3, 4 car lengths between them. There we are, that little bit of loss of momentum, and the car they passed almost dropped, well, it did slightly drive off the track to avoid them, but what it has done is close that quartet, fighting over that 4th place up all over again. But every time it clears, that Falken Motorsport car in 4th is looking rather tidy indeed. Tim Heinemann managed to get away, but I thought that would be that little change of momentum that could have had place-changing consequences, but it didn't.
And it can change that easily, can't it, in the blink of an eye. So we've got the Porsche being chased down now to BMW, keeping out of the way too. And the Aston, Christian Cronjes, getting a little bit back in touch, but he's a little bit too far off that Ferrari at the moment, isn't it? The battle really there is for the middle 2 of these 4, really. That's where the battle is at the moment.
Still, Nico Hanke hangs on to second place, but I'm sure that's a matter of time before the Rover racing car, Jordan Pepper, goes on through. And in fact, if Hanke's pace falls away, then it could well be that this group from 4th place down get onto his tail and start to make his life difficult. But just remember, some of the crews, of course, racing with 3 driver lineups, some with 4 and some with 2. And certainly Hanke and Christopher Haase doing things the hard way. But actually, we've talked about this a lot over the years, that sometimes it's maybe better to have just 2 cars, 2 drivers in a 4-hour race, because they're conversant with the conditions when they go out to do their second stint. In fact, a high-up shot is showing that Nico Hanke is not that far ahead of Tim Heinemann. Tim Heinemann can see the 2 shades of blue on the Audi up ahead of him. It's about 2 seconds clear of him, 3 seconds perhaps, just not quite in the same shot as we look down from the helicopter. Brilliant, brilliant shots over this fantastic circuit. But Tim Heinemann's got his tail up, and Nico Hanke is hanging on. Under half an hour to go now. We've crossed 3.5 hours of this 4-hour race, but I think we can safely say plenty of racing still to come.
I can't believe that we've got within a half an hour of the end of the race already.
Oh, little message on the timing screen. Car 8 has caused a collision, 35-second penalty. That's the Juta Racing Audi, isn't it?
It is.
That's shared by Alexei Veremenko and driver who races as Selv. Again, going into the world of pseudonyms or abbreviations quite often, actually.
Nom de plumes.
Yes, nom de course. Selv is actually Vasily Silvanov, but he races as Selv. It uses less ink. So, yeah, the Audi is going not backwards, it's going forward still, but it's unfortunately not going forwards quite at the pace of the chasing pack. So hanging on in 3rd place is the Sport PHX Audi. But the cavalry is approaching, and approaching fast. And last time around, just comparing their lap pace, it was definitely advantage the chasers. And Hanke, he's going to be caught before the end of the lap, I would think.
This is going to make a great tow and drag race down the Dottinger Hoe, isn't it?
Negotiating a back marker, they're getting closer towards where they need to line things up to get onto that long straight. When they exit Galgenkopf, they're going to keep it neat enough and tidy enough. Oh, a sweep onto the straight there. There's going to be a massive tow coming up soon, and this is where...
Watch the Ferrari at the back.
I was going to say, the Ferrari is very close to the number 48
Perfectly
Porsche,
poised.
and if that 48 Porsche can get closer to the car in front, there's going to be a huge tow advantage. And when you've got a multiple tow, it's absolutely extraordinary the advantage you can gain.
But it has a knock-on effect as well, obviously not just 1 and 2, but 3 and 4. You can suddenly get a hold, and actually you can almost get an overspeed and catch you out as the driver, because you're thinking you're chasing the car in front, but you're not realising you're getting the gain from the other two, and all of a sudden, whoa, 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 it's running down a hill too fast, isn't it?
Just going to highlight what's happening in the Porsche Cup race at the moment. That's being led by Raphael Renhofer, car 902, but back to the chase, if you will, and in the dip, before you start rising towards the end of the Dottinger Höhe, it's still the Scherer Sport Audi in that third position, but not for long, because Tim Heinemann in the Volker Motorsport Porsche getting closer and closer. Likewise, behind him, Dylan Pereira, Thierry Vermeulen, and gaining on all of them has been the car at the back of that pack, which is Christian Cronjes in the Aston Martin. We talked about the multiple benefit of being in a long train of cars.
Get out of the way, I need to join this pack, yes. I'm not done yet.
So as they sorted themselves out, 902 just again just touching back, liquid moly livery on that one. That's the car leading the Cup 2 class, and looking fairly neat and tidy. This is where you just want to minimise your errors as you go towards the end of the race, not trip up over rivals, because certainly the Cup 2 cars are very fast. That's Team Liquid Moly by Black Falcon, Ryan Harrison, Leon Vassatura and Raphael Renhofer. There's Vassatura at the wheel at the moment. Right, 25 laps on the board, margin between first and second. Now 53 seconds, and it's Jordan Pepper, as I said. He moved up into that second place ahead of Nico Hanke on that lap. Hanke has now been passed, so they get to the cut through on the Grand Prix loop. The Tim Heinemann has gone through into third place overall, the Volker Motorsport Porsche. Next car in line is the 48 Losch Motorsport car, Dylan Pereira. And in behind him, he's got the Ferrari still tucked in behind, Thierry Vermeulen for Kondo Racing. And behind him, it's Christian Cronjes. Then there's a gap of 50 seconds back to Dorian Boccolacci, who's Dunlop liveried Schnabel Engineering Porsche, started down in, I think it was 24th position. Yeah, it was. I noted that down before the start of the race, but that's worked its way ever further forwards. But starting that far down, you need things to really, really fall your way. So the yellow and black Dunlop Motorsport car won't be getting a top result today, but now at least the team will be getting one on the podium, providing things don't change, because Tim Heinemann in the Falcon Motorsport livery car has just moved up into third overall. Now, can Nico Hanke hang on to the end of the race in fourth? I would suggest the cards are maybe stacked against him a little bit. Drivers with more experience in the top class, but queuing up behind him. And the place change came not before the end of the lap. It was just the start of the following one. The number 44 Volker Motorsport Porsche sitting under the rear wing, or actually a car length and a bit back behind the Audi. The Audi taking a very central line into turn one. And the move was made, and equally behind them there was a really good scrap between the Kondo Racing Ferrari, that's with Thierry Vermeulen, with Dylan Pereira. When they exited turn one, running wide, and the Ferrari was trying to come back on the track, and there was no gap to go to. There was a little bit of contact, I'd suggest, side on side with the black and green 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche, but the Porsche stays ahead. Your views, Snowy, is?
I think Dylan Pereira did the right thing there. There wasn't a gap, and the Ferrari was trying to make one that didn't exist, and it was like, well, there isn't any more road, mate, so tough. You're going to run out of road, and that's exactly what he did.
Well, thank goodness those cars didn't clash earlier in the race. Oh, no, they did. Hold on.
Exactly.
About 50 metres further around the corner. Different drivers on board at the time, but hey-ho.
They're drawn to each other like magnets. That's the issue. So the battle continues. A lot of this is now down to traffic, experience, keeping a cool head, and not making any mistakes.
No, exactly so. But I tell you what, I think we just had Dylan Pereira. No, we're riding with him now. Sorry, there must be a Porsche Cup class car that's suddenly obstructing Tim Heinemann's Volker Motorsport SB9 class car. Yeah, it's blue and white. I can see from above, but through they go. Nico Hanke right on his tail, Dylan Pereira right on his tail, Thierry Vermeulen, and the Aston Martin just doesn't seem to have quite the pace. Christian Cronjes is next in line, a little bit further back, but they're all negotiating that Cup 2 Porsche. But Tim Heinemann's made the move. He's got about a second and a half advantage over the rest. Nico Hanke still hanging on to what is now 5th position, but he's going to have to be on his tiptoes for the remainder of the race. 22 minutes remain. 4 hours was the race duration at the start, and hopefully that will be what it is at the end.
Yeah, Aston, you say quite right, it just doesn't seem to have the straight line pace.
No, it's been worked beautifully in traffic, but gains in traffic, sometimes you can lose in traffic, but even when it had the benefit of that sort of 4-car tow, that brought it closer. You get to the twisty part of the circuit all over again, and he just doesn't seem to...
Yeah, but it brought it closer, didn't put it in contention.
No.
And it should have done.
Exactly. But you may well get traffic that obstructs those ahead and allows them to get close enough onto their tail to benefit from the tow, but with every lap it's looking rather less likely. And with every lap, our race leader, the number 3 Mercedes, Verstappen Racing, entered by Winward Racing, is pulling ever further clear. At this rate, he may, that car shared with Danny Juncadella and Zhu Guanong, may get a full minute advantage over the rivals, which would be astonishing in any round of this championship. But the ones in the early part of the season where they're chock full of pro lineups is really quite an extraordinary margin. I think it's sometimes easy to be a little bit blasé, but the way that Max Verstappen has just bedded down with Zhu Guanong and Danny Juncadella, who are superstars in all things Mercedes, you know, that he has joined in and he's absolutely nailed it.
He's a class act, isn't he? We've seen that both on and off the track now, but to adapt to something so different on such a different circuit. I know we talk about simulators and stuff now, but he does an awful lot of sim racing, as we well know. But it's all well and good doing that. It is a simulation. Putting it into practice and repeatedly. You said he did those 2 lower class races. He had to get his ring permit, and he wasn't exactly shabby in those. Hops into a Ferrari and wins it with Chris Pullum, and jumps into a Mercedes and is currently, with 20 minutes to go, you say nearly a minute ahead. Meanwhile, I think the guy that's probably impressing me even more at the moment is Dylan Pereira. In this Pro-Am entry, which is currently in 5th position in 48 Losh Motorsport car. He's like a little terrier. He just will not give up.
Give him a biscuit. Nicer. Yeah, well, it's great, and we talked earlier about how actually you want to scrap. You want someone to race against. So a lot of the drivers here have not just had someone to race against; they've had 2, 3, even 4-car battles. And that's always an interesting game of chess. And we've talked about the benefit of being the last car in a multiple tow. They get to experience that. The order gets shuffled. What I am seeing right now is Nico Hanke's doing a good job of holding on in 4th place. He's lost 3rd place to Tim Heinemann, but he's got really tip-top drivers in behind, and they're not managing to get past, but maybe he'll get it right going through Augenkopf. Maybe he won't, and that will give them the chance, and they go into the Dottingher to use his tail, and 1, 2 could come past. But right now he's keeping a very central line on the track and doing a tidy job.
Very much so. 53 seconds is the gap from our Winward Racing leading Mercedes to the Rover BMW, Verstappen and Pepper.
Well, it's going to be more than that, because we have to wait about 50 seconds until the next one comes through, but I can only presume, as the others have been slightly slower through the course of the race, that we're edging closer to a minute. We've got time for, what have we got left? 18 minutes. We've got time for this lap, the next lap, and 1 further lap.
So I was building to it being 53 seconds on the end of the last lap to see what it is now, but it is only 3.7 seconds on the last lap to the 3rd place car of Shira Sport.
Oh, it's gone down. I'm wrong.
51.8. Okay.
Jordan Pepper senses he can sniff victory. I don't think he can, but he's... Good thing from his point of view, he's 3.5 seconds clear of Tim Heinemann. I tell you what, that's actually Tim Heinemann marginally faster than Jordan Pepper. So, having observed Nico Hanke falling back from 3rd place and being caught by the group, I didn't realise actually they were quite as close as they are. The car in 2nd place, but for Jordan Pepper, he should be fine with all his experience, all his nous. Should be safe for Rover Racing in the BMW. He didn't come back towards them because he's not got the pace. He's lapping at the sort of pace they are, but they were just a bit closer than I realised. I think the previous few laps have been very good for that chasing bunch. And again, if this is the first time you've watched a round of the NLS, you might go, it's really interesting with these different length pit stops, or they're confusing. Yes, they are a little bit confusing, but you get used to them in the end, and it does knit things in a different way. And as I say, the Kondo Racing Ferrari has finally managed to get its way past that Thierry Vermeulen, going past Nico Hanke's Scherer Sport car. So the Scherer Sport Audi has shown great pace. It led the first stint of the race, ran second for a long time, but with all the best will in the world, Nico Hanke is still learning about these top-class cars, and he's found those with more experience just that little bit quicker. But you can be sure he'll go back, he'll watch this race on replay and observe and learn. That's what it's all about. You step up, the cars feel different, they behave differently, but also the way you have to race them is different too. And so he's been a little bit generous to some of the other drivers, but he's been clean and tidy, and he will learn a huge amount. But a podium not coming their way today, because what was second became third, and now is down several more positions into sixth overall for the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. So the clock continues to count down. Tim Heinemann continues to race on. Can he catch the Rover Racing BMW? Well, at the start of the lap, the gap between them was 3.6 seconds. That's quite a big ask, but Tim been going very, very nicely in this race, and certainly is moving his way. All you can do is keep on chasing at this point. Will it happen? Don't know, but it won't happen if you don't keep on trying. And so sometimes traffic can be your friend. Can it help you? Can it obstruct the car you're chasing? Will you gain an advantage? But at the moment, the gap's too big for him to sort of get onto the back of the group and nip past if there's a slow zone, and you react on the exit of that when it's you're allowed to go back to racing speed all over again. But still chasing. Jordan Pepper is 3 cars ahead of him now. Was 2, and has just made a passing manoeuvre. Another back marker goes behind. So sometimes 4 hours.
Hier gibt es keinen Raum für Fehler. Kein Entkommen. Nur Asphalt, Adrenalin und die Legende. Die grüne Hölle vergisst nicht. Sie verzeiht nicht. Jede Kurve ein Kampf, kein Platz für Schwäche. Die Nordschleife ist kein Ort für leere Versprechen. Sie ist der Ort, an dem sie gehalten werden. Engineered for the Green Hell. Offizieller Partner der NLS.
Die Legenden der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind unterwegs. Und zwar direkt zu dir nach Hause. Dank CK Model Cars sicherst du dir deine exklusive Erinnerung an den Besuch an der Rennstrecke. Unzählige Modelle findest du auf ckmodelcars.de oder im Shop direkt in Adenau.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
follow us
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube and TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Weather has been most welcome here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's never over till it's over, but you have to say, even if you're a betting person, you can be fairly sure that Winward Racing number 3 Mercedes are going to go through to take victory in this race. However, second place, which I didn't think was going to be disputed, is still in the balance because it's still the Rover Racing BMW leading the way as it nearly clips the tail of a Porsche Cayman in front of it, and that was a little bit of hesitation. Do you think there was contact?
There was definitely contact.
Okay, contact there. Will that have damaged the front end of the car?
It was a kiss.
But Jordan Pepper, well, he'd have caught a bit of a surprise there, but for Tim Heinemann, might not have been in clear line of sight, but he will definitely have gained there because having had the contact, looks like the BMW with Jordan Pepper pressing the pedals had to lift off a little bit. Can't see any damage on the front end of the car, but we're looking from a long way above. But the gap between them at the start of the lap was 3.5 seconds, 3.6 seconds. It's definitely down below that.
And that car already being the subject of a penalty for its other driver, Dan Harper, having
That's true.
contact earlier on. So, unlike them, if I'm honest, either of them.
Yeah, now the gap hasn't really come down a great deal. Tim Heinemann has closed a little bit. In turn, in third place, he's dropped Dylan Pereira, who's about 4 or 5 seconds further back. So, is it a real battle? Well, I tell you what, we've got Max Verstappen having already started lap number 28, I beg your pardon. He's just completed 27. But he's got time for this lap and 1 further lap. So we've got 2 more laps of racing effectively, and the car in second place is still the BMW from Rover Racing, car number 99, flashing on. But the gap back to Tim Heinemann, just waiting for that to be confirmed, is down to 1.9 seconds. So a second and a half gained on that lap. And now no cars between them. There will be some cars between them at some point because they'll come across some of the cars from the less high performance classes, but the gap is coming down. And there we are, the different roles, the hunted and the hunter, and certainly Tim Heinemann in the number 44 Falken Motorsport Porsche is enjoying the chase. And it's always that moment we get clear line of sight. I'm not talking about just when you're going along the long straight from Dussingerhör, but when basically there's hardly a corner on the circuit where you can't see the car you're chasing, and that becomes a really good time. And I'm sure it just gets your antennae that little more attuned to, you know, the attack. But it's flat out attack from here. That's what it's got to be. 50 kilometres for them to play in.
It's about reading ahead, seeing the situation, knowing that thing. And that thing I mentioned about Dan Harper again, about them driving a different category car, actually is good intel, because they know from their point of view where to place that car on the track to its maximum. But it also gives you an understanding of where the different class cars, faster cars, will come through, how they can do that, and then when he goes back into one of those GT3 cars, SB9, he can say, right, I know, he comes up behind a Cup 2 car, whatever, he has a better understanding. It's all just understanding. It allows you to make informed, calculated decisions rather than take risks.
They're tiny, different little degrees of margin, but they add up. They absolutely, and in terms of often as much as anything in not making mistakes, it enables you just to fine-tune everything right. At this point in the race, Tim Heinemann in third place. Well, I'm sure they'd be delighted with third place, but it'd be far better if they could get second. And at the moment, it's about picking a way through traffic. And it was a Porsche Cup 2 class car. They're quick in a straight line, the 911 GT3s. But Heinemann has managed to get past that one as they're in the early part of the Nordschleife glory part of the lap. But now clear line of sight again for Tim Heinemann. But every corner he doesn't gain is one that will potentially keep him from taking that second place. I think we can safely say it would take a disaster for our race-leading number 3 Mercedes, Max Verstappen on board, not to go on to victory. At the end of this, the start of this lap, it was 57.3 seconds margin. I think Verstappen's able to keep that under control. Battle for second place. I still think Jordan Pepper may be just far enough ahead of the chasing Porsche from Tim Heinemann. It looked actually the best part of 2 seconds. Now, it was, what was it on the start line? It was 1.9 seconds. But it's 1.7 if I do the maths properly. But for Max Verstappen, did the first stint, handed over to Danny Juncadere, who did the second, who handed over to Jules Gounod, another Mercedes expert on the works books, and then back to Max Verstappen for the final part of the race. And he's got this lap and 1 further lap to go. The race duration is 4 hours. He's 7 minutes away from the end, but the lap is so long here. Best lap of the race, 7 minutes 52. So yeah, clearly time for 1 further lap. And I don't suppose Max would mind too much. I mean, he'd like victory, but as much as anything, he just simply wants to be racing cars on this circuit. And that's exactly how we like to see it. And it's bringing new fans to this and new fans to the Nürburgring, which is something very special indeed. Because what a lot of people forget, this circuit's over a century old. And back in 1976, remember, the Formula One didn't want to race here. Niki Lauda had his near-fatal accident, but then it was deemed not safe enough for Formula One anymore. And you started to think that as the Formula One World Championship went to Hockenheim instead, that was that for here. But it carried on racing, and then it had massive financial problems over the last decade or so, and the thought of this circuit closing and never opening again, it'd break my heart. And for so many drivers, they're not looking for outright victory in this race. They're looking to say, I've been racing here. It's a challenge.
Exactly.
Not to tell other people, it's all about internal pride, but it's something. If you've raced here, you've done something very special. Doesn't matter what class of car you're in. Jordan Pepper, the Rover Racing BMW, hanging on to that second place. I think he should be safe. Maybe traffic can fall the wrong way in front of him, but certainly looking good. Tim Heinemann is giving his best shot to relieve him, but the Falken Motorsport Porsche is about 2 seconds away. And that's sort of a comfortable, these are pro drivers, so it's a comfortable enough gap that you don't expect them to make mistakes. And when I'm sort of looking for a caveat, it's about how they handle the back markers who are going as hard as they can, but in cars that aren't as quick. And it's about when you get compromised, slightly compromised there for Jordan Pepper, had to take a slightly wider line on one corner. Oh, now, this is what you don't want. You don't want cars of other multiple classes overtaking each other in front of you, one faster than the other, but suddenly the width of the track, which is already narrow as the drivers approach the carousel, right, you've got to bottle it up. And that was a chance for Tim Heinemann to gain. But, of course, he got blocked as well. So
it's the eternal piece of elastic, isn't it? In 2 corners, it changes.
No, entirely so. And it must be so frustrating. You're looking at the cars coming up in front of you, thinking, OK, I might be able to gain an advantage here. And just as it looked as though Jordan Pepper in second place was a little bit obstructed, all was OK. He's not hanging back, Jordan. He knows that Heinemann is very close. He's having to really, has that driver in front seen me? I'm going to go, am I going to go? I'm going past him. He's not really hesitating. Heinemann is gaining, 1 car between them. And as I say that, suddenly Jordan Pepper picks another one off. And is that going to be in the way of Tim Heinemann? He's got it down to about a second. Gap between second and third. They've negotiated to 2 cars of a less high performance variety. And now, looking up ahead, what else is in front of them? A Cup 2 Porsche. And it's always about, have you seen me? Have you seen me? Don't know. But at this point, Tim Heinemann is the one who's going to be a little obstructed there. Car in front of them could do nothing apart from try and keep out of the way. But what we haven't seen on this last lap is how much our race leader, Max Verstappen, may have been blocked in traffic. But he doesn't have to take any risks. He's the best part of a minute clear of his rivals. But the 2 drivers have to take the risks. Those that want to fight over second position. Tim Heinemann's had a better run there.
Got a better run, yeah. Just been held up. Pepper was just held up a little bit by a back marker there. He had to, just the way it fell at the corner, and that suddenly put Heinemann a little bit closer. It was 1.9 seconds at the end of the last lap, which of course was nearly 8 minutes ago. So it's certainly not that now. I would say it's less than half a second between these 2. But that suddenly has just gone into Heinemann's favour on that particular corner. That may well change again before the end of the lap. It's going to be interesting. It's going to put him in contention to have a nice drag down the Dottinger Hohe, which is going to really give him the opportunity to get alongside, do that side draft. We've seen it through the kink. They're on it now.
Nobody immediately around them, but getting visual from Tim Heinemann's Porsche. Close,
just needs to be a
but not yet gaining.
No.
If he's in a similar position next time around, got 1 more lap to go.
Needs to be there now. That's where it needs to be done. That's under the bridge.
Under the bridge, the track goes into a bit of a compression up the slope, and then of course you're looking to see what's up ahead of the Porsche Cayman. Is Jordan Pepper be able to go past before you go right and left the final two corners? Yes, he is. So's Tim Heinemann. It's again about half a second. It's not do or die, but it's almost all or nothing at this point in the race. But you've got to remember, a lot of these drivers want to accrue points across the entirety of the NLS series, but right now, gap between first and second, it's going to be over a minute. Yes, it is. 1 minute, 1 second, effectively, is the gap between first and second. Second and third, though, they're covered by 0.6 of a second, and it's how they're going to negotiate the traffic. VW Golf needs to be picked out of their way. Who comes through behind? Dylan Pereira in the Pro-Am Porsche. He's in fourth place, swapping positions a little bit with Thierry Vermeulen in the Kondo Racing Ferrari. They're not close enough to this battle for second place, so they're fighting over fourth. But at the moment, it's Dylan Pereira who's gained that position. And Christian Cronjes is still just too far behind to make a difference in the Aston Martin. Sixth place overall. He's another 3 seconds off the tail of Thierry Vermeulen's Ferrari.
Your prediction once again has come true that the Winward Racing entry would take this to a 1 minute advantage, and it's 1 minute .889.
Yeah.
Just write down 6 lottery numbers for me, please.
I did.
Predictions are that good.
If you look at the name tape at the back of my shirt, it says Nostradamus. A little pretentious of my parents, but hey-ho.
Okay. It wasn't their choice. It wasn't your choice. That was theirs.
Yeah, got to live with it.
Exactly.
Lights are flashing from Tim Heinemann. He knows with every corner negotiated, that's one chance that gets taken away from him. He needs every option and doesn't want somebody who's just trying to finish in the... we remember, of course, we talked about spring sunshine early on, but the lights are already starting to fail because, of course, it's afternoon. There's an opportunity through Hatson back. Not a one. It's a double block there for Jordan Pepper. The cars are now half a car length between them. Just as though you thought Jordan Pepper going to the last lap. It's still going to be difficult. And in behind, you've got a two-car train. And again, it's still Dylan Pereira, fourth place, just holding off the Ferrari of Thierry Vermeulen. Oh, dearie me. Not just bonnet bent, bonnet lifting up, but luckily entering the pit lane. Car number 514, BMW. From the Lees, and it's never easy entering this pit lane anyhow, but trying to get into the pit lane when your bonnet is...
the SRS Team Ring Sport entry.
Yeah, a couple of Korean drivers on board. I don't know if it's Jungwoo or Chang, but anyhow, thank goodness they got it back. But we've seen cars going in there before, and, you know, that's always a danger with front-end contact, hitting somebody that the bonnet release may be damaged. And the thought of driving the Nürburgring in a lot of things is quite scary, but the thought of driving it if you've got competence is not scary. But I mean, without visibility, you talked about you can never learn this track. Learn how to turn into the pit, sir. That's something you can do by memory. Oh dear, and I've got a car going very slowly in front of Max Verstappen. But this is the final lap of the first race. This is round 2. Round 1 was snowed and cold temperatured off last weekend. I've just invented a new verb. But Max Verstappen sharing with Danny Juncadella and Jules Gounod, doing stints 1 and 4 of the 4 stint races. Max Verstappen, the 4-time world champion, looking comfortable as he ever has. But this time, he's heading for victory in a Mercedes. Last year, he took victory in a Ferrari. This is his weekend off. This is what he does for fun, away from his serious job, as he calls it, in the World Championship in Formula 1. And I'm sure racing drivers are about winning when you're performing at the top end of the sport, and he's doing precisely that. And victory by a minute, but I just want to wind it back to the start of the race. I was talking about the quality of the teams and drivers at the front end of the grid, and just looking down that grid, I'll just refresh your memory, Mr. Snowden. Max Verstappen, starting from pole position. Christopher Haase, Audi expert, starting second. Raffaele Marciello, formerly a star in the Mercedes, now with BMW the last 2 years, third on the grid. Matthias Drudy, Aston Martin superstar. Maxime Martin didn't start the sister car to this race-leading Mercedes. That had to start from the pits. Then David Pittard, an expert normally in an Aston Martin, now in a Mercedes. Then Dan Harper, BMW superstar. Thierry Vermeulen, great in a Ferrari. Frank Stippler, almost the ultimate Nürburgring driver. The quality is immense, but the fact they've pulled clear in this number 3 Mercedes with the Red Bull sponsorship to win potentially, but certainly to be running around the final lap a minute clear. This is a monstrous win. This is extraordinary. Because so many times I've mentioned here before that the outcome of the race win isn't known until the final couple of corners after the cars have dragged each other down and along the straight from Dottingerhöhe up towards Hohenrhein and then up to Tiergarten. But this has been in every stint super, super impressive. Do not forget, though, that Christopher Haase in the Scherer Sport PHX Audi kept it honest, in fact, took the lead at the end of the opening lap, was passed at the end of the lap they came into the pits in the final sequence of corners. He can, because that means that car's got the performance, but no disrespect, but his teammate Nico Hanke, young in experience, stepping up to the GT3 class, is learning as he goes, and unfortunately for him, he's now fallen back to 7th position. But across the board, across the 4 hours, as we go around the final lap, the Verstappen Racing with Winward Racing Mercedes prepared at Alten Dietz in Germany, they have not put a wheel wrong. It's been super, super impressive.
I go back to my earlier quotes about I'm still sure that Verstappen in that Haase battle was sitting there going like, this kid's good. This is proper racing. This is what I wanted. I wanted a chance. I can't find a way. You know, the kid is good. And yes, he did get by on that last bit, not taking anything away from Verstappen. That was a bit of traffic just at the right part, and it just gave him that opportunity to nip by. And they're all coming into the pits anyway. So yes, he did swap back at the end of that little stint, but I still think that was an absolute masterclass and stint of the race from Christopher Haase at the beginning.
Yeah, it was, and you know, Christopher, you know, is giving away a few years, isn't he? So, but it's also the fact that Verstappen wasn't prepared to go. We're both coming in, we're coming to the pits now. I will still fight for position, even though it's 3 corners to go. When he got through, got his car in front, but then remember the Scherer Sport car handed over to Nico Hanke actually was ahead when they left the pits. Remember, there's the chase down the pit lane. It looks like the Verstappen car would pull out ahead with Danny Juncadea on board, but just as he was getting towards pit exit, boom, the little two shades of blue Audi jinked across in front and just got onto track position, but then Nico Hanke could do nothing about the super experienced Spaniard Danny Juncadea, and that was the last time the Mercedes was effectively in second place. But even at its late stage in the race, course vehicles moving slowly around the final few corners doesn't obstruct Verstappen, though. He sweeps to the right, to the left, plants the throttle again, down the start-finish straight he goes. The margin surely will be over a minute. Lights are flashing, so he's had fun weaving from side to side. There is the checkered flag. And that's what drivers can do on their weekend off, and he's absolutely done that to perfection. So end order. Eventually you get 29 laps on the board and a tidy victory for his teammates Danny Juncadea and Jules Gounod. Yeah, well, they'll take that very much. They had a big role to play in there. But Max Verstappen did half the race, did the first and the fourth stints, and he's got it sorted. What is going to happen in the battle for second place, though? It looks though the BMW, is it flat out down the long run towards the end of the lap, has got enough of a margin. Under the bridge they go. Yes, he has, because the Falken Motorsport Porsche, Tim Heinemann, is giving his all. Oh, there's a chance. There are 2 cars side by side up in front of them. They jink to the left, to the right, and slightly left again through Tiergarten. They go. There's a BMW in the way, but the BMW that's important is the one that made the move. Tim Heinemann had to suck it up, but there, Jordan Pepper did just enough to take that second place. Good run for Rover Racing with their BMW. Great to see Falken Motorsport in third place as well. So we have Mercedes from BMW from Porsche. That's how we like it too. And the Pro-Am class winners, 4th overall, didn't get the podium, but Dylan Pereira was only another 3 and a bit seconds down in 4th place after his very good battle with the Ferrari of Thierry Vermeulen. Good start to the season. I think a lot of drivers would have thoroughly enjoyed that. Margin of victory at the end, 1 minute and 6 seconds, so it went out on the final lap, but you can see that battle for second place was intense, and eventually at the end it was half a second between them, so that's very, very respectable indeed. Tim Heinemann, another lap, who knows? Well, he might have run out of fuel, but if he had infinite fuel in his tank, he might have been able to make a passing manoeuvre, but he really closed in. But Jordan Pepper, wise bird, kept that 3rd place. And again, just reiterating, 4th place overall, the Pro-Am class winner. Dylan Pereira sharing car number 48, the Losch Motorsport Porsche, with Patrick Assenheimer and Tobias Muller, who set the ball rolling in the opening stint of the race. So for Verstappen, it'll be the short run back to the pitch. You don't go around the full Nordschleife, you just go and where the track turns left to go on the Nordschleife, you go to the right, and we'll come in. Marshals on the track, waving yellow flags. and cause cars positioning. A little bit of confusion there now. Max has been shown. Other cars can report into the paddock, but those who go to the podium take the rear entrance to the pits, the one that you'd use in if you're just using the Grand Prix circuit, going around a group of stacked tyres. And tidy job, I think one can safely say. And just completing as Max Verstappen enters the pit lane after Christian Cronjes in 6th place overall in the Aston Martin. Nico Hanke sharing with Christopher Haase. The car did lead the race early on. Car 16, the Audi, ended 7th. 8th place goes to car number 7, which is the best of the Lamborghinis. But Max Verstappen to a standstill. And his teammates with the beard about to proffer him a cap. We have Jules Gounon gives him a hug, and Danny Juncadea as well, and cheers ringing around the pit lane. But just a little glimpse of some smiling eyes through Max Verstappen's helmet, and I think we can safely say he enjoyed. That'd be interesting to catch some words, but the body language is very much, pumped up and getting things done. And again, it's great, and we love having people come to race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, because we know it's special, and the more people that know it's special, the better. But just remember, this is a driver who potentially had 24 Grand Prix to do this year, just the 22 after 2 have been called off for obvious reasons in the Middle East. But they will be back. But I think Max Verstappen will be back. He wants to do the races like this, and it's great.
Helps our credibility, because we've been saying this for years. Now people go, oh, now they're involved. Now we get it. So we've been telling you that for 10 years.
Exactly so. But look at the smiles, absolutely genuine smiles on the bottom there. Max beaming from ear to ear. Jules Gounon, finger up in the air, number 1.
Ach, ihr glaubt gar nicht, was hier unten für ein Riesenauflauf ist, ne? Mein Gott, alle halten natürlich die Kameras drauf. So, wir kommen mal einmal direkt durch und gehen direkt zu den Siegern natürlich rüber. Max, I come to you first.
So let's
Max, congratulations, your second race on the Nordschleife in the GT3 car, second win. Could be worse, right?
Yeah, it could be much worse. 2 different cars as well. Yeah, for me, this whole weekend has been about getting to grips with the car around the Nordschleife, which has been super enjoyable. The team also, they prepared the car really well, so we could do some decent testing, and it made me feel really comfortable, with the car. So yeah, really good experience for me today to drive here.
Congratulations, shake hands natürlich auch da drüben. Max, as you switched your simulation for preparations to Mario Kart, how many times did you drive the rainbow track to prepare for the Nürburgring?
I've done a lot of simulator work also here in the past few years, so it helps a lot when you are a rookie and you drive here for the first time. If you at least know where you're going, that helps a lot. Then it's all about just getting up to speed with the GT cars. But of course, this whole venue is just amazing, and also to see all the fans and in general just how passionate they are about racing and the cars here. It's always fantastic to see, and I'm very happy to be a part of that.
You're sitting in a GT3 car right now. I mean, there are also other GT3 series that could be possibly driven by you. Why especially the Nordschleife? Why especially the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series?
Well, for me, this is one of course, let's say the craziest tracks in the world in a good way. I've been watching this for a very long time, and it's one of these races that you just want to compete in. And at least finally this year I have the chance to do it. It also depends a bit, of course, on what the calendar allows me to do. I'm already, of course, racing a lot, so I'll try to do as much as I can.
You just said the calendar and what it allows you. I mean, the F1 calendar now is a little bit thinner. Is there a chance that we see you in 3 weeks again here?
We're looking into it. It just all depends on, if it's all feasible. But, I'm always happy to race him.
All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Enjoy your time. Come. Jules Gounon, you're the next one.
Now just going to hear
how does it feel to win in preparation for the big 24 race now?
Yeah, amazing. Last year I didn't do the Nürburgring because I had other program. First race back at the ring with Max and Danny, it's just exceptional. The story is exceptional. My 2 teammates were exceptional today, the team also, so it feels great, honestly.
Is it somehow another kind of pressure right now, sitting on one car, sharing the car with a 4-time world champion in F1?
To be honest, no, because Max is just so amazing, so humble. I just feel I have a top teammate next to me, and that's the thing, He's just It's Max. I think there is no relative for him, and together with Danny and him, we have a really good relationship. Lucky will join us for the rest, and we are the four of us really close, and can't wait to start it, honestly.
All right. You're also here again for NLS 3?
I don't think so. I think I have a clash somewhere, so the next race for me will be the 24 hours.
All right. Then congratulations as well for your win.
Thank you.
So, wir schauen mal einfach, würde ich jetzt sagen, dass wir uns jetzt hier durchswitchen vielleicht. Danny Hunker, sorry, I nearly forgot. What are your feelings about this win?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to win again. Last couple of years have not been that lucky in the Notchlife to get a win, and even if it's an NLS race, you know, it's everything counts towards our big goal in the 24 hours. And yeah, great start for Max also in this project, and for me as well to be back with the AMG in a very competitive car. It's great.
You're a professional race driver. Yeah, in GT3 in a real race car, but also in the simulator. You're a development driver for an F1 team and all this stuff. How much can you prepare actually for a real, race on the Nordschleife?
I think a lot. Nowadays you have a couple of softwares that are very, very competitive and very similar to the real thing. I think iRacing mostly is what I like to compete in. I've been competing a lot in the Nordschleife there the last couple of years, even though the track is, the layout, well, not the layout, but the surface has changed quite a bit. It's been resurfaced in real life, so it's a bit more bumpy in the simulator, but I think it gives you a really good practice towards this race. And even through the winter with Jules and Max, we've been practicing a lot online, racing against each other, racing with traffic, with cars. And that shows, you know, you come here and already you can feel competitive, you can feel you can take some risk in the places you know you can take the risk. And yeah, it's a good way to get ready for the real thing.
All right. Congratulations for yourself as well. And thank you for that. Und damit gehen wir mal einmal kurz hoch, erstmal zu Áudio und Uwe,
really
und dann gucken wir, dass wir die anderen
almost the one that interested me the
Kamera
most was the way Danny Juncker at the end was talking about the fact that the real track is smoother than the one on the simulation, but that attention to detail, but the fact they didn't just rock up here and go out in practice yesterday. They've been sharing that knowledge clearly for weeks, if not months in advance, playing against each other, and as he said, just getting used to the traffic, and there's so many elements. But you think, hold on, you are tip-top drivers. Do you need all that practice? Yes, you do. That's what keeps you ahead. So that's it from the end of NLS 2. Thank you very much for joining us. And just to refresh your memory, victory today went to Max Verstappen with Jules Gounod and Danny Juncker for Mercedes. Join us again in a few weeks' time. It's been great to be back on board.